Whoever gets the message of live streaming, just accept. Got it?
And one more thing, you can start recording also as soon as, yeah, great.
I'll start recording from 1:30 here.
Yeah, it is live. I can see that.
Dr. Elena, you are made as co-host. You can unmute and speak. If any other steering committee members, if you are there, just turn on your video and just wave your hand so that I can make you as co-host and allow you to unmute yourself if you are unable to do it. So Hariharan sir, I see you. Vinayamurthy sir, I see you.
இது தமிழ் தாய் வாழ்த்து ரெடி இல்லையா? செந்தில் சார் தமிழ் தாய் வாழ்த்து ரெடியா?
You are able to hear us, Sendil?
Yes, sir. Able to hear you.
She is asking whether Tamil Thai Valtu.
Yeah, I did. Okay. Kalyani ma'am, any chats offline?
He's sending the message through chat. Please check your chat. Oh, there is a time lag between the Zoom session with YouTube. It happens after, I think, about 1.5 minutes.
Folks, I just now spoke to the IT minister's son and his PA. Minister will be joining in a few minutes. So let us all be ready. Senthil, once we have all the inaugural speakers ready who are joining the call, please let us know. Let me know. Kalyani, Nityan team, are we ready?
I'm ready, sir.
Once the minister joins and we have Dr. Pallab is here, Dr. Saugata Ray is joining, Dr. Velen is joining in 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Once all the guests have joined, we will start.
Sir, if there is any change, you can just message us on the group so that we will know what to do. If somebody is there, not there, or whatever. Or to include something, you can quickly WhatsApp us.
Intl, you can stop the video. Sir, a warm welcome, sir. Minister, Honorable IT Minister is here.
சார் அவர் வீடியோ தெரியல, பின் பண்ணி விடுங்க. ஆக்சுவலா செந்தில் சொல்லி.
Senthil.
Hi, sorry, the IT minister will be available in 2 minutes.
Okay. So, who is this?
We are from the IT minister's office. He will
Okay.
be
Agustin?
in 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure, sir.
அகஸ்டினா?
Illa. Good afternoon, Dr. Pallab. Good to see you. Dr. Saugata Ray, are you there? Yeah.
Good afternoon, Rajaram.
Good afternoon, Dr. Saugata. Welcome.
Welcome. Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Good
Dr.
afternoon,
Velen.
Dr. Rajaram. Good afternoon.
வேலன் சார்.
Velen.
Welcome, sir. Good afternoon. Very, very good afternoon.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much, Bhaskar, and thank you.
Then once the IT minister joins, now we will start the proceedings. Tell us, Senthil, if you can pin the inaugural speakers on the Zoom.
So I would request Kalyani to come by video so that I can spotlight her.
Hi, the IT minister is stepping in.
Okay. Sir, vanakkam, sir. Warm welcome. I know the local body elections are around the corner, and you must be very busy. Thanks for allocating time for this.
சார் மனோஜ் சார், this is பாஸ்கர். வணக்கம்.
வணக்கம். நல்லா இருக்கீங்களா?
நல்லா இருக்கு. நம்ம முந்தா நாள் தானே பார்த்தோம்.
ஆமா.
Yeah. Sir, Minister sir, shall we start?
Yeah, we can start the meeting. No problem.
Okay, sure. Kalyani, please go ahead.
A very good afternoon, dignitaries, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen. I take immense pleasure in welcoming you all to SPIN Chennai's International Conference and Exhibition, SPICON 2021, on the theme, Digital Transformation Maturity, an imperative driver for growth economy. I'm sure you're all excited and waiting to hear from the Honorable Minister of Information Technology, Mr. Manu, and Tamil Nadu, and the distinguished speakers who are assembled here today from all over the country. There are lots of takeaways today, tons of knowledge sharing, perspectives across different industries and domains from the who is who in industry. And not to forget the goodies and awards too, to make this entire digital conference and exhibition an engaging experience for each and every one of you.
Good afternoon, one and all. As is customary, we will begin the event with our Tamil Thai Valku. நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் மதனமென திகழ்வரத கண்டமிதில் எக்கணமும் அதிசிறந்த கிராமிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறையுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறமையான செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே. Thank you all.
Lighting. Lighting of the lamp. Yeah. Lighting of the lamp in any event symbolizes divine grace by adding positivity, and it also signifies success. Going with the flow of the topics today, we are going to digitally light the Kuttivalak. May I request our Honorable Minister for Information Technology, Government of Tamil Nadu, T. Mano Thangaraj, to light the lamp and start the proceedings of the day.
Yeah.
SPIN Chennai is one of the most active chapters in the world and functions as a knowledge ecosystem with a vision which is very compelling, highly relevant, and value-adding to the people and industry. Distinctively futuristic and passionately co-creative to all its members. Today, each wick that is lit symbolizes what SPIN stands for. Minister, sir, you may light the first lamp.
Sir, yeah, I would like to assist. This is Sendil Kumar, the admin here. I would like to assist you in lighting this Kuttuvilaku. You have the control over your mouse, Honorable Minister. Just take your mouse and if you, when you click the name through Mano Thangaraj, you will see the light glowing.
Fantastic, sir.
Okay.
Really.
Let's all please join our hands together and clap. Thank you, sir. The first wick symbolizes community empowerment, and how apt that our Honorable Minister lit the first lamp. Thank you so much, sir. It's one of the core beliefs of SPIN Chennai. May I now request Dr. C. Valen, City Head, Chennai Operations, Capital Land India Limited, to light the lamp which symbolizes thought leadership. Dr. Valen?
Dr. Valen, the mouse control is with you.
Yes.
Just click on your name, Dr. C. Valen. Click on your name, sir, please.
Valen, unga name la click பண்ணுங்க.
I'm just clicking in the tab. I mean, sorry about it. 1 minute.
Oh, no problem. Sir. Yeah, even if you keep it there, no, Senthil can take it forward.
I think it will help me out. Yep.
Sure. Yeah, Senthil, please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Valen.
Thank you, Dr. Valen.
Lighting the lamp symbolizing architecture and continual process improvement is Dr. Pallab Saha, General Manager India at the Open Group and also President, Association of Enterprise Architects. Again, a core focus of SPIN Chennai. Dr. Pallab Saha.
Dr. Saha, the control is with you. Dr. Saha, the control is with you.
Yeah.
Please press
Start.
your name.
Do I need to click anything? Let me see.
Click on your name, please.
Yes.
Yeah. Click.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Dr. Saha.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Saha. I now request Dr. Saugata Ray, Thomas Kimdiri Chair Professor, Strategy and Entrepreneurship Practice at Indian School of Business, to light the lamp of relevance that is driving organizations and individuals to stay relevant by aligning with the latest key trends, a core belief of SPIN Chennai. Dr. Saugata.
Yeah, it looks like he is
Done. It's already done.
Yes, sir.
It's done.
Yes.
Highly relevant.
So,
Yes.
I now request Dr. Ellen Rajaram, Director, Kriti Labs, core founding member of SPIN Chennai, to light the lamp signifying technology edge and transformation with all its impact around digital transformation. This conference being a classic example. Dr. Ellen Rajaram.
Dr. Eleanor, just click your name underneath your photo.
I think it's done.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Luna. He's also
Thank you, Doctor.
for this conference.
I now request Dr. Rajaram Venkatraman, President SPIN Chennai, to light the lamp which represents value adding innovation. Sir. Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Ramkumar Ramachandran, Treasurer SPIN Chennai and Principal Consultant, Ascendant Corporation, to light the lamp which embodies optimization and commitment to performance.
Mr. Ramkumar, the control is with you.
And thank you. I'm doing that.
You need to click your name. You need to click your name.
Oh, okay. Yeah. 1 second.
Yeah, please.
I can help you.
Please. I can't see the name. Yeah, sure.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you for lighting.
Thank you.
So thank you all, gentlemen. Just to quickly go over the 7 lamps that you all did today. The first week being community empowerment, thought leadership, architecture and continual process improvement, relevance, technology edge and transformation, value adding innovation, and optimization and commitment to performance. These are some of the main 7 topics, 7 areas that SPIN Chennai stands for. Thank you all, gentlemen. And each one of you represented the 7 core values of SPIN Chennai by lighting this lamp and spreading the knowledge. May I now request Dr. Rajaram Venkatraman, President SPIN Chennai and CEO of WhaleTech TBI ecosystem, to welcome this August gathering. Dr. Rajaram Venkatraman is the President of SPIN Chennai. and CEO of Welltech Technology Business Incubator and Entrepreneurship Ecosystem, where he has built a vibrant innovation ecosystem with startup entrepreneurs numbering more than 200 mentors, investors, partners, trainers, evangelists, and associates. He is also president of the SPIN Network Chennai, executive advisor to SME companies, member of advisory board of Cybersecurity and Privacy Foundation, mentor in IIT Madras eCell Founders Institute, and much more. He has also authored several international conference papers and is the author of a US patent on systematic innovation farming in enterprises. He has won many awards, including the CEO of the Year at Corporate Guru World Summit and Awards 2020-21, CEO of the Year 2020-21 Award for Contribution to Innovation and National Building from Indian Achievers Forum, Smart City Leadership Award from Z Business, 51 Most Impactful Smart City Leader Award, Distinguished Alumni Award from IFMR Graduate School of Business of Korea University, Best Incubator Award 2018, Infosys Awards for Excellence, and so many more awards from global customers. The list would go on, Doctor, but on to your welcome speech.
Thank you, Kalyani, and thank you, everyone. Distinguished guests on the inaugural dais, Honorable IT Minister of Government of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Manoj Thangaraj, our mentor and patron, the most popular man behind the prestigious Ramanujan IT City, and now building another landmark in the city, Dr. C. Velan of Capital Land, Dr. Pallab Saha, the man who embodies enterprise architecture and open standards in India, the General Manager India at the Open Group and President of Association of Enterprise Architects, Dr. Saugata Ray, the Innovation Architect, the former Board of Governors of IIM Calcutta, and Thomas Smithini, Chair Professor, Strategy and Entrepreneurship, practice at the prestigious Indian School of Business, and who is also the board member of Tata Steel. SPICON 2021 Conference Chair, one of the core founding members of SPIN Chennai, doyen of IT industry, and a technology innovator and director Kriti Labs, Dr. L.N. Rajaram, my colleague and treasurer of SPIN Chennai, Ram, our key supporters and theme partners, including Capital Land and Indian Software, our print partner, the New Indian Express, digital outreach partner, digital SEO, technology partner, Createch, journal partner, IJTC, and our supporting organizations, numbering more than 15. Our delegates who are attending this conference, and the exhibitors who are exhibiting, showcasing their products and services in this conference, including the international exhibitor from Australia, and those delegates who are watching through the Facebook and YouTube live options, the media, our corporate platinum members, Indium, Capgemini, Createch, SRM University, NTT Data, gold and silver members, including JM SCM Consultants, iDots, Welltech TBA, Exeter Media, Entrust, Winsinfo, and various individual members of SPIN Chennai, who are all part of the integral ecosystem. A very warm welcome and a very good afternoon to all on my personal behalf and on behalf of the entire organizing team and the SPIN Chennai steering committee to this SPICON 2021 International Conference and Exhibition with the theme Digital Transformation Maturity, an imperative driver for a growth economy. It is a great moment for all of us. It is not just another conference where we discuss and at the end of the day, things are forgotten. This is a conference, I would say this is the beginning of a very big movement for creating an India-centric model for digital transformation maturity. Very, very, what do you call, profound moment for all of us. That few years down the line, we can all claim that we were all part of this on that day. Before I get into a little bit about SPIN Chennai, we take a bow mark of respect and admiration to the entire Tamil Nadu government staff, hospital administration, doctors, nurses, ambulance drivers, police, and countless other good souls who've been relentlessly working on supporting the people of Tamil Nadu during the last 1.5 years of COVID, many of them by putting their own safety at risk. Hopefully, with the power of vaccines, COVID is no more a threat to life. So I would take a few minutes to talk about SPIN Chennai, under whose aegis we have all assembled today. SPIN Chennai is one of the 100 spins in the world, but the most active and one of the largest in the world as a knowledge ecosystem designed to empower its members with the latest trends so that they become relevant quickly to emerging opportunities and compete effectively globally. SPIN Chennai is affiliated to Carnegie Mellon University's Software Engineering Institute, the prestigious one, as well as ISACA, the global body. SPIN Chennai's vision is to build a world-class knowledge ecosystem which has 4 key elements. One is very, very compelling. Second, highly relevant and value-adding to the people and the industry. Third, distinctively futuristic. And fourth, passionately co-creative. Some of the international gurus who have been associated with SPIN Chennai include Dr. Watts Humphrey, who is hailed as the quality guru in the world. He was associated with SPIN Chennai for nearly 10 years, between 2000 and 2010, till his untimely demise during 2010, in whose honor we have instituted the Watts Humphrey Award, which happens every year with huge participation from the industry to bring out the best case studies and reward them. We have had several international gurus associated with SPIN Chennai, including Louis Trigger of Israel, theory of constraints expert, Dr. Bill Curtis, who has contributed significantly to the development of the world-famous CMMI model, People CMMI model, Professor Manu Vora, a management consultant from the US, Mark Johnson, who is a management thought leader and co-founder of InnoSight, along with Professor Clayton Christensen of the Harvard Business School, Dr. Jeff Sutherland, he is the co-founder of Scrum, which is a powerful model today. Mr. Michael Krigsman, anchor of CXO Talk with more than 1,000 appearances. Mr. Barry Kriggs, ex-Microsoft CTO for IT. Steve Beres, who is a partner at a Bain Company US. Emmanuel Arriaga of Google, YouTube. And Mr. Lakshmi Shankar, Senior Director at Twitter, who is a part of the top 10. David Scott Duncan, Managing Director at InnoSight, who has been recently nominated for Thinkers 50, Global Thinkers 50 Award. All were there at SPIN Chennai during 2021. Apart from various leading labs from all over India. SPIN Chennai's training and workshops, conferences have touched more than 20 to 25,000 people, not only in Tamil Nadu, but also across India as well as abroad. SPIN Chennai is one of the few in the world to spot the emerging trend, mega trend of digital transformation, disrupting existing processes way back in 2014, and have been actively shifting focus from just software process improvement to creating value through digital transformation. SPIN Chennai started putting more efforts around digital technologies. They stack IoT, cloud, AI, ML, blockchain, AR, VR, 5G, digital twins, and its impact to various industries have been focus areas of SPIN Chennai over the years. So considerable focus and attention on digital themes also have been given in the various conferences, award competitions like the prestigious Watts Humphrey Awards, and various training programs that have helped prepare our ecosystem members for this huge wave of digital transformation. Building on the above, SPIN Chennai in its current SPICON2021 conference wants to bring on practices and principles that focus on digital transformation maturity and thereby help lay a roadmap for all industries and companies of all sizes to embark comfortably and decisively for investing and scaling on digital transformation and become competitive globally. This will also boost economic growth and aid in the vision of reaching 5 trillion GDP by 2024 by leapfrogging with the digital and offsetting the COVID-19 negative impacts over the last 2 years. Recently, even the IT minister has announced about digital transformation of Tamil Nadu. And there are various other programs on the anvil. We also saw intelligent transport with the digital sensors and automatically detecting traffic. There's a whole lot of things. I don't want to jump the gun. The IT minister may be talking about it. We'll all be keenly listening to his talk to get more information on the various initiatives. I take this opportunity to wish you all a very, very good conference today. I hope and pray that you take away a lot of interesting insights, answers to some of your lingering questions, and also some new connections along the way that will help you in your journey. And once again, I would like to thank the IT minister for taking time off his busy schedule to be all to be with us. And once again, wish you all a good conference. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rajaram, for your energizing and exciting welcome address. It's my great pleasure to introduce all Dr. L.N. Rajaram, Director, Kirti Labs, the core founding team member of SPIN Chennai, and the conference chair for SPICON 2021. Dr. L.N. Rajaram, we fondly call him as Dr. LNR. His passion is to think ahead of his time in high-end software development for the past 35 years. He has developed a complex real-time defense software in the 1970s and 80s, email engines in the late 80s and early 90s, alert engine in late 90s, mobile application products in 2007 onwards. He has been in the area of consulting and training in personal process, software metrics, estimation, and project management for the past 15 years. His innovative capabilities are very much evident in the 6 patents to his name and the 2 awards that he won from InnoCenter. I now request Dr. L.N. Rajaram to give the theme address and share with us the theme of today's conference, SPICON 2021. Please, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Nitya. Greetings to all the participating delegates and the guests of honor today, the Honorable Minister for IT, Tamil Nadu Government, Dr. Velan, Dr. Saha, Professor Rai. Welcome all of you, and a special thanks for attending this conference. The fact that we have pivoted ourselves into the digital transformed world is evident today by the fact that more than 150 participants are right here listening to us, which is far beyond our dreams when we used to hold a physical conference where we were barely able to attract about 120 odd people in spite of providing them with lunch and other things in a 5-star restaurant or a hotel. So this is the new norm that is going to happen. And besides the fact that we have been able to give a fantastic experience to all the participants to be participating here from the comfort of their house and listening to such eminent speakers who are kind enough to participate here. We, in terms of other considerations also, the financial outgo, the cost of holding such a conference, all of those are very, very different and at a very different level altogether. So we now feel confident we can have several such conferences every year instead of struggling to have one in a year. So it is my privilege to elaborate on the theme of this conference, which is, as my friend Dr. Rajaram said, digital transformation maturity, an imperative driver for growth economy. In this conference, we hope to bring out and emphasize the importance of preparing for and adopting digital transformation by India Inc. and for the governments to facilitate and accelerate it so as to leapfrog from the current depressed levels of economic growth to the $5 trillion target that has been set by our Prime Minister. I think it's a target that we can all reasonably hope to achieve if we put our acts together at the right time. A group of eminent economists, including Abhijit Banerjee, of whom you might have heard of, and the former high-profile RBI Governor Raghuram Rajan, have recently published a book which says what the economy needs now. In that, they emphasize that the Indian economy showed a fantastic average year-on-year growth of 7% for the last 25 years. But this has taken a hit, unfortunately, in the last 2 years. The pandemic has slowed us down, not only the Indian economy, but also almost all the major economies around the world. Some countries have bounced back, yet others are in the process. On the other hand, the pandemic, tragic as it is, has also provided opportunities for new growth areas, new norms of doing business, new work style, new compulsions, while businesses in hospitality, entertainment, tourism, aviation, and the likes, the legacy kind of businesses have all taken a hit. Businesses which have pivoted digitally or were already in the digital arena, like fintech, voice data communications, online purchases. I mean, something, the Zoom call is one such example. Zoom people have done exceedingly well, taking advantage of the fact that we can't physically meet somewhere. Online education and training services, home delivered services, etc. They've all benefited. And those which have been agile enough to pivot their businesses using digital technologies have greatly benefited. Amul is a very striking example of this, and I would really recommend all of you to read Amul's success story the last 1.5 years during this pandemic and how they entirely changed their business line to come out, not just survive, but really do exceedingly well. Businesses looking to survive and grow, great opportunities present themselves by way of these great number of emerging technologies that we are now seeing. These technologies have a potential for completely transforming our lifestyles, business styles, governance styles. They also provide the opportunity for inclusive growth, generating jobs to facilitate a more equitable distribution of benefits that accrue from public investments. I believe that this more equitable distribution of benefits is more important and equally important than the growth of our economy. It is for us to decide whether we get our act together and be prepared to embrace these technologies to our advantage, or to be drowned in their aftermath and keep playing the catch-up game with the rest of the world. These are the only two options that we have right now. If it is a kind of a double or quits game, because the whole world is trying to do something to come out of this pandemic. And if we don't take advantage of this and do our bit, some others are going to do that, and that's going to have a negative impact on us. In the book that I referred to earlier, written and edited by Abhijit Banerjee and Raghuram Rajan and other eminent economists, they've identified the problems and written their solutions on 16 areas of high priority that we in India need to address. These include, of course, healthcare, education, financial and banking reform, land reforms, growth of exports, energy reforms, environmental change issues, and so on. Their solutions look exceedingly good in a book, but require special strategies for implementation. The way we would implement those and other such brilliant solutions for our country what will matter whether they are effective or not. Digital strategy for any business process now has become a core part of any strategy, whether we take business strategy or government strategies for any initiative. There has to be a digital strategy at the core, without which any scheme that looks good on paper cannot be guaranteed to realize the outcomes that were envisaged. There are very well-meaning, well-intentioned policies, frameworks, even initiatives by even businesses, but ultimately the proof of the pudding is in its outcome and how well it is served. And unless we get our act together in implementing them properly with all the proper available technologies with us, we may not be able to realize what we had envisaged earlier. On the other hand, strategies that incorporate digital strategies can not only have a good control on the progress of its implementation, but also transformation to a digital process opens up absolutely new, hitherto unthought of, unimagined world for us. We can never be sure how an implementing of a technology will transform the world. And in that transformed world, several new opportunities, several new vistas will open up. So that's why it is important to ensure this change. So this is where we see the relevance of the theme of this conference for businesses and governments to adopt digital strategies to their new initiatives. A certain amount of technological sophistication and maturity are needed. Good amount of evangelization of the benefits of digital transformation and the imperative need to adopt at the earliest needs to be undertaken. Models and frameworks for digital transformation initiatives exist and should be leveraged upon to ensure success. Very often, the success of the IT services sector is cited contributing to our growth in the last 15 to 25 years, and rightly so. There is no doubt that the success has been phenomenal. More than 4 million people are employed in the IT sector today for a total revenue of around $180 billion, of which more than $90 billion are through exports in 2020. I say this only to emphasize and to draw your attention to the fact that if the US Inc. has invested $90 billion in getting the IT services from India, I would like you to imagine how much they would have benefited out of this. And hence, investing in digital strategy is something that is imperative now, either by the government or by the various big players in private and public sector in India. India Inc. and the government in India need to invest in emerging technologies such as IoT, AI, ML, augmented reality, virtual reality, digital twins, a plethora of them, and to harness the power of these technologies. And the available talent in the Indian IT sector is already there. And on top of that, a whole new set of startup entrepreneurs are also adding to this capability pool to leapfrog into a digitally transformed future. Government, I don't know how many of you may be knowing this, but government as such, all state and central governments have been the biggest initiator of digital transformation efforts as compared to the private industry and the India. The Indian Railways passenger reservation system, which all of us have benefited from, and the freight management systems of Indian Railways, the massive Aadhaar card implementation, the UPI payment gateways, the public distribution systems, all of them have been fantastically transformed through technology. And India Inc. also needs to look forward to see how it can leverage on these technologies to reduce its costs of operations and improve the customer experience that it delivers. For example, the supply chain costs in India are absolutely almost the highest compared to most other big economies in the world. So you can see that digital transformation being and the maturity of digital transformation being the theme of this conference is very, very appropriate in this context. In this conference, the speakers in the inaugural session who are here and present, hopefully they will make these points that I have made far more forcibly and more powerfully. The keynote addresses will bring out the road ahead for digital transformation and the imperative need for that to ensure that our economy is back on track. The first plenary session will set the context of digital transformation and take a deep dive into the relevant technologies that are emerging for us to take advantage of. Answers to questions such as what is digital transformation, which are the emerging technologies, and how will they accelerate digital technology will get answered in this session. The plenary session 2 brings home the benefits of digital transformation by speakers who have successfully guided or have been privy to such journeys by some of the leading enterprises in the private and public sector. Plenary session 3 is where we change track to show and explore some of the digital transformation models that have been publicized and are available for us to learn from and for us to adopt around the world. Learnings from these experiences will ensure that we do not tread the same path all over again, and we can cut short our road to success much better and with less risks involved. So plenary session 4 is the it's the beginning of a new type of initiative that we are going to set in motion. Plenary session 4 is on the topic of building an India-centric digital transformation maturity model. We in India, being such a diverse and big country, we have different problems, different aspirations, different kinds of economies, different types of classes and Conf and various types of people whom we need to take care of. So we require a model for our own development rather than trying to simply adopt whatever is available there. We've been doing that earlier for various reasons. We have adopted CMMI model. We have adopted various other standards and technologies that are available outside. But I think right now the time has come for us to have a model for ourselves, to build it properly, to make it inclusive, and to see to it that we evangelize all the benefits of following that model so that we have a great roadmap in front of us, and that we hope that the governments involved in this and all other players, India Inc., the academia, the industry, everybody gets together and we go forward together. So please sit back and enjoy listening to the eminent speakers, including the Honorable Minister for IT, who is kind enough to be present here with us, and all other speakers also, who are all been very nice to have accepted our invitation to share their profound thoughts on this subject. Please be assured that our engagement with you is not just this one-off, one-day engagement of conference. We would like to keep meeting you, to get ideas from you, to see how we take this digital transformation roadmap ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ellen Rajaram, for sharing with us the valuable insights on the conference theme. Now, I'm glad to introduce Dr. C. Velan, City Head Chennai Operations, Capital Land India Limited. Dr. C. Velan is currently working as City Head Chennai Operations and Pan India Head for Property Management at Ascendas Capital Land India, a Singapore-based organization and involved in its IT and industrial park establishments. Earlier, he was working at Tata Realty Infrastructure Limited as CEO for its flagship project, Ramanujam IT City in Chennai, and successfully established it as one of the most happening IT projects in India. graduated in civil and structural engineering with a post-graduation in business administration as well as ecology and environment. He also holds a PhD degree in civil engineering. Dr. Velen has more than 30 years of corporate experience with blue chip Indian and overseas companies that includes HR Motors, Colorchem, CB Richard Ellis, and Ascendas. I now request Dr. C. Velen, City Head, Chennai Operations, Capital Land India Limited, to give the special address.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Minister of Information Technology, Government of Tamil Nadu, officials from SPIN, co-speakers, and all the participants of this conference. A very, very warm welcome to everybody. It is indeed a great pleasure to be part of this session. And I am not new to this particular event. I am part of this year on year. Thank you very much for inviting this year also. Having said that, I was listening to LNR and Rajaram and others in the beginning of this inaugural session. Digital transformation is not going to be a simple thing, which is going to drive every business, every kind of operations in the near future in all aspects. One industry which I am from, real estate industry, is where not much of technology was put into use some time back. But in the recent past and in the current scenario, we are seeing a lot of transformation into implementing digital in every aspect of real estate and development of infrastructure. My dear friends, I just want to highlight in Capital Land, where I am from, rather Ascendas it used to be called. One of the two specific initiatives the group is focusing on is digital. The other one is sustainability. These are the two parameters kept in front for the growth of the organization besides the financial success. Having said that, how it is implemented, if you go into that, you take three phases of any kind of a project: design phase, construction phase, operational phase. In all the three phases, digital interference is there today. As Eleanor was also pointing it out, digital twin is completely a new phenomena in designing of the buildings and even construction phase today. Even time-lapse video, sitting at somewhere and monitor the project, what's happening wherever in the world you are. These are all the things which are feasible today because of IoT, artificial intelligence, and many other things. And this pandemic, unfortunately, the pandemic is a pain. However, it has also given us an opportunity to get into lots of digital interference in our day-to-day operations. If you look at it, right from people coming into the office or going into any kind of a common place, they're all scanned with thermal scanners, which is again digital intervention. If you talk about vehicles coming in, going out, everything is monitored through digital intervention. Name, number plate recognition system, facial recognition system without touching any kind of no part of the building or anything is also a digital interference. If you look at that way, this pandemic also gave us an opportunity to get into that kind of digital mode, I can put it. In addition to that, leave aside real estate one part. If you look at it, any segment for that matter, if irrespective of manufacturing, irrespective of any other segment, this digital transformation is going to be playing a major part. And with basic industry I am from, where the digital is not much heard of, is definitely getting into that, because differentiating yourself with a different aspect of bringing in technology is only making you different in the market. On that particular ground, we are coming up with a lot of digital interventions in our operations also. Showing you some files. I mean, I can understand there is a time, and Minister is also there just to showcase some of the slides for a quick reference, so that it will give some flavor of where and how it is in use. Are you able to see the screen? Is it possible now?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Very quickly, I'm not going to talk much about it, but how and all you can able to use digital initiatives in a commercial office building or a retail malls or anything. These are few examples put in place in our Chennai city in the Ascendus campus. You can call it as there is no touching of any kind of building or campus, right from entry to the building to exit of the building, going to the office, using the lift or coming. There are various initiatives which are put in place. Like for example, the one which is here is a thermal scanners. You don't read and it will automatically connect with the temperature. And there is a virtual digital board which will come up for you to get in choosing of that lift system to the upper floors, or you can call anything. It is just put in place. And if you look at, these are various initiatives which are possible in any building. IoT-based building platform which can monitor complete operation of the building, air conditioning, everything. You can call anything of this, but I'm not going to read all those things. But if you look at the pictures, which are all self-explanatory, you can also feel how good you are in your office space or in your buildings in terms of air quality, oxygen control. And if you talk about the other system, which is paperless office system, you can call it a facial recognition. There is no attendance signing. There is nothing required. Any labor, any employee, anybody coming in, going out, they will be monitored through facial recognition system itself. These are all digital transformation in our day-to-day working. Smart water metering system, the number plate monitoring system. You call anything in building segment. I'm not talking much, but if you look at it, there are potential opportunities in real estate also, where you can get into a kind of a startup or a kind of expansion of existing business. There is a huge potential which is available, which is what Capital Land put in place in all our parks, including Chennai. So my dear participants of this conference, this subject is not covered in any of the plenary sessions. That's why I touched upon this subject a little elaboratively. Make use of the digital transformation as part of your way of life so that you will be having comfortable life into doing the business. Thank you very much, one and all. Thank you, Honorable Minister, and all the participants for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Velan. That was such an insightful talk. I now request Dr. Pallab Saha, General Manager, India, at the Open Group and President Association of Enterprise Architects, to deliver the keynote address. To introduce him, Dr. Pallab Saha is a General Manager at the Open Group and President of Association of Enterprise Architects, and he heads and is responsible for all of the Open Group's business operations and growth in India and the region. Dr. Saha has been featured by Forbes, a senior lead expert in enterprise architecture and a visiting professor in digital architecture at the Indian Institute of Management, Visakhapatnam. Dr. Saha advises various ministries and states on matters pertaining to government-wide architecture initiatives. He has been a key contributing author of the India Enterprise Architecture Framework and the Digital Service Standards, and the co-author of the Agile India Framework, playing a critical role in these being notified as national standards. Dr. Saha was the chief architect to Andhra Pradesh State Enterprise Architecture called E-Pragati, taking it to the international prominence. His work has been cited by various international bodies like UN, ITU, World Health Organization, US Department of Defense, and much more. Dr. Saha holds a PhD in Information Systems from IISc Bangalore and received the Best Research Design and Best Thesis Awards for his doctorate. He is also an alumnus of MIT Sloan Executive Program and Wipro Business Leaders Program. Sir, please.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. And first of all, I'd like to thank SPIN Chennai, the organizers, for inviting me for this keynote session. I think in the previous two speakers have already alluded to how important digital transformation is to us as a country. So my intent here is, in the next 10 minutes with a few slides that I'm going to use, is to establish the context in terms of how we can look at digital transformation. Why is it important for India? How does it impact organizations, both the government entities and the corporate sector, and what we can do in terms of creating a I will share my screen. I'll share my screen. Yeah. And how it is important from a national perspective, because as you heard during the introduction, that I have been involved in creating 3 or 4 national standards. So I'm very much in line with what Dr. Rajaram was saying earlier, that it's important for us to build an index or build some kind of a maturity model which is relevant and contextual to India. It is very interesting how digital transformation as a concept or as a topic is evolving. If you really see this is as fresh as it gets. Earlier, Dr. Rajaram was talking about the $5 trillion economy. So you can see that, just today, a few hours back, this is the headline in the Economic Times, and you can see there the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology has set a 1,000-day plan, which is roughly 3 years, for a $1 trillion digital economy. So this kind of comes within that $5 trillion national economy. So 20% of that is expected to be a $1 trillion digital economy. We are currently at around $300 billion of digital economy. And as Dr. Whelan was saying, that every crisis is also an opportunity. What has happened is, as we all have experienced in the past 2 years or so, the adoption of digital technology has actually accelerated, so to speak, because of the various limitations we face in terms of working from home and working remotely. So one of the questions that typically people ask me is that what is the difference between what we have been doing in the past 10, 20, 30 years versus what we are trying to do today? So if you see this picture, this graphic actually tells you where we are trying to move, all the way from basic digitization of our business processes to completely changing the entire organizational culture, changing the workforce, adoption of new technologies, and changing the entire organization architecture, if you will, in terms of how digital technologies and digital transformation can give us sustainable advantage. So this is the kind of change that we are witnessing at this point. There are many situations that this has been achieved, and many situations where this is a work in progress, and therefore it's important for us to understand how mature organizations are, how organizations adopt technology in terms of achieving transformation goals. So the question that comes to our mind is that what constitutes digital transformation? So the thinking in the next 5-6 slides is something that is being taken from the India Enterprise Architecture Framework and the Agile India Framework. And I'm going to give you some examples in terms of what we have experienced right now in person. So as Dr. Rajaram was saying, it is important for every organization, be it a government organization, be it a corporate entity, be it private sector, it doesn't matter, you still need to have a digital strategy. It's very important for organizations to define what they want to achieve out of their digital technologies, what is the action plan, what are the benefits. Now, typically from a government perspective, what we have taken is the approach of achieving the sustainable development goals, because that in a sense gives us what we want to achieve. Because at the end of the day, digital transformation should benefit the people. It should not be just for the sake of adopting an AI or ML or IoT or cloud or digital twins. It doesn't matter. It is irrelevant to the common person. I cannot go to a villager. I cannot go to a farmer in a rural area and say, I've adopted IoT, and therefore, you should be excited. That person, that farmer is never going to be excited unless I tell him that it's going to double his income from the farmland. So that is the kind of strategy that we need to keep in mind when we talk of digital technology, especially in terms of transformation. The core layer from this picture, as you can see here, is right in the center, which is architecture. If we are looking at transformation, and as we know, transformation is big change. It is not an incremental change. It needs to be architected. It is not going to be happening by accident. And what we are seeing in India is that all putting these together, right? And I'm sure all of you have heard of this Digital India as a program, right? And one of the things that you're starting to see within the context of Digital India is that now we are starting to roll out public digital platforms. On 15th of August, 2020, which is last year, the Honorable Prime Minister announced the National Digital Health Mission. So that was the first priority area. So today, if you look at your COVID certificate, your vaccination certificate, you must be seeing a 13-digit number called the beneficiary ID. that is actually your digital health ID. Most people don't even know this, because this is the first thing that is required to provide a digital service. You have to provide a unique identifier. So that's an example of how it is changing and affecting all of us, even as we speak. The second platform, which will be announced on the 2nd of October by the Prime Minister again, will be the National Digital Education Architecture, NDA, right? Because what you will see is that typically, as you know, agriculture, health, education are all state level subjects. So typically what you will see is that the states tend to do their own thing. So it's important for us to think holistically, look at it in an integrated manner, and therefore, take benefits of economies of scale. So these are the kind of digital platforms which are being rolled out even as we speak. So this framework actually gives you a general sense of what are the key capabilities that constitute digital transformation. Now, people typically ask me, do we need all the layers of the digital transformation framework that I just showed in the previous slide? I said absolutely, because this slide actually shows you if there are, so if you see there are in the previous picture, there are 8 different layers, and this picture shows you what happens, what is the impact should one of those layers actually be missing. So what happens, for instance, take the first line there. What happens if digital strategy is missing? You can see the digital strategy box being grayed out there. It means that you can obviously go ahead with your digital transformation, but it will lack direction, it will lack focus. Or let's take another one. Let's take the bottom one. What happens if a platform is missing? You can see the platform box being grayed out there. It means that you will not be able to implement what you have been able to strategize and architect. So you can see, I don't want to go through the details of this, but what it actually shows you is that if one or more layers, so to speak, of your capabilities of digital transformation is missing, there are profound impact in the success of what is happening. So effectively, what this means is all of those 8 layers in the previous slide that I showed you are actually essential for organizations to manage and govern their digital transformation program. Now, in our assessment, how do we see organizations adopting digital transformation? So what we have done here is created a simple 2x2 framework. As you can see, this is a 2-dimensional framework. There is an x-axis and the y-axis. The x-axis tells us how rapid is the transformation, and the y-axis tells us how extensive is the transformation. Rapidity is the speed of transformation. Do you really want to move fast? Do you want to take it slow? That's what it is measuring. And extensiveness is, do you really want to do it enterprise-wide, or if you want to do it for a specific geography or a specific line of business or a function? So if you put these 2 dimensions together, you get these 4 quadrants, if you will, in terms of how organizations can be classified on their digital transformation maturity, moving all the way from being a digital laggard to being a digital follower, a digital trailblazer, to a digital leader. Typically, what you will see is that about 15 to 20% of organizations fall in the topmost quadrant, which is digital leader, and others fall in the remaining 3 quadrants. Obviously, nobody wants to be a digital laggard. Therefore, they have a plan in place to move either all the way to digital leadership or digital followership or digital trailblazer. So this is the kind of approach that we are starting to use in terms of organizing and classifying, organizations and enterprises in terms of how they kind of adopt and adapt to digital transformation. As I was saying in my previous slide, this is the kind of pathways that organizations, if you will, actually move, all the way moving from being a laggard to being a follower or a leader. But one thing that we have to understand is that, in terms of certain imperatives that organizations need to take into consideration. The first one is you have to take a holistic approach. So during the introduction, as the person was saying, that we are looking at an India enterprise architecture framework. That is an example of taking a holistic approach in terms of digital transformation, which is architecture driven. The second thing is, we know that transformation is painful. There will be people with vested interests who will try to stop you. And I'm saying this from personal experience, because as I go to states and as I go to different ministries, I can see this and I can experience this firsthand. So therefore, it's important for us to understand the 3 vectors of success. Number 1 is scale, scope, and speed. It's important, the 3S. Why? Because after a point, it becomes too big to fail. You cannot, today, nobody can fail Aadhaar ID. It is so big and it is so, well entrenched in the society, so to speak, nobody can say that Aadhaar ID can fail. It cannot be failed anymore, right? GST cannot be failed anymore. It is so big, right? So that is an example of why digital change needs to be using these three vectors in terms of scale, scope, and speed. As I said, already alluded to, digital transformation needs to lead to better business outcomes. In the government, we typically link it to the Sustainable Development Goals, which have been defined by the United Nations. Data, of course, is very important, and all of you must be definitely aware that the government of India is now currently working on the Personal Data Protection Bill and the Non-Personal Data Protection Bill, and that is one of the steps towards data security and data privacy. And as I've already alluded to in my previous two slides, architecture plays a very important and foundational role, because without the architecture, it will fall flat. There are many failure stories of architecture within India itself. One of the largest private sector banks was, I'm not going to name the bank, but I'm sure you can guess, the largest private sector bank in India was barred by the Reserve Bank of India to take new customers, credit card customers, because their architecture failed and the system could not scale up. All of us are already aware of what is happening from an income tax portal perspective, right? So without taking any names, I think you can figure out that architecture, if you get it wrong, your enterprise will fail. It is as simple as that. Your transformation is failed. Without architecture, there is no transformation. It is not going to happen. It is not going to be sustainable. So coming back to summarizing all of the stuff that I've spoken about and touched about on this. So what are the different dimensions that organizations need to transform? Typically, what you will see is that people think that when organizations have to transform, the only thing they need to think about is digital technologies. The only thing that magically adopting AI, magically adopting ML or digital twins will transform their organizations. It is not going to happen. In fact, there are many things that need to be taken into consideration, ranging all the way from how the organization itself is structured, how the architecture is designed, what is the development framework being used, how quickly are you making releases, what is the practice model, how are you going to host your IT infrastructure, where are you going to source your solutions, who's going to support your solutions, all the way to security. Now, security is something that is typically forgotten in India. When you're talking of a public digital platform, which is transforming an entire sector, example, health, example, agriculture, example, education, and you allow entrepreneurs to come and host your solutions on your digital platform, it means that the perimeter-based security that typically that we are very used to and very familiar with will no longer work. Even organizations have to move from a perimeter-based security to a trusted providers model to a zero trust security model, which means you don't trust anybody coming into the platform and you assume that a breach has taken place, right? Typically, it's a very, very different approach. So you can see the 9 different dimensions that organizations have to master to get their digital transformation journey going. So as you can see on the left of the slide, there is a current state right at the top, there is a transition phase in the middle, and there is a target state. So what I typically see is that organizations pick and choose 1 or 2 dimensions based on whatever is politically acceptable to them. Please understand, transformation is highly political. What is politically acceptable to them, and therefore they think that they've done transformation. In most cases, whenever we come up with a maturity model index, we need to consider all of these dimensions so that we have a holistic perspective to transformation. This then brings me to the last slide, which is basically the intent and outcome. As Dr. Rajaram was saying, this is not a one-off event. This needs to be followed up with something relevant to India. So what I'm suggesting is that we create a digital transformation maturity index, a team to create that. And later in the evening, we are going to talk about this in terms of creating a special interest group. But in terms of creating an index, what we need to understand is the purpose, the motivation, what are the indicators that need to go into this, what is the current gap in the literature and any body of knowledge, how do we contextualize to India, how do we collect the data, how do we analyze the data, how do we validate the observations, do we have a couple of states and organizations who are willing to be part of the validation process? The Honorable Minister is here. I'm very happy to say that just last week, I reviewed Tamil Nadu government's digital transformation blueprint. It's a draft version, but I had a review of it because it is sent to me for a quick review. So I'm kind of aware of what is also going on in Tamil Nadu as a state itself. So very happy to know that. It's a very, very pleasant coincidence, so to speak. So coming to the validation, can we identify 3 or 4 organizations, both from the government and the corporate sector, in terms of validating the index? And then how do we report the results? Obviously, it would be good for us to run a national survey every 2 years, but that is something that we are going to discuss later in the panel discussion where we talk about the special interest group. So with this, I finish my quick presentation, which I hope sets the context for what this event is all about and where we want to move in terms of going forward, or as a concrete action item take away from this from this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pallab Sahab. That was brilliant. I would like to pick up one word which I really love, the tectonic shift that actually leads to business outcomes. The whole thing, if I need to put it in one nutshell, it was such an amazing speech, and I hope all the viewers here are able to take all these insights and perspectives. This is really amazing, sir. I would now like to welcome Professor Saugata Ray. He's a professor of strategy and entrepreneurship practice, Thomas Schmeiny's chair professor and executive director, and his profile is equally amazing. He was senior level executive in Infosys Technologies for 2 years in a strategic role as head of innovation lab. He's an alumnus of IIM Ahmedabad and Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology, Shibpur. He blends over 3 decades of experiences in diverse roles: international quality, academic, research and institution building practice with hands-on corporate managerial and governance experiences as an executive member of the board of directors, co-founder and advisor of startups. And he has developed deep insight into strategy, innovations, entrepreneurship, digital transformation, governance, international business, and global competitiveness of firms in high growth economies through intense academic research and various corporate interactions. As a consultant, advisor, coach, trainer, executive, and board of member. He's one of the most prolific and cited homegrown strategy scholars in India with over 150 research papers, monographs, book chapters, case studies, and teaching notes. A sought-after teacher among his MBA and doctoral students, Mr. Saugata has received several prestigious research and teaching awards and many more award nominations. He has taught in scores of executive education programs in India as well as abroad. He takes keen interest in helping ambitious companies, family firms, and business groups to multiply revenue, profit, and stakeholder value through well-crafted business and growth strategies following sustainability principles. He has advised national and state governments on attracting investments, promoting exports of goods and services, forming industry clusters and startup ecosystems, and improving competitiveness of local industries and firms. This profile is quite extensive, expansive. All the profiles of the speakers will definitely be there on our websites. I request all the viewers to go through their profiles once again, because we've not been able to cover the entire gamut. Over to you, Dr. Saugata.
Thank you. I wish my introduction was a little shorter, then I would have a few more minutes to speak, because I have a hard stop in next 5 minutes. Anyway, I think thank both the organizers very much, both Dr. Rajarams, to invite me into this very, very important conference, very significant and an opportune moment where the digital transformation or digital technology enabled economic growth, as many of the speakers are talking about, is the future for India. Also distinguished and also the Honorable IT Minister, the distinguished other speakers, the guests, many of the distinguished panelists will be also speaking later. So with respect to them, good afternoon, everybody. I just want to make a few quick points because a significant amount of conversation has already happened, and I have seen the outline of the day. It is packed with some luminaries who will be speaking on this subject. I just want to make one fundamental point, that when you are at a point in time when you are discussing about digital transformation, let's be clear that digital transformation is no longer a choice for any organization as we speak today. It is all about imperative. 10 years, 15 years ago, or even before that, when the person like Mr. Rajit Balakrishnan was starting his Rediff.com, it was a choice. It was a strategic choice and sometimes an entrepreneurial choice well ahead of time. But then today it is about catching up game. It is about joining already a flow which many people have already taken a lead on that. And that's something which is to be very, very careful. We need to understand that. And therefore, those conversations are not about dithering about whether to make a choice or not. It's about which way to go, how to go about it. And in that case, of course, any such transformational exercise, you need to have a roadmap, as Dr. Shah and others have been spoken about it. And I see there are several others who will be talking about it. Significant work has happened both in the academic circle and the consulting circle in terms of how to go about doing those transformation. So without going into those, I will just make two very important points as I feel looking at the experience of transformation in the earlier era, because this kind of transformation is not new in the history of human civilization or in the history of, say, industrial evolution, that we many times in those transformation exercises get lost on the form or on the structure of the transformation. But actually the real value of the transformation that can be only achieved when that we move from getting into a structure, getting into those assets, but into the behavior of people adopting and using those technologies, the assets, those capabilities on a regular basis, and eventually is altering that fundamental DNA of the organization. That's one very important thing that you want to leave out. The second is this digital transformation is not about an organization transformation. Let's be clear that the real value of the digital transformation can happen only when the entire ecosystem goes through a significant transformation. So any transformation model that we are talking of developing or planning to develop must include the ecosystem. And that's why I would say that there is a significant difference that we see in terms of how the transformation journey in terms of quality movements or even in the innovation movement happen vis-a-vis digital transformation, that where ecosystem has to be looked into very carefully, because one organization can create wonderful technology, architecture, assets, capabilities, but then it's about what you see, it's about the entire ecosystem, how that actually is geared towards it. And to that extent, what Dr. Shah was mentioning about government plays a very, very critical role. And I'm very happy that India, it is in such a situation that while the COVID-19 has been a disaster for the human civilization, human society, but it's also thrown up a significant opportunity for India to leapfrog from all these years that what we have been doing for the last 200, 250 years, we've been trying to catch up, getting into a catch-up game, and particularly post-independence on almost every areas. And here is an opportune moment for us to actually leapfrog into a sphere where we can be the real leaders. And that's where both the industry, the individual firms, the entrepreneurs, they are having significant, important responsibilities toward that. And I see that when you talk about digital transformation, please understand that transformation for some who are actually already existing in an analog world, or it's existing in primarily with physical assets. But a large section of enterprises that are getting born every day, for them, there is no transformation. It is about that many of them are actually born digital. And therefore, for them, what is challenging is actually how quickly the ecosystem gets developed to give them the advantage of their being born digital. So when you are looking at the digital transformation issues, we need to see those set of companies, sort of enterprises were legacy issues, and they were joining the race, joining the game, at a certain different level, and different industries has different kind of impact in terms of how fast, how slow that process can be, and to what extent they have to balance between the physical world and the digital or a virtual world. But for many other enterprises, newborn enterprises, it is all about how quickly the ecosystem gets developed. And you could see that in the fintech world and others, that when the ecosystem is getting developed, how quickly those companies are actually being able to leverage that. And this distinction has to be mindful about any such kind of transformation journey that we are talking about for a nation, for an industry. And finally, I just to leave with one simple thought about that in this journey, as you see that the digital or physical, that divide was not new. It has been always there, but the significant difference that we are seeing today and going to see in the next maybe 10 years, 20 years in different parts of the globe is a divide between the digital literate and digital illiterate is going to, the gap is going to widen significantly. And that divide and digital world or the virtual world becoming a bigger component of the global and national economy. And in that, if people are left behind, there will be a significant consequence, social consequences for the country, for the economy and the society. And we need to be mindful about having our own approaches. How do you be more inclusive in that transformation journey? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I have to go into another AGM, so I'll say take your leave and drop off from the seminar, and wish everybody a great time and a great day in terms of understanding digital transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saugata.
Thank you, Dr. Saugata, for the insightful and impactful keynote in a manner which should be understood by all. With immense pleasure and joy, I now request our Chief Guest, Mr. Mano Thangaraj, Honorable Minister for Information Technology, Kanyakumari District. The Honorable Minister for Information Technology, T. Mano Thangaraj, has been actively involved in public service and a social activist for 2 decades since his student days. He has been in the College Student Union Chairman and a District Panchayat Union Chairman in Kanyakumari. Elected from Padmanabhapuram for the second time as MLA, Mano Thangaraj has done his Intl in English and is a nature lover and an excellent orator. Thank you, sir, for your kind presence.
Hey, sir, you are on mute.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this international summit for the grand success on behalf of the government of Tamil Nadu. I'm glad that SPIN Chennai, the 25-year-old industry body, had conceived this annual international summit and exhibition focused on the themes digital transformation maturity, an imperative driver of growth economy, and I take pleasure in being in your midst of this virtual platform to inaugurate this well thought out event. I'm really happy to congratulate Dr. Rajaram and Venkatraman, President SPIN Chennai, and Dr. Ellen Rajaram, the conference chair of SPICON 2021, for their efforts in promoting knowledge and keeping the industry and professional relevant. The value adding through the various initiatives taken over the years and their focus on building a India-centric model. We definitely do not want to be just users of foreign originated models and frameworks. We want Make India and Make in Tamil Nadu, which the Chief Minister has announced 2 days ago. Before moving on to the summit, I take this opportunity to thank from bottom of my heart to all those in medical, health, and police, and all such support services cutting across various departments, various organizations, and innumerable number of well-wishers trying to support the Herculean task of government combating the pandemic that we are coming through. While we had underestimated the changing shift in our lives, and ever debated subjects of lives versus economy, our government with your support had been working overtime to save lives and wellness of humans. Though we still have a way to go, would like to take a moment to capture the brief milestone we had gone through to mitigate the agony caused by the pandemic. Technology had always a great accelerator of mitigating the sufferings of humans, and I congratulate SPIN Chennai and all in the medical, tech, and support industries to come forward to share their knowledge and best practices today with topics of such great relevance than ever before. Evolving around today's Chennai theme of summit, digital transformation maturity, an imperative driver of growth economy will bring to light lot of emerging technologies which are of use to all industries and help companies to showcase, deliberate, explore the latest technologies, opportunities, and innovations, shaping business and social systems. It should be, in my opinion, provide lot of practical takeaways on how our society can benefit in an optimum way from this digital transformation, with ideas for rural hinterland to get connected to and benefited from this. I take pleasure in formally releasing the knowledge paper in line with the topic of this summit prepared by SPIN Chennai. I also want to thank exhibitors who are showcasing in this summit using the original exhibition platform developed locally in Chennai. I understand that delegates, dignitaries, industry bodies, organizations, and many had come together to make this program by SPIN Chennai happen in such a manner, despite constraints by pandemic. I sincerely thank one and all for your time and effort for making this happen. And I want to supplement certain things with regard to the government initiatives that has been taken as the new government is in place. And I hope you are all well aware that our CM is very specific in 2-3 areas. Like he wants to give a data-centric governance and also a transparent governance through digitalization of the entire governing system. And you may be aware that an achievement in part of our IT department in these 100 days, you can very well say that the digitalization of the Legislative Assembly. And we have very successfully conducted a paperless assembly session, which concluded 2 weeks back. And for your information, I am telling that as a legislator, I have personally experienced the huge bundle of books that even no one can go through that. That much of that volume of things will be given. I can say here lorry load per year that has to be carried out by each legislator. And unfortunately, for getting a small information from that, it is such a difficult thing to search and find it out. But now, you know, the entire policies of various departments, all the departments are there in my cell phone. That is the thing that we have made. The one-time announcements, the bills that are being introduced, the legislations which are being passed, all these things are now in the tablets we have given to the legislators. That is a milestone achievement of this government, I can very well say. And as far as digitalization is concerned, the Chief Minister has given a deadline to complete the digitalization of the Secretariat, entire Secretariat, as a paperless Secretariat by the end of this year. And the IT department, with the cooperation of all the departments, we have fixed target that by February, by all means, we have to complete the process of digitalization of the entire Secretariat. And we have started training the total number of nearly, I think, there are 3,700 staffs in the Secretariat, and they are going to be trained in a phased manner. Before 10 days, myself and the Finance Minister has inaugurated the training sessions, and it is continuously going on. So we are taking a lot of efforts, and of course, I can say that we are going to launch few schemes like the BharatNet scheme to give the broadband connection, fiber net connection to all the 12,525 village panchayats of Tamil Nadu. And there is a case pending in the High Court, and we hope the Honorable High Court will dispose the case early so that we can roll out the project within few weeks, and we will be able to complete the process in a year. So that is the target we have fixed, and we are following it in the court properly. And initiatives like e-villages, the government has planned to roll out a project called e-villages, in which we are going to bring the digital transformation, not only at the urban level, but at the local level, so that each citizen is going to get benefited. And I hope all you are aware that the e-survey centers that is going to be empowered with all the government schemes. For example, now people can avail nearly 131 government schemes through e-survey centers. And we have decided by January or February, nearly 600 welfare schemes by various government departments are to be channeled through e-survey centers, so that there will not be any need for going to offices to get their problem solved. So these are all certain initiatives the government is taking, and our Honorable CM is very committed towards bringing the technology into governance, so that the delivery of services will be more easy, and people will have easy access to all the government schemes and things like that. And also with regard to data center governance, I can tell you that in the recent past, you might have read in the newspapers that the present government has announced a loan waiver for the poor people. But unfortunately, when we took the data and we perused it, it's a wonder, because initially it was calculated that an amount of 19,000 crore will be required to meet out this loan waiver. But now, after making all these things in a digital thing, we have saved nearly 13,000 crore. Now we have found that large number of mistakes have happened at various stages, and the real beneficiaries come up to only 6,000 crore. So it's a big achievement.
Yeah, it's a big achievement.
Yes. And after this thing, the Honorable Chief Minister is very much concerned that all the departments should be integrated with the IT department. And yesterday, a GO has been passed. GO has been issued, and according to that, all the departments will nominate an undersecretary level officer, and it will be coordinated by the IT department, and they have to channelize all their data, and those data will be maintained by the IT department, and it will be used as a basic thing for making any decisions. So that's also going to be a very big what I will say, that is achievement in the part of the government. So anyway, friends, we will all work together in the coming days, and we are very open, and I have been repeating this thing in all the meetings and wherever I go, because in the past most people told me that the approach of the government and the attitude of the government officials were not friendly enough to bring in investments and promote IT related things in this state. So this thing will not be anymore in Tamil Nadu. This government will be very friendly with the what I can say, very friendly attitude, and our approaches will be very clear and transparent, and it will be very user friendly to the people who want to invest, or people who want to work in collaboration in terms of technology, in terms of knowledge, in terms of whatever it is. So with these words, I conclude my speech, and once again, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the organizers of this event, and I wish all success of this event. And you can also send across to me the minutes of this wonderful conference, so that we will also get some ideas what you have taken decisions, and we will also incorporate all those things wherever it is required. Thank you all.
Fantastic, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and enlightening speech. And okay, may I request you to release the knowledge paper prepared by SPIN Chennai around the STEAM digital transformation maturity?
Honorable Minister, it is here Senthil Kumar for your support in helping you. I'm just giving this remote control to you.
Yes.
Yes, sir. You will have the control right now. You can use your mouse to click this right arrow, and this will be release of a knowledge paper. Use your mouse to use your mouse to go to the right side of your screen. You could see an arrow. Yes, sir.
Arrow I could find out.
Yes, sir. That's it.
This thing.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Thanks, sir, for releasing this paper.
Thank you.
So may I request you now to inaugurate the SPINCON 2021 exhibition by Sendil?
Give you control, sir.
Yes.
Yes, it is yet to come up.
Sir, you have the control, sir.
Yes.
Senthil, that Mangala essay also you can, if it is available.
I'd like to take you through these stalls, sir.
Yeah, maybe one stall you can show. Yeah, I think network.
There is a slide. I'll 1 second share it.
Just another 30 seconds you can show. Yes, Intl. Yeah, the beauty of this stall is that it exactly mimics the physical exhibition. Whatever you can do with the physical exhibition in terms of sharing your visiting card, taking the visiting card from there, looking at the brochure, looking at playing the video. All of these have been developed by our Kriya Tech, Bhaskaran. It's called Kriya DG Fair. This is the exhibition. So this is being used by across FICI as well as SPIN for all the digital exhibitions. And Bhaskar has done a very nice job in terms of preparing this platform, locally made in Chennai.
The link to the exhibition portal is in the chat box. You may use it to...
Sir, you are in mute. Yes, sir. Yeah, Senthil, what did you say?
I was saying the link to the exhibition portal is put up in the chat box.
Okay.
Everyone may have that link to access the exhibition portal.
Sure. Then let's move on to the next section, please.
May I now request? Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, you're audible.
Please go ahead.
I now request our treasurer to please give the vote of thanks. Mr. Ramkumar Ramachandran.
Thank you,
I would also just like to, before that, sir, I would just like to mention the names of the stalls. Jayam SCM Consultants Private Limited, Indium Software, Kriatech IT Systems, Kriti Labs Technologies, Resenwait, Grahas VR, Gautam Detective and Security Services, Digital SEO Marketing, Capital Land, Zonio, New Indian Express, and SPIN Chennai. And like Mr. Sendil said, it's there on the link is there on our chat box. Please do visit the stalls, and over to you, sir. Mr. Ramkumar.
Thank you. So, very good afternoon, everybody. We at SPIN Chennai are a single family. Okay, all of us. We are not an organization. We don't run a business, but then we have common interest. And I'm glad that I'm here to tell the word of thanks. To start with, okay, there are a lot of stalwarts who started this initiative. And one of the first prestigious members happens to be Major Chandra, who should have been here, but due to certain reasons, he is not here. So I would like to thank him at the start, who has been a guiding light for SPIN Chennai. So Major Chandra, I'm sure you are witnessing this program from your place. So with that, I start this. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister of IT. I mean, the young and energetic. I'm so happy that, a person like this with a lot of brimming ideas coming over here to SPIN Chennai and then, telling his views and vision for the industry. We are so glad and we are really thrilled with the words what was told to us. And, the way you brought out your ideas, I'm very happy, sir. Really, it was, very inspiring. It is not about digital transformation, but, you're able to make the people happy with the transformation. That is much more better initiative. And when you told it's going to create a friendly government departments, and that's the best thing anyone could like to see. And we are so glad that, you are trying to align the digital transformation into the people's happiness as well. So we'd like to thank you, sir. I'm sure that we know that you have a very tight schedule, and amongst that schedule, being here for us patiently hearing us and then giving your vision is of immense happiness to us. Thank you, sir. Thanks for that. So our thanks first go to you. And then Dr. C. Valen, okay, he talked about in the special address about the sponsorship support that we gave through Capital Land. We're very glad, and he's not new face for SPIN Chennai. He has been with us for quite some time. And the team partner being his company, his effort to showcase on the new digital initiatives in the real estate industry is very different. We don't hear that every other day. And the best thing is the digital transformation is leading to a better quality of life and security. So that is the best thing you can ever hear. It is not about the frills of the transformation, but impacting the individual and the good quality of life and security was very, very interesting.
Ram, sorry to interrupt. I think in the interest of time, we can make it.
Sure. Okay.
Already running.
Yeah, sure. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, thanks. Okay, and of course, I could not miss out any names. Dr. Ballab Saha, he gave a very inspiring session. His session, where he talked about the digital transformation maturity index. The index is going to tell where we stand. Okay, that is something really interesting. So we are glad to work along with Dr. Saha and then see how we can implement the same in the industry. And Dr. Saugata Ray, okay, and he also had limited time but gave a wonderful session. And he told about considering the entire ecosystem. Remember, it's not about improvement in silos, but the entire ecosystem to be done to get a sustainable initiative. Okay. We'd like to thank the team partner, Indium Software. Indium Software has always supported the SPIN Chennai all along for quite a long time, and this time also their team partner. Thank you, Indium Software. So, and Ramesh specifically, he has been a pillar of SPIN Chennai as well as past president. Thanks for that. We'd like to thank all the exhibitors who have been showcasing their products and services in SPICON. And we'd like to thank the key support partners, the New Indian Express, Digital Outreach Partner, Digital CCO, Technology Partner, Createch, and of course, the International Journal, IEGCPG. So who publish our articles, who is present in the SPIN Chennai. We also like to thank the supporting organization like Internet, SPIN Hyderabad, SPIN Bangalore, ACM India, IEEE, ISACA, PMI, Cyber Security Society of India, CSPF, and many others. The session would never have been possible without the members of SPIN Chennai. Members always had the faith in SPIN Chennai, and their active participation, feedback, and involvement has been growing in leaps and bounds over the last years. So thanks for all the support that you give. And the next set of people should be that, Dr. Ellen Rajaram. See, they all get missed out. Many times, Dr. Ellen Rajaram was a founding member of SPIN Chennai. They get missed out, and Rajamanikam, Major. All these three are the main stalwarts of SPIN Chennai, who have been very silent back-end supporters, and they come to the front only when they need. Otherwise, they are the key players of SPIN Chennai. Their steadfast support and contribution ensured SPIN Chennai was able to come past all the challenging times that we had. We cannot miss out to support the sort of corporates that is always there to support the SPIN Chennai initiatives. SPIN Chennai being a not-for-profit initiative, as I told earlier, it needs a sponsorship elixir to do what it wanted to do. So special thanks to the Createch, Indian Express, and others. The best thing are held for the last. Okay, the one key source behind the entire SPIN Chennai presentation is President Dr. Rajaram Venkatraman. So Rajaram, we have to thank you a lot. It never happens every time. Once in a while, we get a chance to thank you. And this is an opportunity to thank for all your efforts, pushing people, getting things done, and giving a value to society. So we are very glad about that. There are quite a lot of unseen actors. Okay, in spite of me listing out the names over here, there are quite a lot of people who are behind the scene, who are doing things. People like Nitya, Anandi, Sendil, Srinivasan, Shankar, Raghav, Kalyani, and Vijay. So all of this and few more possibly have been the back-end supporters. You only hear them. Very rarely you see them, and you see them in their actions, what they do. And one point which I want to tell in this forum before I wind up is that Raghav, being part of the board of SPIN Chennai, is the youngest global board member of SPIN Chennai. There are 100 spins across the globe, and Raghav happens to be the youngest board member. So, and he has been actively participating, contributing a lot. So thank you, Raghav, for that. And finally, we from Chennai Governing Board would like to thank many other players who have contributed and without any expectation of SPICON 2021. With this support, we are geared for the next SPICON. So shortly expect the next announcement of the next SPICON. and that could be on a bigger scale than what we have done now. And with the government support in place, we'll be ensuring that it is a great show, and that will be aligned to the expectations of the industry, academy, and the common people. Thanks a lot. Thanks again for your support. We'll keep taking. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we also need to add that we want to thank all the participants here, the viewers here, who are part of this entire event. But for you all, this wouldn't be such a grand event today. So thank you all for being here, and stay tuned till the end, because we have got some interesting announcements to make. So are you all ears? Can I say, why don't you all type BIO, bring it on the chat box. So I know you're all listening to me, because this is all virtual, right? If you're seeing each other, it will be a different ball game. So those who are all there, I can see so many participants. So why don't you all just say, bring it on, and then I will share what we have in store for the rest of the day. Please start typing on the chat box, right? So we've got some interesting announcements to make. And the first one is contest. Yes, I love this. Bring it on. I want more BIOs on my chat box. So one is the best question award. Usually, we never get awards for questions, right? We'll get awards only when we give a best answer. But SPIN Chennai is very different. They tell us, you bring out the best question and you win rewards. Isn't that easy? So after each plenary session and with the speakers, you may type your question on the chat box, and the best question gets an award. All the questions will be read by a jury, right? So please, that is such an interesting thing to take away from this conference. So take a paper and pen, follow the session, follow the speakers, ask questions at the end of each session, right? Okay. The second is a Facebook contest. So anybody who does a Facebook post with one of the artifacts, like one of the figures or one of the, let's say a banner or whatever is you see on the screen, you can post it on Facebook, and the most number of likes, you will get an award. But there is a time slot that is 7:30 p.m. and you can WhatsApp your likes to Mr. Raghav, and Raghav's number will be shared on the chat box. And the third is a SPICON 2021 raffle, right? So there will be a raffle drawn on 31st October with the names of all those who are registered in the SPICON 2021 exhibition platform, which means you all have to take a walk through the stalls there on our SPICON site. So please go through the exhibitions, drop in your names, register your name so that we know you've been there. Right? And the lucky winner from the raffle will be done on October 31st at 5 p.m. The website link, everything will be shared on the chat box. So before we start our plenary session 1, I would like to thank all our partners, the speakers who've been immensely patient with their time and greatly sharing the knowledge. I'm setting the tone for the entire day. So thank you, distinguished speakers, the participants, and of course, all our partners and stall owners. We will be starting our plenary session 1 soon. Dr. Rajaram Venkatraman, would you like to add something?
We want to thank the Honorable Minister.
Yes, I thought you would like to do it, hence I left it.
Yeah, definitely, sir. Your presence here makes it very, very special. And the simplicity with which you talked and the user experience the way you want to deal with the industry and the citizens is amazing. And this is going to go a long way in making Tamil Nadu the best state in India. No doubt about that. We are, in terms of economy, in terms of ease of doing business, in terms of e-governance, we are in the top 5. We are very close, 2 or 3 in many parameters. And I'm sure with your leadership and with all the departments understanding the digital transformation impact, I'm sure we'll go a long way. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence. And we look forward to more such associations. Thank you. Yeah, Kalyani, it is 3:23 now. Are we assembling at 3:27 to start?
Okay. So to all the participants, In the next 5 minutes, we'll be starting plenary session 1. And the topic will be emerging technologies, accelerating digital transformation. It will be chaired by Dr. Rajaram Venkatraman, and we've got 3 speakers for the session. Meet you all in the next 5 minutes. We'll have Mr. Ajit Balakrishnan, Mr. Mohammad Nasrullah Khan, and Mr. Rajesh. Mr. Rajesh Ramachandran. See you all in 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a fantastic. Sir, good afternoon, Mr. Ajit, Mr. Nasrullah.
Hello. Hi.
Yeah, Senthil,
Shall I share my screen? Yes.
Sir, can I start? May I start, sir?
Yeah, let us start.
Welcome again to our plenary session 1, Emerging Technologies, Accelerating Digital Transformation. This session is being chaired by our very own SPIN President, Dr. Rajaram Venkatraman, CEO, and CEO of WhaleTech TBI Ecosystem and President of SPIN Chennai. Dr. Rajaram Venkatraman is the President SPIN Chennai and CEO of WhaleTech Technology Business Incubator and Entrepreneurship Ecosystem, where he has built a vibrant innovation ecosystem with startup entrepreneurs numbering more than 200.
Yeah, already it is done. I think we can skip mine. We can go to the speakers, please.
I don't think we did yours, sir. Okay. Anyway, I'll just finish it. Yes. Okay, I'll just finish it by saying about your awards. It includes the CEO of the Year at Corporate Guru World Summit Awards, and then his award for contribution to innovation and national building, Smart City Leadership Award from Z Business, and much more. We can see his profile here. We can go on and speaking about Rajaram sir, and especially his valuable contribution at WhaleTech. We have our speakers, Mr. Ajit Balakrishnan, founder and CEO of Rediff.com. He's a founder, chairman, CEO, and principal shareholder of Rediff.com. Graduated from IIM Calcutta in 1971 with 2 awards. Public service roles as chairman, board of governors, IIM Calcutta for 2 terms. Member of committee that updated the Indian IT Act 2008 and personally wrote Section 79 on intermediaries. He's chaired the Ministry of Information Technology Working Group on Internet Governance and Proliferation. Member of Education Ministries IIM Review Committee 2008, chaired Education Ministries Committee on Online Education 2010, and he's also chaired the Education Ministry's Committee on National Education Policy Subcommittee on Higher Education and Employment 2019. He grew up in a very small town called Kannur in the Malabar coast of Kerala, son and grandson of medical doctors. He is author of the book, The Wave Rider, a chronicle of the information age by Macmillan. He's passionate about machine learning and spends 3 hours plus a day writing code, Python and R. Our next speaker is Mr. Mohammad Nasrullah Khan. He's Associate Director, Digital Transformation, Dr. Reddy's Labs. He's a digital and process excellence leader with a versatile experience of over 13 years in driving enterprise digital transformation, product platform management, technology consulting, and end-to-end product development. He's passionate about transforming people's lives and organizational processes by enabling simplified experiences to complex problems, working at the intersection of design, technology, and business. He currently heads the Operations Transformation track of Digital Center of Excellence at Dr. Reddy's and has played a critical role in the organization's endeavor to utilize digital as a key lever for competitive advantage. Another distinguished speaker with us today is Mr. Rajesh Ramachandran, Global Chief Digital Officer, Industrial Automation and Head of ABB Ability Platform, ABB Group. Mr. Rajesh Ramachandran is a technology evangelist with 3 decades of experience in technology, product business, industry, domain, and organizational leadership. Mr. Rajesh Ramachandran has built successful and award-winning platforms, products, and solutions with a hybrid product strategy model that taps the best of business-driven technology innovation and technology-driven business innovation. As a strong product and technology leader, he has excelled across entire product ecosystem, right from product vision and strategy, M&A research, product development, and he has also successfully transformed businesses to IP and platform-led, non-linear, highly profitable growth businesses. He has transformed organizations to move up in the digital transformation and industry 4.0 value chain. He's built some of the world's most scalable platforms, systems, and converged industry-rich solutions, rich industry domain expertise across energy and utilities, chemicals, manufacturing, transformation, retail, smart cities, government, and defense. Over to you, Rajaram, sir. And thank you all speakers for being with us today. It makes a whole lot of difference.
Thank you very much, Kalyani. You bring a whole lot of enthusiasm and which is very infectious. Happy afternoon, everyone. Pleased to meet you all again under the aegis of SPICON 2021, and this time as part of Plenary 1. It feels very good to have the first set of eminent speakers on this panel set the building blocks for the entire conference. As Dr. Ellen Rajaram said, this is Plenary 1 is going to be the base building where we are going to bust some of the myths around the digital transformation, talk about what is it, how is it, what are the metrics, what is the difference between IT transformation and digital transformation, all of those. So today morning, I just saw the news. Freshworks got listed in NASDAQ, and it is valued at $13 billion. Imagine a startup founded in Chennai by a group of people who came out of Zoho. Zoho is another startup which is again world famous, which is out of Chennai. And 10 years ago, as this Freshworks has grown by leaps and bounds to this stage of listing in NASDAQ with such a high valuation. This is again the power of digital transformation. So if you take Apple in hardware and devices, what they have done is they combine the power of 4 devices into one, such as GPS, mobile, camera, and this one. They combine into an iPhone. Similarly, taking cue from that, Freshworks has delivered cleverly combined 3 or 4 items, functionalities, including help desk, CRM, chat, and marketing. Instead of going with the different softwares and then trying to pull the data, here is one software which takes into account all those functions and brings a whole lot of convenience, different user experience, and also reduction in costs, and makes customers' life simpler. I think one of the main objectives of digital transformation is also to bring personalization and convenience and improved customer experience, reduction in costs, come out with very, very innovative products and services. Companies like Baiju have become global edutech companies, global companies in a very short span of time. So considering that we have a hard time press, so I am going to only open up questions for the eminent set of speakers. So when we talk about DT, digital transformation, why is it important for India, right? I was polling some people to kind of understand what is that they would like to have from this session. And one of them said, everybody uses technologies, using social media, mobile. Many companies have been using ERP, CRM, Tally, and other software, and have automated many of their processes. A lot of manual paperwork has been already avoided. So what is this new? When you talk about digital transformation, is it just a new branding, or is it something new? How is it different from IT transformation? What is digitization? And some folks talk about the digitalization. Are they the same? Or if not, how are they different? And how are they yet connected? And what are the unique benefits of digital transformation? So what has it got to do with growth of organization or growth of economy, right? Does it have any impacts to growth of the organization, growth of the economy? Very important questions. Is it an outcome? Is a digital transformation? Is it an outcome, or is it a tool or a technique? Is it a process, right? Is it just addition, usage of some technologies? And then what are these technologies? When you're talking about emerging technologies, accelerating digital transformation, what are those technologies and how are they doing it? How are they doing this acceleration? So I think, broadly, I've raised, a set of questions, and I am hoping that our speakers, the three speakers, will bring different dimensions of it, and we will have a interaction with the audience. Kalyani announced about the best question gets a reward. So keep coming up with your questions on the chat box, and Kalyani will look at it and relay it back to the speakers, so that So spending any more time, I would like to invite Mr. Ajit Balakrishnan, a very eminent personality. We are really fortunate to have him today. He's a veteran, right, who was very, very ahead of the game. Even before we are talking about 25, 30 years ago, his name used to be ringing the bell. He was like an icon in the Indian market. So we are really fortunate to have him. Sir, Ajit, sir, you can.
Okay, I'll share the screen. Yeah.
Sure.
Can you see the screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me, Raja. It's very important to know that the current transformation which is being brought about by computers and internet is not the first time transformations have happened in history. We all know in the 1800s, textile factory system, affordable textiles and steam brought the first transformation, which resulted in affordable clothing, but the minus point was urban blight and child labor. The point I'm going to make is every kind of technological transformation has pluses and minuses. Keep that in mind. When steel, rail, and ships came, it meant world trade and urbanization. It also meant slave trade and colonialism. When electricity, auto, and petrochem came along, it meant affordable clothes, fertilizers, very cheap pharmaceuticals, nylon, polyester, polypropylene. But it also meant the collapse of the Bombay textile industry in Bengal. Jute collapsed. And most people don't realize it. The origin of Naxalism is the collapse of Bengal's jute industry. And finally, now with the computers and internet, we are living with the prospect of the first time affordable healthcare, affordable insurance, affordable law. On the law front, I've personally done an algorithm which, if you give me the bench of the Supreme Court and a text version of the plaint which has been filed, I'm able to predict with 98% accuracy the judgment which will come. Okay, so that's why I'm having fun to do that. So I think other professions are also being impacted, like medical jobs. You need, in Bombay City where I live, if you have a small illness, you go to a doctor, he'll charge you 700 rupees, which is unaffordable by auto rickshaw pullers and all others. Bombay is not only skyscrapers and wealthy guys. So we need to make it affordable so that this technology will do. Let's focus on that. We thank McKinsey for this. The three ways in which digital transformation takes place is, one is dematerialization. Print, paper, plastic, film become digital. This intermediation, and this is going to have revolutionary consequences. In India, somebody imports from China, he's sitting in Delhi, then he distributes, let's say, Maharashtra. Within Maharashtra, there are retailers and wholesalers. In India, about 40 to 50% of the economy is owned by various type of intermediaries. They will all vanish, and that will start virtually an Naxalite-like revolution is on the cards. So please be careful. Disaggregation is all the big banks that we have today are going to get broken up. Okay, exactly like the Bombay textile industry got broken up. So I think we have to see the familiar local branch is about to disappear. So there are pluses and minuses to each one of these industrial revolutions. Be aware how computing is also changing. It's very, very important to understand. It's from personal to cloud computing systems. Very soon, already the sale of personal computers is plummeting downwards. Okay, and the sale of servers is virtually vanished. So I think that's one issue that is taking place as we see. And from human to artificial intelligence like computing methods. And finally, I think this is again a big threat to all our young programmers who in, I think in the India's body shopping era, which everyone loves to praise as employing millions and earning billions. When no code platform comes, I think body shopping is going to come to a silent end. Okay, you can point and click and get things done. So there are pluses and minuses to each of these transformations. And as a person who's been through all of this through history, I'll urge you to be careful. The core issue is, I think I had a discussion with the Competition Commission too, as we are moving from an era of economies of scale to network effects. So thinking of regulatory systems, competition law, tax breaks, all of this has to be rethought. This is a very, very deep subject, and it needs great attention. So I think otherwise you'll find that words called monopoly, etc., will have new meanings in this. So we need to rethink our policy area. And also you have to be careful, like, the chemical industrial revolution was tremendous. It created good pharmaceutical, etc. But it also created plastic could not be waste, which results in tremendous negative views about it. Similarly, I think the new revolution is capable and is currently in progress. My guesstimate is about 15 to 25% of all news on the internet is fake news. So this can be very, very dangerous in a democracy. You have to make sure that some of this is thought through. Also, mind-blowing breakthroughs like word-to-vec algorithm, which I urge you to go and see, is at the basic foundation of what is called artificial intelligence. It can, for example, allow us to manipulate words like we use arithmetic. King minus man plus woman equals queen. And I have shown, the vectors which allow you to calculate. But also into the same algorithm, which word-to-vec, you substitute doctor minus man plus woman, you don't get lady doctor, you get nurse. And the reason, I've quoted from a paper, and the reason why this happened is all these relationships are learned, among other things, from a large collection of historical Wikipedia, several billion pages. But prejudices can get, enabled inside data. We must understand those prejudices are that the past data sees doctor minus man plus woman will produce nurse. It does not know that it can produce lady doctor. As a matter of fact, my Yeah, so that is one very important thing. So it is, we have to be very careful so the explosions don't happen. Finally, as I chaired, as somebody pointed out, National Education Policy Committee on Education and Employment, we've been able to push through one part, which is making internship is mandatory for all students, even in BCom, etc. I know, for example, when I was at IIM Calcutta, I was son and grandson of doctors, as somebody read out. When I went to ITC, those days called Indian Tobacco Company factory, to do internship, it's the first time I seen what a factory was. First time I've seen what the organization was. We learned so much. So we have pushed through, and this has been improved by the government. So now we have to create a internship platform. I hope the education ministry will move its ass and quickly get it done, so that even in small polytechnics and rural polytechnics, young students can be placed for 2 months or 3 months in an internship where they will learn tremendously, tremendously. So we owe it as a democracy to do this to our children. This is my final slide. There's something, what is the core of all digitization is something called a platform revolution. There's a very good book on that, which I strongly recommend. If those of us who are, the era of body shopping was when managers never wrote code. They sat around in offices and supervised code. The client must always tell their programmers what to do. I manage only his time. That era is over. So my suggestion is everyone, everywhere must spend about 1 to 2 hours of writing Python or R code, deep learning, etc., etc. And also I'm doing a lot of work in innovation. The last is a shameless plug of my own book, The Wave Rider. So forgive me for plugging that. Okay, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, sir. So one of the things you talked about, everybody should start coding.
Yes.
It looks like the future of education will be like unless you are able to code, you're not going to be an entity.
Yeah, it is like saying unless you can write words and letters, you are not going to be an entity. Isn't that true? Unless you can count your if 1 and 1 plus 2 is equal to 3, you can't live life. Similarly, in the new era. Okay, so I think the era of I think what body shopping, the negative what body shopping started as the managers thought around the age of 35 they'll stop coding, they'll sit in an office and have discussions which have no contribution. That era has to change. I know I'm saying something very controversial, particularly yeah, but anyway, the conference is supposed to explore truth and debate. It's only in that spirit that I say it, not in a. Yeah.
So where do you see this going? For example, we are talking about autonomous cars. So are you see autonomous organizations, more and more of machines driving us?
No, it is not machine. As I pointed out in the early days when textile machines came about, everyone thought, oh, machines will run us. Machines will not run us. Human beings will be there. But I'm pointing out the cultural change is that you can't just sit around and say, I'm a manager, I don't need to do anything. That I say this in spite of having chairman of the board of IIM Calcutta for 2 terms, 5 years each. I think management itself has to change. What management schools teach itself has to change. IIM Calcutta is lucky we all had to do operations research and statistics and all that stuff. Our campus at that time was within a part of the Indian Statistical Institute, so nobody could escape it. But I think it's very important. Culture is changing, as somebody pointed out. And my hope is that India, which, I was in Bangalore in those days, late 80s, early 90s, when the computer revolution happened. So I used to live there. And I know that what was very, very, I used to run a company called PSI Data Systems. Some of you are old enough to remember that. We actually physically made, coded the circuits and created personal computers, SPICON. But we had to go away, quietly go away, because India embraced body shopping, which is, here is a young man, I'll give them 100 of them, they will come and sit in your office in New York. You tell them what to do and they will do it to you. My job is to make sure that they eat and drink and things. That era of managers is over. Okay? But I think there's a tremendous possibility to speed up justice. Okay, I see these are the big, instead of waiting 10 years for a court to come in, My dream, oh God, I must tell you in 1 minute, my dream is in Bombay it can apply to Madras too. I have a city covered with ATM-like machines. Now today, one merchant, a shopkeeper has a fight with his distributor for 10,000 rupees. You have to apply to the code of long or small causes, and in Bombay, it takes 11 years for the case to be heard. In my dream, both these contestants will stand in front of an APM, insert a 100-rupee note, and they recite what these versions are, each can be, and it instantly a printout will say what is the judgment. Yeah, it will put all the gundas out of work, because otherwise you have to hire gundas to beat up people who oppose you. But this is my dream. Before I die, I want to see it happen. So, okay. So
sure, sir. Thank you very much. We will come back to you with more questions from the audience.
Okay.
Towards the end of this panel discussion, I would like to invite Mohammed Nasrullah Khan in the pharma industry. He brings a very different perspective, in the sense, very new perspectives with respect to the pharma and innovation. We would like to hear from him on how digital is helping pharma industry innovate. Yeah, you are on mute, sir.
Thanks so much, Dr. Rajaram. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks so much for that. And after that mind-blowing presentation and the later statements that Ajit sir has told, it's pretty humbling to follow up. Mine is more of an inside-out view of how we are handling. It is more like a personal sharing, because I have been a part of this transformation. I'm in this organization for around 9 years now and have been a witness. And 9 years, incidentally, the last 9 years have been the decade, a pivotal decade for digital transformation as well, with smartphones, networks, and AI. We know the stuff. So my presentation will be on those lines. And incidentally, what Ajit sir just now told also reminds me of a statement that our CEO recently made. He was telling that it's the digital guys who should lead the business units of the organization. A quality leader has to be a digital guy. A manufacturing leader has to be a digital guy, rather than somebody who has grown in that business unit, right from a shop floor to his leadership position. Rather than that, it should be the digital guy. So sounded controversial at first, but I think gels with what Ajit sir is also talking about. And to enable that, I think it is the digital transformation maturity of the organization that can enable such things to happen, where data is all automated and it is pretty transparent and decisions are made prescriptively by systems. And of course, there is the human element of validating it for some time to come at least. But eventually, seeing a future of such nature happening is pretty promising, and being a part of it in some humble way is pretty inspiring. So without much ado, I think a lot of the audience would be familiar with the Dr. Reddy's Laboratories name. I hope so, because due to COVID, the pharmaceutical sector has seen a lot of news in the newspapers and all. So this sector has come in the limelight. Otherwise, it was fairly a laggard in terms of the attention space of media or whatever else. Nevertheless, our purpose at Dr. Reddy's happens to be what's on your screen. You can easily see it. Some of the promises that we make to ourselves are to bring expensive medicines within reach of our patients. We operate in generic medicine space, and it's all about affordability there. Also, we want to go beyond that to address unmet patient needs. There are so many disease therapies where a comprehensive care has to be provided to our patients. Also, there are multiple such promises. One of them also being helping our partners to succeed in this whole value delivery that we want to give to our patients, our doctors, and so on. That's about Dr. Reddy's. And my presentation today, I would like to start with how in an enterprise like Dr. Reddy's, the digital strategy has evolved over time. During early decade of 2010s to 15s, we were more of a, like any organization, I think we were more of a network, desktop, infra, desktop laptop enablement, infra enablement, and then maximum an ERP kind of enablement organization. The digital department, erstwhile it's used to be called in our organization as IT the department. Now it is called a digital and process excellence department. So the christening itself also brings a paradigm shift in how organization views the digital unit of the entire larger organization views the digital unit of the organization. So is my entire screen visible, or is the top bar coming in between?
No, everything is perfect.
All right. So I will, that was the early days of early 2010s. Then around 2016 time was when we actually framed a coherent digital strategy covering the entire value chain of the organization, both internal and external. When we say external, we try to augment our product lines and try to build new revenue stream around our product lines by giving value deliveries to our patients, doctors, and even our medical representatives. That's the thing. So this whole value chain, that's where we strategically look at it. Actually, initially our chairman, etc., were talking about how to, why don't we take a McKinsey or a BCG to draft this strategy for us, but we did it because we were entrenched in the process and we believed the capability of our team. We ourselves had prepared a transformation framework where for the first time we set up that we are no longer these IT enablers, but we are actually we will run hand in hand with business strategy. We will enable business strategy do better through tech enablement. That was one thing, and there was a strong need to bring at the outside in communication so that the entire organization is prepped to understand, to prepare themselves for the transformational events that are happening across the industry in a disruptive manner. So defining and communicating enterprise architecture was one of the main theme. Overall, bringing a competitive advantage. Some of the statements here, as I'm speaking, I'm conscious of the time also, so I will rush up. Some of the statements that promises that we made to ourselves were like, we no longer will just be a supporter of business, but we will run it. That's a bold statement to have made at that time. But with the kind of implementations that we were doing, with the kind of decision-making support that we were given to leaders, etc., we were on that path already. And since we had a process excellence unit within, because we cannot transform a process unless we design the process for the transformation first. So that's where we looked at the process, we removed the redundancies of that first, and then implemented various exponential technologies. That was one of the other promises that we made ourselves. There are more such things. Net, this graph is of importance because what we also communicated to the organization back then was we were primarily working mostly on these two levers back then. 80% of the technology efforts back then were in either automating manual processes or removing paper. It was all around that automation theme. And some 15% were right, there is already a technology enabled. We'll find some adjacency. We will build one interlock there, some simplification opportunity there, which actually creates some more value around it, some mobile app, etc. That was the our approach back then. Then we promised ourselves that we will work more on these two themes, which is either bringing a step change, reimagining the process altogether, and doing it the digital way, how digital natives would have done if they had entered this market, right? That was one promise. The other promise was more focusing on the innovation, because these two brackets are more on the innovation front, while these are base digitization. So a conscious paradigm shift of efforts was taken as a decision, and we actually saw that happen. I was a part of this for the last 3 years, and we did considerable amount of initiatives that brought substantial value to the organization because of that. Some of the pillars on which we were doing this were: one, enabling revenue growth through patient-facing, doctor-facing initiatives. Second one was, because in generics pharma, it's all about bringing. We will survive in the market if we are cost-effective, if our medicines are affordable. So cost improvement and our time to market is the fastest than the competition. So productivity and cost improvement happen to be our another theme. Third one, of course, driving visibility for decision support. And since pharma is a heavily regulated industry, how do we enable audit readiness so that people don't have to sift through a mammoth amount of documentation, but the systems speak for themselves for the transparency of the processes that we have. So that was another key theme. And at the center of it all, how do we keep people at the center and define a user experience as one of our enabling themes across all these platforms? Of course, information security is an indispensable pillar in enabling all this. That was what we had drawn out and we executed it. In the current state, how we have moved is what you see on the screen right now. So if we see the current focus on the left, where I'm pointing my cursor, is where our current focus lies. We have called it into 3 pillars. Digitalize the core. If we see the previous one and reminisce, the entire innovation plus digitization has all come condensed into the digitalize the core process, where we are saying we will enable simplified experiences through human-centric design. We will bring speed in the process through the advantage of latest workflows, automation opportunities, and so on and so forth. And we'll scale it up across all our plants, across all our geographies, etc. So the benefits are realized by everyone, and it hits our bottom line. That was the digitalize the core aspect. And we will look at processes with an elimination angle first. Without digital already dominating our mind and force fitting it, we will eliminate redundancies first, then try to automate, and then create an interlock of all these systems so that it is one end-to-end platform that is built, which speaks the digital truth. So
moments, sorry to interrupt, another 2 minutes, you can summarize and then have for.
Okay. Then I will rush up. The second pillar and the third pillar are more on transformational initiatives where we significantly improve our value proposition. There are so many which I have listed here, which we are doing in R&D. We are augmenting science through data-led decision making, genome mapping, so on and so forth. In GMO, which is our manufacturing organization, we are predicting yield, predicting golden batches, etc. Through data-driven decisions. In branded markets, we are building platforms using platform thinking philosophies, where we create ecosystems. We had earlier speakers also speaking about network effects, etc. So because in the platform play, if we build this platform and we are first to market and we give that significant value proposition to all players in the platform, it's a winner takes all market. Typically, it's 1 or 2 players who end up taking the market. So we are doing some initiatives of such nature. SWAS is one of them, which is also on the new business models front. So net, as an organizations, we have evolved from the digitalization aspect to a focus on more on either building new business model or disrupting our processes to make a step change in how we do business. And at the center of it all are these key pillars. We have very smart guys leading each of those domains: design, digital, and data, and human-centric design, power of exponential technologies, and bringing transparency across all our processes, all our people aspects, and all our technology platforms is one of the core aims of data. There was so much more I wanted to share, but I think I will stop here.
Yeah, no, very nice presentation, Mohammed. No, I know each of you need at least 1 hour to elaborate. There's so much of insights available. So in the interest of time, we'll try to have at least 1 or 2 questions. That is why. So Rajesh, we would like to hear your story. You're Chief Digital Officer of a very, very important company.
Excellent. Thank you. You're able to hear me okay?
Yeah, hearing is okay. You have some slides or you're going?
Yes, I'm just bringing that up.
Sure.
You can see it now, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. First of all, thanks for the opportunity. And I have been also asked to cover what something is an interesting at the same time may not be that interesting at this time at 4 o'clock. about the technologies that are emerging in the digital. But I'm sure that I can do justice with you on giving a different pragmatic view of how we should look at the various technologies when it comes to digital. And this has been my passion for 30 years in the industry and last 15 years driving digital. I represent ABB globally, and ABB is known company. I don't need to go through the details, but we ourselves went through the transformation from an industrial engineering organization to a digital organization. And we serve a very large spectrum of customers across the globe on digitalization, digital transformation. One thing keeps me proud about is ABB is that this is the only company I understand has gone through all the 4 industry revolutions, starting from just isolated electrical operations to going to the autonomous operations. Okay, jumping on the digital technologies. I think we spoke quite a bit about digital transformation is not about technologies. It's about culture, it's about change management, it's about process excellence. All we all agree, right? But any transformation cannot be successful unless you have a powerful technologies behind. And interestingly, because the way the digital hype came in, everyone wanted to explore how they can bring the technology, as well as everybody wanted to make their own market share. So the confusion that we have is that where do we start? If you look at the left side, we have a whole lot of technologies that you hear every day, right? This is better, this is better. You go and search in Google, you will see that you'll get confused in 5 minutes. On the other hand, I believe the right approach is starting with an end in mind. What we want? What is the problem statement? Problem statement is nothing but you would like to unlock the power of data, right? Data is the center of digital. And to unlock the power of data, you need ways to be able to do that. You need ways to leverage the technologies. And what you see the right side is the driver for many of the organizations, which is more than 10 trillion economy for digital transformation in the industries, the industrial enterprises. It's all about they only use less than 27% of the data for analyzing how they perform. The second element is if we apply the artificial intelligence in the industrial way at scale, it is proven that it can bring as high as 40% productivity gain. That's clearly incentivizing that we should not be delaying. We should not be just happy with Alexa and looking at our voice recognizers and so on, but we should seriously think about applying artificial intelligence in the industries. And the third element is about the data. Bringing data together has been the biggest challenge that again and again and again people spend time on integrating the data. By addressing the technologies that will solve these three in meaningful way, we obviously bring the value of data. Once we bring the value of data and the business outcomes, and as my colleagues mentioned, make each and every person to feel that they are successful as part of digital, I think that is where the industries move from just running the organization to the excelling organization. So our experience has been that for digital, unlike any other software implementation, digital needs 5 things in totality. Otherwise, you don't have a digital solution. First thing is, it's not about raw data. It's about contextualized for the specific purpose, specific process, specific asset hierarchy, right? So the domain expertise is extremely important because we are not here doing the gaming with AI. We are actually playing with the lives of the people and machines and the safety. So it's extremely important to use the domain expertise. The domain expert, in fact, domain expertise comes first before even the data science for us in the industry side. The third element is the digital technologies, which includes that I will cover starting from the IoT device management to the cloud to whatnot that we'll see. Interestingly, there are only 8 major technologies. It's not that plethora of technologies, but the tools are a lot. So we just need to be making sure that we are not overwhelmed on that, rather look at the technology in a meaningful way. And I call out AI separately, not as just one of the technologies, because it is a science. It's just not only a technology. And applying that rightly is what will get the right outcome. And we all know that cybersecurity is paramount when you are looking at connecting your plant or your internal systems to the cloud or external world. It's extremely important to have it cybersecure. The best way to look at technologies is that using a use case. And we can take any use case. We can take about retail, we can take about pharma, healthcare, whatnot. I will take the one that we have been working with customers quite a bit on the industry side, which is very relevant for many of you, and you can also obviously translate that to the other industries as well. So Industry 4.0, as we all know, that it is all about going to autonomous operations. In the x-axis, you will see that means that we are going from physical elements to going to cognitive digital twins. That means you want a representation of the physical as a digital model. So you don't play with the physical aspect things, but you want to create similarity as a digital twin to operate on it. On the y-axis, that goes from logic to expertise to also artificial intelligence. That means you make it learn, then you trust that it is going to make what you need it based on what has been designed as algorithms underneath and the data that has been fed in. So that's clearly what is the use case. And all that we need is that we cannot just think about automating. We cannot just say that let me sense, analyze, and act as a control loop. Here we should be looking about what we call as the thinking loop, which is beyond that. We should have also perceive, just not sensing, perceive what is behind it and understand it, so that next similar scenarios comes, how do we react it and solve it. That's fundamentally is what we call as the industrial artificial intelligence. So the two examples could be as small or as high. The highest example that we work with customers that, well, we want the factory of the future. We want to transform the plant into an intelligent plant. It can be whatever you can, or even anything more, right? Each and every small piece of the plant becomes intelligent. Each of them give the data, and you need to analyze and bring the value. The second could be as simple. Well, I have some critical assets. I want to know that this particular pump, how is it operating now? When it will file? How much it could be the cost? Do I keep on maintaining or replenish? Both strategic and tactical decisions. We can start the digital from wherever it makes sense for an organization. It can start small, but it will certainly be able to scale if you do it in the right way. So that means that digital is many times misnomer that, oh, I mean, digital is about everything on the cloud. No, need not be. It could be just on the device which is next to the process, or it could be at the edge where you need to take tactical operations decisions, or it could be strategic decisions and plannings that we run as well as in the cloud. Right? So as I mentioned, if I take a technology leader look, I would bucket it into 8 different areas where the technologies are today for digital. The first one starts from enabling it, securely enabling the data, which is the Internet of Things and device management. It's not an easy job to manage devices and the whole life cycle. That's clear area. There are technologies and things around that. The second thing is about bringing the power also to the edge. The whole edge computing, edge intelligence, optimizations, and bringing the secure networking. Right, the world of going into the mesh with 5G. That's clearly the second area. We see that tremendous investment of technology is happening as well as adoption is happening. And third is about the compute, which is a hybrid and cloud. And we all understand that we need to always be in a hybrid, not that public or only data centers. And the big data lakes, the whole of data engineering is super critical because the cost of maintaining the data is also to be understood for the value it creates. So you should have a proper data governance for how we are keeping as well as bringing the value from the data. And many times digital is just seen as an AI. AI is just one element of it, important element of it. Of course, AI to machine learning is also there's demystifying misnomers needed, because it is deep learning be a subset of machine learning, subset of artificial intelligence, similar to the world and country and state, right? The digital twin is another interesting area. People want to call everybody knows digital twin or doing it. That is another interesting area. I will explain a bit on that as well. The speakers talked about the applications low code, no code. It's going to be extremely critical for commoditizing and scaling the digital applications. And cybersecurity is absolutely something that we talked about. I will appreciate when you have a couple of minutes, maybe 3 minutes before, so that I can logically wrap up. I know that we are possibly behind the schedule today. Let me first take a minute on. Sorry.
Yeah, we can if we can wrap up in 2 minutes, so that we will have at least 1 or 2 questions before we down the session.
So let me try to make it. I think of what possibly is the best to cover here. The one thing that I felt was very useful to understand is that what is future is what the data analytics versus what is behind is the data analysis. And within data analytics, you have a portion of it that becomes as the machine learning, where you are looking at it, how to use algorithm for training as well as validating. And of course, there are things beyond the machine learning that is also like signal processing, not part of that. So that your AI is an expert system with this cross section. So it's interesting also that pick up the area that of interest for me. For instance, practically in the industries, machine learning is possibly the best to use it, not other things, right? It's maybe making sense to be focusing on that. It's also very important to know that the fact that we have to combine the first principle models along with the data-driven models that brings the meaningful hybrid AI approach. This is something that APP has been very successful using this, what we call as a human and AI approach together. And today we serve many of these connected industries from our collaborative operation centers, especially in the COVID time, not even going to the place site to be able to fully manage it through the digital twin and industrial AI capabilities. In interest of time, I'm going to make it very quick here. People can look at digital twin from just saying that I get a status equivalent, it's a twin. You can talk, fine. I mean, it's fine with respect to the use case. But the real comprehensive digital twin has to completely replicate a cyber physical system for simulation and decision making. For instance, if you plan digital twin representing the entire refinery that has a process simulation digital twin as well as the asset digital twin. That obviously brings set of technologies and methods to use it. So today, for instance, we have from ABB, we run completely an autonomous cruise tug vessel in near Singapore that's done using the autonomous operations with digital twin as well as the industry AI.
Yeah.
With that, let me just bring it my end, saying one thing that I believe will be a great way to end is that digital is also to be looked at as disrupting the business models. This is something that I have seen personally that we can adopt using this to change models. Here, today, ABB doesn't want to give their maintenance services for the big, large motors. They give it as a service, which is completely transformed because of using the blockchain as well as analytics to bring the data together, make it reliability as a service. So I believe that using the technologies in the right way and trying to view to the purpose would absolutely help on bringing the value of technology for driving the digital outcomes. Thanks for the opportunity.
Fantastic, Rajesh. There was an excellent presentation. I know there's so much meat into that, and unfortunately, little time. One question that comes up is, as a large organization, you are perfectly geared for digital. You can make the investments, you can get whatever you want, you can spend in R&D. Whereas a small and medium enterprise, how will it handle this digital transformation journey? What can they do to manage new technology as well as cost and other dimensions?
Sure. But if there is a notion that perception that large organization we just given for granted for digital, actually not. It is not that easy to also get the right budget. But I agree that we have absolutely a kind of an infrastructure for us to get seeing it. But I believe that digital is one place you start with an outcome. We have to have a business outcome as well as justify the use case to start anything that we do. My experience in last 15 years of doing digital project is that do a strong digital value engineering exercise to identify the use case and build it on that success to make it self-funding. Of course, in terms of the technologies that we have, legacy technologies, how do I keep maintaining it? I think it's clearly the 80-20 rule. Every year we should look at it. Maintaining should not be more than 20%, which might be giving you 70% cash flow. But we have to be looking at innovating if we want to become digital, because it is not just a small change. It's a transformative change that we have to do in both your technologies as well as business. I believe that's what, whether it's a small organization or big organization, we have to do it.
Yeah, in case of small organization, wherein the big investment cannot be done. So using open source and leveraging incubators, leveraging government investments, or even using ABB's systems and processes. You also do co-innovation and encourage a whole lot of other initiatives. So
Absolutely.
the MSME, yeah.
Yeah, in fact, SynnerLeap is, maybe if I just take a second, SynnerLeap is a program. You can go and search in Google. SynnerLeap is a ABB sponsored startup program in which we encourage, give our systems, of course, we also use quite a bit of open source and give it back to open source, can be leveraged. We also bring the access for them to all the businesses we have. So I'll be encouraging all the entrepreneurs in the call, as well as your friends can be looking at ABB is extremely focused on bringing the entrepreneurship into the SynnerLeap program. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Rajaram,
Yeah.
if I may say something,
Sure,
moving into the digital era using advanced algorithm doesn't require any big investment, any MSCP. All you need is the entrepreneur founder rolls up his sleeve, just learns how to do Python or R, and practically all the algorithms and data sets and examples needed are nowadays available on the internet. So you can do it. And today you don't need to invest in any computers and servers. I think there are so many cloud-based services, and they just started cutting prices. It will become between Amazon and Microsoft. They're killing each other, trying to get everyone's business. So it will be practically free. So my suggestions for MSME, at top management will dive into it. The mistake you make is hire an IT manager and say, oh, you do all this, and we will keep going to the clubs and having cocktails. That is no. Yeah? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think the answer to Ms. Sudha is there are multiple options available. So, that is the key message we want to give. There are a couple of questions that have come for Nasrullah. One is about social responsibility initiatives. I think that is slightly away from the theme. So we will do it offline.
Actually, I answered that also, Rajaram. I actually ended up putting it in the chat.
Okay, very good. Then that is fine. That is a time saver. The other question is, what are the challenges while doing digital transformation? Maybe a quick 1 minute if you can answer, that will be very nice.
Top of the mind, I feel adoption and value realization are the two big challenges. While we bring typically how we because of the value realization aspect, I'll take first. Typically, we partner with our finance team itself in actually checking out the whole ROI of any digital initiative. We are trying to tackle through that as to how we enable a value realization so that the business owners also sign on to that. But net at the end of the day, it is the people on the ground who have to use a particular software. How much ever automation is there, there will be one person or the other who has to utilize its benefits. So how do we use aspects like human-centric design? How do we build empathy into these solutions so that it is easier to use, etc., are on top of our mind. We end up running faster than business in building this solution. And then there is this whole journey of ensuring adoption and getting value out of it. So that whole change management piece ends up taking more energy than actually building and conceptualizing all these solutions. So that's where the challenge lies in value realization and adoption. I think that's something.
Thanks a lot, Nasrullah. Kalyani, in terms of best question, I feel Sudha Ramkumar gets the best question award. In summary, it is not anymore a question of whether to adopt digital transformation, whether is it going to be expensive. So from all our panelists, what we are getting is the train has left the station. It's very far ahead. So we need to really catch up with it. If you don't catch up, one will become irrelevant. That is the key message. You will get run over, right? You will be left behind. So right from school onwards, people have to think of an algorithmic mind and start practicing like Python and R and look for open source. There are so many possibilities today around open source, and so cost should not be the limiting factor. It is only our intention to take the journey. So that is the key message with which we would like to wrap up this plenary one. I want to thank all the... Yeah, Kalyan.
I just wanted to use, sir, like you rightly said, like one of our members in the panel, speakers on the inaugural address said, it is no longer a choice for us to talk about even whether we are, it's just how relevant we are and how quickly we can grow up and adapt. I think that's so important.
Rajara, may I put in one 30-second comment? I think, if you look deep and dive deep, dirty your hands with all these algorithms, the core of what is called open source and deep learning is linear algebra. The core of it. It has not moved from there. I promise you, but I know that subject backwards. So in linear algebra, you know where the word algebra comes from, guys? Shall I give you all a prize, a cup for who can answer that? Nasrullah, you can answer it?
It has Arabic roots, that I know.
I'll tell you, don't worry, don't embarrass yourself. It comes from the Arabic word al-jabr.
Oh,
you know that?
Okay.
And al-jabr, and also, do you guys know where the word algorithm comes from? Oh, blank face. Oh, good. I could have offered.
I wish.
It comes from the name Muhammad bin Algorismi.
Wow.
And he was a mathematician at the House of Wisdom.
Okay.
In Baghdad in the 8th century.
Then I think that is why we have got Mohammed Nasrullah on this panel now.
No, we're good. Yes, some resemblance.
Very good.
His dress style is similar to Algorismi, but we'll see.
Correct.
Okay. No, but what I'm saying is it's a very ancient craft. Everyone's hyping it up, saying it's modern, new. The dot product is the key. If you look at deep learning, the dot product of metrics is a key mathematical operation. And that was evident because I think the main book that Algorismi wrote was, it is Al-Jabr, the Hindu art of reckoning. Okay. That was, and the Arabia and India, the Kerala coast, etc., were in very deep trade relationships. People are going and coming and selling this and buying that, etc. And that when that book, when the invasion, Arabic invasion, the Ottomans invaded Spain, that book was translated into Latin from there. Okay, that in the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th century. And that is when algebra was introduced into the Western world. Roughly about 1,000 years after it was used in India and Arabia, approximately 1,000 years. So in my view, India is entitled to dominate this whole algorithmic world which is opening up in front of us. That is why unless your CTO can write and code Python and knows how to multiply matrices, you should fire him straight off, saying, kid, no more managers for us. Go back to being original Indians who know algorithms. Okay.
Correct. Thank you very much, sir. I think it is advantage India. That is the key message, and let us take advantage of it. Thank you very much.
Thank
all
you.
The panelists.
Bye-bye. We'll leave.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you for calling me. Yeah.
And thank you all speakers. It was a very, very insightful session, setting the tone for the entire team for the day. And before we move on to plenary session 2, there's a small, short coffee break at the comfort of your home. Have your cup of coffee or chai.
Yeah.
No, Kalyani, we will cut short that coffee break. Let us go ahead with the session because speakers are waiting.
Nitya, are you there?
Rajaram, do I have your permission to leave, if you don't mind? Rajaram, I have your permission for me to leave?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for your presence. You are welcome to stay back for the entire day and keep providing your valuable comments.
I have some family obligations now. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Nitya? So we have plenary session 2. Nitya, you can join us. Plenary session 2, showcasing success of digital transformation.
Yeah, see, she's typing. I think she's not able to unmute. Senthil, can you help Nitya unmute?
Nitya, I'm waiting for you. Yeah. While Nitya is joining us, she will be your host for this session. Our plenary chair is Mr. Ramesh Krishnamurthy, CEO, Indian Software. Plenary session 2 topic is, Nitya, take over. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, very good afternoon to one and all present here, and welcome back for the second plenary session. People may think digital transformation is disruptive, but transformation adds to more to the sum of its parts in the long run. The best example is Trelleborg, a manufacturer of precision seals for industry, which reduces human operators to operate machines and increase the machine density by increasing the agility of the business. Thereby, the Trelleborg was able to hire another 50 employees to keep up their new business. Similar to this company, we all know Microsoft shift to cloud computing from its desktop-driven revenue-based model to cloud computing model. And now we understand Microsoft as one of the key players in the cloud computing with its Office 365 and its cutting-edge Azure cloud platform. And this is on with IKEA, the famous Swedish home and furniture giant, Coca-Cola, Budweiser, a beer manufacturing company, and so on. In addition to IT and automotive sector, digital transformation is embraced by almost all sectors at global level. I welcome you all for the second plenary session on showcasing success of digital transformation. The session would highlight on the success of digital transformation through various case studies and real-time examples. The session will be having 4 speakers. Our first speaker, Ms. Gayatri Devi Kalyanaraman, Senior Vice President, Agile and Digital Transformation Lead at DBS Bank. Ms. Gayatri is an Agile evangelist, helping clients in maximizing business value using technology as a strategic lever. She has 22 plus years of experience in the software industry, performing various roles across program, change and transition management, technology consulting, and strategic sourcing. She has worked across India, US, and UK with several clients in BFSI sector. Her specialties include Agile transformation, digital services, large account software delivery, solution and execution of large IT projects, client interfacing, banking, and capital market technology solutions. We welcome you, ma'am. The second speaker for the session, Mr. Deepesh Nanda, CEO, GE Gas Power South Asia. Based in India, Deepesh leads General Electric's gas power business for South Asia. At Asia level, he is driving strategic initiatives in providing highly efficient, reliable, and fast powering solutions to the areas that need them the most. Deepesh has 25 years of experience in the energy industry, working with companies like Flowserve and Tyco, where he held managerial positions in general management, sales and operations across India. Prior to GE, he was the vice president and P&L head for Tyco's flow control business for India. Welcome, sir. The third speaker of the session, Mr. Satish Pala, Chief Technology Officer, Indian Software. So Mr. Satish Pala is the Chief Technology Officer at Indian Software, a technology company specializing in data engineering, advanced analytics, big data, application services, including low-code platform. His key focus area include strategy, technology, innovation, and people. Some of the strategic items include partnerships, new package solution offerings, capability development in new gen technologies, centers of excellence, labs, etc. Some people-focused initiatives include certifications, trainings, technology, content publishing, and networking. Mr. Satish is a passionate technologist with a keen interest in analytics, cloud and next-gen business intelligence, and much more. He has worked in leading companies like DXC Technology, Hewlett Packard, and Infosys. With over 2 decades of experience in the IT industry, he has extensive knowledge in data and analytics solutions across domains. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next speaker for the session, Mr. DSL Prasad, former Executive Director, Indian Oil Corporation Limited. Mr. DSL Prasad is a former Executive Director in Indian Oil Corporation Limited, has seen the evolution of corporation into becoming a Fortune 500 company over 30 years. He has been a part of several transformations that the enterprise has gone through. Particularly in terms of marketing department, the transformation of Indian Oil Corporation, the transformation of Indian Oil Transports.
Is that connection poor in my side or?
Yeah, Nitya, no, Nitya, you are breaking, Nitya.
Kalyani, can you please step in? She has some internet challenges.
Sure. Okay. So let me continue with that. So Ms. Prasad is alumni of IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Delhi, and Guindy Engineering College, all prestigious institutions. He is currently the advisor board of several high-tech companies in the area of oil and gas, chemicals, petrochemicals, fuel, transportation, management, regulatory compliance, etc. So that's Mr. DSL Prasad in the plenary session 2.
Yes,
I welcome you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for pitching in, sir.
Sure.
Am I audible, sir, now?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And we welcome Mr. DSL Prasad for the session. And the session is being chaired by Mr. Ramesh Krishnamurthy, Chief Operating Officer, Indium Software. Mr. Ramesh has 25 years of experience in the information technology industry in both entrepreneurial and senior management roles. A thought leader in the software testing, vertical managing operations, and delivery of customers across the globe. Mr. Ramesh is currently the COO of Indium Software and is responsible for Indium solution delivery, products, and technology initiatives. Mr. Ramesh is the immediate past president of SPIN Chapter Chennai and currently the regional council member of NASSCOM and lead the innovation team. Thank you, sir. Now I hand over the session to our plenary chair, Mr. Ramesh. Sir, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nitya, for the quick and short introduction. And welcome you all, the attendees here to this plenary session 2. Aptly, we are going to talk about showcasing some of the success in the digital transformation. One of the things, primarily, if you look at it, one thing that in the inaugural session, which caught the eyes of several people and repeated a couple of times, is Dr. Saugata Ray saying that digital transformation is not a choice, but how do you go about it? And in this particular plenary session, we are going to walk the talk and talk the walk. We are going to talk about very diverse. If you could look at the speakers in this panel comes from one very diverse set of experience. Number one, number two, diverse set of industry adoption. So I don't think we can actually look and wait to hear from them with respect to how the success of digital transformation and some of the stories that each one of these leaders here as speakers are showcasing and sharing with the audience. How we go about the session is we will go one by one in the as a speaker about 10 to 12 minutes. We are running a little bit of behind schedule. The coffee tea break has been cut short. So I think we will make up a little bit time there. But if your time permits, keep the questions coming as the speakers speak. And if there is a time, then we can actually immediately ask those questions to the speaker immediately after they speak. Otherwise, we'll have one Q&A session towards the end. So without much taking much time, let me request Gayatri of SVP DBS Bank. If you're ready with your presentation, please go ahead.
Thank you, everybody, and thanks for inviting me here. And let me know if you're able to see my screen. I'm going to start sharing. Are you able to see my screen? Okay?
Yes, yes.
All right.
You can put it in the presentation mode.
Yes, I will do that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to talk about the digital transformation across financial touch points, right? So how is that affecting from an inside out perspective? I know all of you know from an outside in perspective, but I will start from there and cover that. I think you all seen my introduction. I will not spend your time. So to give a little bit of history, right? Understanding of algebra is one thing, but also understanding Industry 4.0 is critical to understand digital, right? One is we started the first generation of Industry 1.0 back in a couple of centuries back, but it has evolved not from a mechanization to mass production using manual labor to automation using one monolithic one to a completely small ones going to specialization. What does it really mean to us, right? It means that every part of it is going to be more around hyper specialization and creating that ecosystem. Every part of it, every provider gives a very specialized offering. So ensuring that you use that is the only way you're going to get the market share. And why are we even talking about market share, right? If you look at it, the whole diversity of requirement has changed. So if we see this whole part, right? If we take up financial services, even 10 years back, right? Any of these, when I used my online banking, I used to use it for either understanding what is the current status of my account or even make small transactions and use ATM for withdrawals. And predominantly, I used to use branches or physical offices to go and do everything else. But if we look at now in this current model, right, the whole thing has changed to a ecosystem-driven model. So there is an ecosystem of not just internet to understand everything, what is available, what is not available, but also each region has different types of, let's say, a Paytm or a ability, different payment services, different remittance services, different, you use the mobile banking for all your services, right? So in that sense, the way we are using the bank has completely changed. Banking is remaining the same, right? At the end of the day, banking is only doing three things. One is it is allowing one to save, so save storage. Second is it's allowing you to take debt, and third is able to transact. So that in itself is not changing, but how it's being changed is different. So that we all of us understand this very well, right? But what does it mean for a bank? If you are a bank, does it mean that you have to be worried about all these multiple providers? And these are the four tenets that banks are really using. One is they have really imbibed what is the value of digital. What it means is understanding that there are earlier the channels have changed and each channels need different types of investment, right? I think that is the key part of starting the digital transformation and understanding that what is the value that I as a bank and or a financial services providing is important to imbibe, and the culture that the earlier also saying, right? Ability to understand that this is a culture that's going to stay. It means that every person, right? It's not just at a executive level. Every person needs to understand that this is a new way of working and make that happen. So, in short, right, one is the ability to do infallibility. What does that mean by fallibility? Is ability to fail fast. When I say fail, it's not the negative sense, right? In the positive sense. We often call this a closed user group or a pilot testing, just small enough so that I can understand whether this ecosystem is working. Because this ecosystem is so wide For example, one of my systems connect to something like 60 odd systems within the bank and another 40 outside the bank. So it's impossible to test everything. The only way earlier we used to have all the testing done in the in your various testing environments, and everything used to go live, right? That's not no longer. So how can you use microservices? How quickly can you test and ensure that your blast radius is smaller? So that's really how it is impacting, right? So if we look at these as a empathy or a design thinking or a specialization part of it, how does it translate to a case study that I wanted to share today? Is one of the our business units, what we are trying to do is that we are modernizing the legacy platform. This legacy platform was almost 20 years long, and the only thing that it was doing, it was like a client server model. Client server model. It means that the data from that was primarily, only thing was, it was a mainframe based system that we're talking about, right? So some of the challenges I wanted to share when we started off, started this digital transformation program, is that first was understanding the role. Who's doing the visioning part of it, and who's actually doing the actual technology solution part of it, was very hard to understand, because when you have plethora of choices, understanding and creating that what choice do I have to take today vis-a-vis the choice that I have to take later on was a big problem. And balancing the incremental delivery. So our most of our business heads were very comfortable with the earlier model of saying, okay, I will test everything. I have a test suite. I'll test everything in my suite, and then I will sign off, because that is my audit requirement. But vis-a-vis, you do an incremental delivery, do just enough so that it can be validated. That in itself was a big difference. That had led to a lot of conversation that we had to move forward, right? And balancing that with compliance and risk. And risk reduction, we couldn't avoid risk, right? Because we are doing such a large program. And who has what capability within business lines and outside of the organization also was a challenge when we started off. So, I mean, challenges are great, right? So what are the few things that worked, and that I would also like to share it as a blueprint, if you will, for all of you, right? So one of the things that we did is that we included everyone from start. We have not finished it. It's still in the journey, but you understand the model, right? So what it means is that you have not just from you do a initial interviews and then move on. That's not how it's being done. For example, we have an iteration review, where every couple of weeks we have a review on what is what is the progress. We have more than 100 people come and join those meetings to understand what is happening, because it's a very exciting thing to happen. And in that process, they also understand what is happening, but also that becomes a training ground for them to say, okay, how do I get ready for it? And they also provide the continuous feedback. So involving everyone, and we also have something called Inception, Lean Inception, where we have workshops involving everyone so that they can be sharing some of the challenges, and when we build it, we build over their known problems, right? And we are using something called canary deployment. Canary, it's a trivia. Canary is a small bird. It used to be used in mining industry to find out whether it is whether toxic gases are there. When we used to go down multiple meters down, right? So you used to use this canary. Canaries are small birds. So we use something similar, is that we call this as a canary deployment to validate. If let's say you want to try this particular application in this particular region, you're trying to do this in a smaller group using technology as a critical lever, and adapt to new technology. What we mean by new technology, when you move from a mainframe to a open source, or even from open source Java to a React.js and a micro front end, it takes a lot of resistance from technologists, but more importantly, able to from a branch user or a bank officer who is comfortable in in the using a paper based or Excel based, making them use this sort of an online way, it sort of, you lose a little bit of control. So able to understand where they are coming from and adapt slowly. I mean, that's where we are talking about everybody involved. So that way it's not a surprise that, hey, you know what, this is a training and you are done with it. That's not what it is. Initially, from the beginning, you know that this is coming. So every 3 months we do every month there is a release. And in addition to every monthly release, you also ensure that everyone understands there is a pilot, and then there is a bigger pilot, and then the expansion keeps happening. So what we also managed to do is that not only involve everyone, we said this is our goal, to have our first critical deliverable in the less than 2 quarters. That way, the rapidity or agility of deliverables was understood as well as appreciated by the folks. So what I mean by that is that if you do not deliver something, if you say, okay, I will deliver it in 18 months, then why should somebody be involved on every other week, right? And that urgency to change gets dwindled over a period of time. And later what we had done is, after the first 6 months, right, every month we had releases, and we call this as a blue-green deployment in the technology side. There you have shorter cycles where we get feedback. So, and what this helped is, and once we started doing it and we started moving to different regions. As you know, with being a bank, right, every region has its own set of compliance as well as regulation. All of that has to be accepted. And so that's where I think I was earlier alluding to specialization and customization. So what it means is you have to bring in specialization in terms of coding and customization when you're using products from the ecosystem. So these are the 6 aspects or a blueprint that has really worked for our transformation journey to be successful. So what does success look like today? So wanted to just share a few things, right, as what this works. So first is, I think we were able to use machine learning for a higher impact. What does that mean? I mean, machine learning sounds very dandy, right? But in a very simpler layman term, what we did is we used technology to understand which channel is being used for which customer, what type of customer, so that your features and functionalities can be adapted accordingly. So we use that, and also we started using next best conversation. For example, let's say when a branch, somebody walks into a branch, not only do you understand, do you service what they come for, but also give the next possible, what else is possible, right? Because you have all the information about them across various channels and touch points. The second is, as we provided the ability to give data, we also added more channels. What do we mean by channels, right? We gave them iPad. We gave them, earlier they were chained to a desk, right? Because it was a desktop application. You can't really move. So what we said is we gave them an iPad and or a tablet so that they can actually walk with the customer. Or that if there are
2 more minutes,
that has
Gayatri.
to be done.
Sorry.
Sure, thanks, Ramesh. I think this is the last slide. I'm done. And what we did is we actually added the channel. So this channel part of it is also part of the overall saying, originally we were only planning to do it in the browser, but this is the feedback that came from the branch staff saying that, okay, if we have additional ability to have different ways in which we can access the same information, it's going to be a lot easier, right? And all of this became paperless as part of this model. When I say paperless, most of the forms are, if you go to a bank, you'll see lots of forms that they continue to give. So many of these forms are still as I said, it's still in the journey, and a lot of paperless we have moved away. And for the customers also, right, when they walk in, they have a better way in which they are being offered the services. It's no longer about I'm coming here, I'm actually I don't even know who this person is. Because as you can imagine, in a branch, you don't go very often. Earlier, the branches used to go so often that they know you, know your name, know all the functions. And my father has been a career banker. He's worked for 35 years in a bank. So I'm telling it from my own experience. Right? But now, lesser and lesser customers are walking in. You actually want the customers to feel that bank knows you. Not just because of your KYC, but also because of knowing you from what else is your pain point. So that's the journey I wanted to share. And I'm open to ask any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions in the chat which I'm missing? Okay, we'll take the questions. I have a few questions, but certainly as far as banking is concerned, I think that has gone through the tremendous transformation, which would actually, I would say, touch the maximum lives of people and things like that. And it has gone to that extent that my current bank, when I opened a new account, I realized when my checkbook and everything came, it said that your home branch is in Gurgaon. I said, what? I'm in Chennai. So the guy said from the bank, how does it matter, sir? So I then realized, yeah, I don't go to the bank. I do everything through internet, banking, mobile banking. So I really need to. So that is how the transformation in banking sector has happened. And thanks to that transformation, if you don't get that right, several of the government initiatives, funding and things like that will not be as effective as it is today. Thank you so much, Gayatri, for taking time and sharing this. Please stay back. There will be some questions. At least I have some question to ask you. So next speaker here is Mr. Deepesh Nanda. He is the CEO of GE Gas and Power. There is digital transformation happening everywhere, and I'm sure that there is a very different thing that we are going to hear, the success story of digital transformation that is happening in the gas and power sector. Over to you, Deepesh.
Thank you, Ramesh, and I must compliment Gayatri for a fantastic presentation.
Absolutely.
Taking back the concept of cannery, I never knew that's how it came from. So thanks a lot, Gayatri. I'll quickly share my screen. Let me know when you can see it. And if you can, then
yes, it is. It's visible.
My presentation. So I'll talk about the energy sector, which is where I come from. And I must tell you, like most sectors, even this one is going through massive transformation. The word that we are using in the energy sector is a transition which is taking place. In simple terms, if you take India, we are moving more towards renewable energy. We have used the word decarbonization. And then there are some timelines that we have to adhere to in line with global pacts that we have signed, like COP26. So India used to be conventionally a very large coal-based power plant, install-based market in India, which is now shifting pretty rapidly, I would say, to renewable energy. So that's one big change that's happening. Alongside that, there is a dire need for more efficient operations, because one way to reduce the carbon footprint, which is a topic of relevance in our industry, is to increase the efficiency of your operation. So if you increase the efficiency of how a boiler operates, then automatically the amount of carbon that you emanate comes down. We're also seeing the advent of decentralized power. So thus far, we are pretty accustomed to drawing power from a large central grid. But again, with things like solar panels becoming more and more affordable and in vogue, you're seeing, again, the coming of sorts of decentralized power. And then there is a massive backbone role that digital will play in this journey, because you are now getting different sources of electricity, say in a common grid. You have coal-based power, you have some nuclear, then you have intermittent power of wind and solar power, you have hydro. So the combination of all this to keep the grid stable at 50 hertz is a challenge. And one way to handle that challenge is through effective digital solutions. I'm more from the power side, but I'll make an attempt to explain to you as to what we're doing in terms of getting digital to the fore of handling the transition, improving efficiency, and making sure that the different sources of electricity generation that we manage are done in a conducive and cost-effective manner. With that, if you look at how GE has gone about deploying digital solutions in India, we've looked at three spheres. One is on the assets, so think of a power plant. The other is operations, which is nothing but the operations that happen within the power plant. And third is people, which is to empower the people who operate these power plants to get high quality information and knowledge such that they will be in a position to make interventions and keep the efficiency at the highest operating point. The way we go about doing this, and I heard the earlier session, so the way we go about doing this is that if you have a power plant, the first thing that we would do is that we would do something called baselining. We would go into a power plant and we would just establish what is the current operating condition of the power plant. And once we do that data collection, what we call as baselining, we have a sign off with the client. So let's take Chennai, for example. We would get into a plant of TNEB, and then we would map every facet of the power plant. What's the input fuel dynamics? What's the burn rate? What's the output of electricity? What's the consumption of fuel? What's the degradation of the plant? And so on and so forth. And then we would make a massive inventory of all the data that's available in the power plant till date and get a sign off. The next, what we would do is that we would go and deploy sensors in the power plant. So a very practical view of how digital tools are in operation currently. There are areas in the power plant that you could use hardware as a method to solve problems, but then now is the era where there are areas where you could also use software. So a combination of both hardware and software to solve performance problems. This may not be of new news to you, but then let me tell you that the acceptance of this is still rare because there is some inertia in the industry as to what's the cost benefit analysis of doing this. But coming back to the process, you complete the baselining, you go and install sensors in the entire plant, and then you start capturing data. And then what you heard the earlier speaker from ABP say, while this is happening, we have already developed a digital twin, which is nothing but a master template of that power plant. And once the data from the actual power plant on the ground is collected, we start comparing the performance of the actual power plant through the sensors and the data that we get with the digital twin. What this does is that it throws up all the inconsistencies, and then as those inconsistencies get thrown up, the software tool gives you high quality information as to why are those inconsistencies occurring in the first place, and then what could you potentially do. Now, if this process is maintained and fine-tuned, then you will be in a position to upgrade the performance of the current power plant pretty close to the digital twin, which will then mean much efficient operations, longer intervals of maintenance, and ultimately lower cost of electricity for the consumer. Now, all this is good when one kind of explains that you have digital, and with the benefit of digital, you will be in a position to do this and that. But ultimately, cost is an important factor. The cost of electricity is an important factor. Remember, India still is at a GDP of $2,200. We're still in that mode where affordability is a big question that one needs to always answer. And hence, what this page tells you is that an investment in digital to address issues of, say, the transition which is happening in the industry from conventional sources of energy to renewable sources of energy, or the conventional power plants and the renewable energy sources, you want to improve the efficiency of those power plants. And then to make sure that the efficiency of these plants is at the cutting edge, you deploy the digital solution that I told you. Here is an example of what this could translate in terms of meaningful returns for investors. This is my last page, and I thought that I'll make this more interactive with the audience here to take questions and to kind of give you more insights into the experience that GE has had in India. Before I hand this back to Ramesh, I'll just leave the audience with a quick update on GE in South Asia. So in India, we have 16 manufacturing units. We are 18,000 employees. We have a big research center in Bangalore, approximately 5,000 engineers. We also have one which focuses only on control systems, which is in Hyderabad. We probably account for 80% of all the electricity that's generated in India. And I'll be happy to interact with you and to exchange nuances both on the energy side and especially on how we could use digital to keep the energy landscape in India most efficient and most cost economical. So with that, I'll hand it over back to Ramesh. Thank you, Ramesh.
Thank you very much, Deepesh, for that quick, short, and very, very specific success story. While the questions keep coming, I think one of the things that reflected is on the digital twin. I think some of the things that has been taken as a success is on the digital twin model adoption, primarily in areas where, those kind of industries that you come from. Coming to the adoption, I think when you say that, the plant maintenance and so kind of things, the metrics that you collect, you have several sensors. How do you really went about making sense about all those data that is tons of data that is generated? So how did you go about convincing people, collecting the data, making some sense about it? So the adoption challenges that you've faced, if you can share any of those things.
I think the challenge is that when you in India, when you offer a digital solution, the clientele feels that it should come free of cost, right? This should already be inbuilt. I'm not going to pay money for it. And then you start explaining that this is the value story because it's humanly impossible for you to capture data from certain parts of the process, be it a bank, be it a power plant. And then the value of the data, once converted into knowledge that can be put to good use, which can actually save money for the client. If you can do that on a white piece of paper, that this is your investment in terms of digital and this is your cost saving. And then if you have the ability to financially back that up. So if I say that I could back this up through a financial guarantee, that if you make money, then you pay me. If you don't make money, then you don't pay me. Almost like a success fee model to begin with, just to instill a degree of confidence. I should say that even today, there is a lot of hesitancy in the Indian industry to embrace digital and to take a bet that, look, if I were to use the power of software to enhance my production or efficiency, which will in turn give me savings, there is hesitancy. But the moment you take risk and you say that I will back that up, then there are clients who are willing to do. Digital can actually save lives. There was an incident that happened in one of our plants where we luckily installed sensors. It was a massive commissioning going on. And during that commissioning, in the middle of the night, there was an incident which was captured by a sensor. And since that data then was sent to our control center in Atlanta, and then in the middle of the night, I got a call. And I got a call from somebody who doesn't know me, but somebody who's looking at a data screen and is seeing an alarm which is taken off. And then the software has a telephone number and you get a call. Now, since we got that call, we could avert a few things which we could not have averted had we not installed the sensor. So it's not just efficiency. I think the next phase of Indian industry is the marriage of brick and mortar with cutting edge digital. And where better than in India, where software comes to us naturally. So I hope that this hesitancy in terms of embracing software for a cost, right? Everything happens at a cost, but then if the return equation is commensurate to the cost, then I think this industry will develop much faster.
Thanks. And I think you're
on mute.
I'm not on mute. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sure. So thank you very much, Dipesh. So you spoke about giving the success story or helping your customers to adopt and success rate. And I'm sure that you would have seen similar
Can't hear you.
on your, oh, you're not able to hear me?
It's audible
Okay.
here, sir.
Yeah, it's audible to everybody. So no problem. So we will come back to Dipesh a little later again. Next speaker is my colleague at office, Satish Pala, CTO of Indian Software. We've been talking about speakers here, looking at how they transformed in their domains, banking, oil and natural gas, and things like that. So Satish, I expect that he would bring in with respect to how the technology is enabling and how some of the success stories of enabling, using technology as enabler for digital transformation. Over to you, Satish.
Thanks, Ramesh. Let me take a few seconds to present my screen.
Yeah.
Let me know if you can see my screen.
Absolutely, it's visible.
Okay, so I mean, if you want to talk about digital transformation, we can go on for days. And so when I was asked what would be an amazing success story to go with, I thought, let me choose some SMB type company that went through this whole process of from being a paper-based microfinance company to an automated microfinance fintech company. So I thought, okay, let me use this case, which would be beneficial for the audience to learn how a small company can go digital and completely digital. So that's the focus in this particular deck. So things that I'm going to cover, this is a success story, like I said, for a finance company, which became a microfinance small player into a fintech company. And the use case is specifically relevant here because of how we are discussing digital transformation maturity. So in this particular use case, I will cover various aspects of digital transformation maturity that we have implemented for this particular client of ours. And the topic is loan processing being automated. I'll talk about how it exists, how a traditional setup is there for any loan processor. What is the need for change? How does the current process look like? How does a transformed process look like? What are the benefits? And what the company took as lessons learned, and what's the road ahead for them? Then obviously we'll spend some time on questions. So I'll go further. So one of the traditional setup features is everything is paper-based. So you cannot shy away from using papers to send your documents in or whatever. For example, let's say in the age-old days, maybe I wouldn't say age-old days, let's say 5 years back. So let's say we wanted to apply loan. So there are two things. One, whether we apply loan or somebody calls you and offers you a better interest rate. Let's say I apply loan, I go to the agent and I give all my documents, and the agent promises that in 2 days I'll get my loan. And then this is the end of the second day and I'm anxious. The agent comes back after 3 days and says, you're missing one more paper. So my anxiety doubled, tripled. So obviously there are two things here. One, I'm dependent on a set of papers. I'm dependent on a manual review, and I'm dependent on a process that is not efficient for customer experience. So that is something that we have to get away from, and that's what this transformation is all about. So the other thing, so I have to wait from days to weeks. Why? And nowadays, the next gen people with the millennials and the ultra millennials thinking, why can't I get my loan in a few minutes? Why do I have to wait for days and weeks? Everything is documented. Everything is online. So that is something that is a feature of a current traditional setup where we have to wait for days and weeks. The other aspect is cost. So like I said, we have to handle papers. There is manual, a lot of labor here, and then there's back and forth process, and there is some amount of processing fees. There are transactions. There are people who approve. So there is so much cost involved in getting a loan processed. And the last element of a traditional setup is obviously even a small company, even though not digital, will have some amount of a database, will have some amount of a reporting system and some amount of records or documents for search. So this is a traditional setup. And how do we get from here to a technology-driven fintech company is what the company's idea was. So let's look at what is the need. So need is how do I get return on investment quickly? So let's say the finance company says, okay, I've got $100,000 to invest, and can I get the ROI in a year? Can I get the ROI in 2 years? How quickly can I do that? And if I spend time and money and effort on digital transformation, is return on investment, is it good enough and is it quick enough? So that's the main objective or driver behind the need for change. And then accelerated revenue cycle. So this particular loan company had one product, which is a daily loan, and they wanted to expand into weekly loans and bi-weekly loans and monthly loans. But they wouldn't know how long they have to wait in the regular process because they need at least 6 months to 12 months to evaluate how much revenue they've got. So there is a need to see revenue and compare what they have achieved in quick time. So they wanted accelerated revenue cycles, which is only possible with going digital. And then obviously with all the regulatory compliances to meet the law of the land, to meet all the financial compliances as well as security and PII, I think just being on a traditional setup, it takes a lot of time and effort to meet the compliance aspects. So this is a definite need in this new age. And then obviously in this market, the competition is high. There's a need to beat the competition and also improve the process efficiency so the customer satisfaction is high. So we'll go into how the current process is. The current loan process they have is very simple. There is a customer submits the loan application and the relevant documentation, and there is a manual department who does the review. Obviously, they need a system to look at if the customer is available in the system to verify. So they need a system, and this back office system needs to talk to credit bureaus to find out whether this customer has got a good score. And then this the agent reviews. And then obviously, if there is an issue, if there is some payments issue or any credit related issue, needs an additional approval from the underwriter. And then underwriter goes back and checks the details, and then gives approval or reject decision. And then you wait for 3-4 days, and then you get an approval or reject decision. Let's say it is an approved loan, then they submit the loan, and the loan is again submitted back into the credit bureau. So this is a traditional current loan process for this current company. And you could see that there is a lot of wait time. The wait time is at number 1, is a manual process. Number 2, review is a manual process. Number 3, number 5, 6, 7 are all manual because they have to go to a system and check and validate, provide exception approvals, talk to the client, talk to the customer again, get details and all that. So all this is a manual process that they want to get away with. So what we have done for this firm is to give them 3 levels of digital transformation maturity. One is to make some of these processes digital. So for example, so we have built a customer portal for them where the customer could log in, register, and submit the documents. We have given them a web interface as well as a mobile app. So in fact, mobile app is a big hit where everybody goes to the mobile app, applies a quick loan. So this is what we have done. Then we have this is the level 1 of the digital transformation maturity that we deployed for them. The next level is to build this application on a next-gen platform on cloud. So we build this on AWS for them. Then we made the underwriter approval process itself as an automated process. There is no underwriter sitting behind the desk and giving approvals. Now, as you can see, this is the second level of manual digital transformation. The third level is bringing in artificial intelligence, which is what takes away a lot of the effort in giving the approval. So this particular artificial intelligence transformation is nothing but a credit risk model. And this credit risk model, what we have done is to gather information about the customer base, gather information about the previous loans, gather information from the external bureau, and then identify whether this particular customer is risky, less risky, or is it borderline? Can we set up a tolerance of risk and give approved loans? So all that is taken into account in this algorithm, and this model provides the score to the underwriter application, which then gives an approval online. So we'll quickly go into the process. So again, instead of manual paper submission, it's a digital document submission, and then it's an automated review. The system goes back and gets the credit details. Then the workflow goes to the underwriter. This is not a person, but a system, an application behind the scene. It then goes and checks with the credit score model, which I already spoke about. Then once the credit score model provides the risk profile, the algorithms here approve or reject. And then it goes to the customer with an approval reject within a few minutes. Now, when the customer is okay, the loan is submitted. And then the loan details are submitted back into the bureau for the credit history. And if there is a need for manual conversations, so they have reps who are at the outlets, and that will take care of the manual or retail outlet loan applications. As you can see, this whole process now integrated and automated at various levels. So this is what we have done for them, and as a result, they were able to realize certain benefits. One, their process is automated, it's efficient. No manual errors. There is less risk, and in fact limited to non-existent abuse. Then they are able to disburse the loan, approve and disburse the loan in 8 minutes, which is a drastic change for their business because they were waiting a day or two, and this 8 minutes obviously has helped them provide more secure loans. And their assurance level of the customer has increased, and they are able to get more business because they are giving obviously more loans. The third element is cost, because it's a one-time cost of setting up the infrastructure and the platform on the digital transformation capability. The admin fees were reduced, and the manpower that they had put to other use in other products, and they were able to increase the products. So these are all the three benefits that they have achieved in time. Now, what they have learned from this, they were able to quickly identify and launch new products. Like I said, they were on daily loans. Then they started weekly loans, then they started bi-weekly, fortnightly loans. And for them, which used to take a month or two, they were able to launch loans in a day or two, maybe in a week. So it became easy, and they could launch variety of products and quickly. And that's the agility aspect. Now, obviously, customer experience has increased for them thanks to the online system on the web portal and the mobile portal. At the same time, they are able to capture the customer experience and using AI models as a next step. So they have integrated something called a customer 360, where they're able to capture customer experience through social media and then take advantage of the feedback and learn from there. So that's what they have is in their road ahead plans. Most importantly, it's to get the people trained in various aspects that they have built as part of the digital transformation, especially the people within the firm, to train them on various applications that are the next gen, that run fast, how to monitor the process, how to get more customers onto the system, how to solve the customer experience challenges and all that. So they have a training plan, and they've repurposed the people to take various aspects to build the business, so grow the business. And most importantly, now that they have seen, they have tasted what technology can offer, they are leveraging new technologies in terms of social media analytics.
One more minute, please.
I'm almost done.
Yeah.
Sure. So they've taken advantage of these, and I think that's about the road ahead for them. So I'll take any questions, Ramesh.
Thanks. Satish, I think there are some questions coming in, but I think one question that I have very relevant to what you presented is, when we do this digital transformation, we look at adoption success, and things like that. One key aspect of it is that how long in this particular case that you just shared to realize the benefit, how long it took?
So like I said, Ramesh, there were 3 digital transformation phases that we helped them with. Each one took for us about 3 months apiece. So we started with an online platform for 3 months. Then we started the underwriter automation. That took another 3 months. So within 3 to 9 months, we were able to deliver this transformation for them. And one thing what we have learned from experience is that big bang approach in digital transformation could become costly because there will be less patience and there will be anxiety that will set in. So 3 to 9 months is what we took for them to realize the benefits.
Thanks, Satish. I'm seeing a lot of questions coming in. So Deepesh, are you able to hear all clear, loud and clear? I'm asking Deepesh Nanda. We are not able to hear him.
Maybe we can pick and choose one, Ramesh.
Yeah, because there are a couple of. Oh, okay, you are able to. So there are a couple of questions for you. I'll come back to you after the next speaker. I just wanted to know if you are able to hear us. So the next speaker is DSL Prasad, former executive director of Indian Oil Corporation, another large Navaratna. So would like to hear the success story, digital transformation success story from him. Over to you, Mr. Prasad.
So, Mr. Prasad, if you can turn on your video, I can put you on the spotlight.
So, Senthil, you have his presentation. It looks like there is some issue
on
his end. Yeah,
yes, sir. Is the presentation visible, sir?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Mr. Prasad, are you there? It's over to you.
He was there.
Yeah, he was there. So I'm just looking at.
Sir, Prasad, sir, you need to unmute yourself.
Hello, are you able to hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, pretty much.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm having a difficulty because the internet is, I'm having a problem with the internet. So I'm on my mobile. So I'll try to do some justice to the topic given to me. And please, all this participants, I request to bear with me on this. But today I'm going to talk to you on this supply chain, one of the supply chains of Indian Oil Corporation, where we have leveraged the power of IoT. Indian Oil has a large conglomerate, and it has got a number of supply chains, starting from refinery, pipeline, and in marketing. I'm looking at marketing, and in marketing, I'm looking at the supply chain of transporting fuels right from the length and breadth of this country. Indian Oil, as you know, is a company which is spread all over the India. They transport the fuels right from Kanyakumari to right up to Leh. So they face a variety of issues, and they have one particular issue which I will try to tell in this particular presentation. So I would like please move ahead with my slides so that I can. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Sir, I have moved the screens for you, sir.
Hello. I know you move to the next screen. Please move to the next screen, please. Yeah. So I am briefly giving the about Indian Oil. Indian Oil is a Maharatna, and it is a company with has a market share. It's a Maharatna company, government controlled, and it's a company which last year the turnover was 514,000 crores. It's the turnover of this company, and it has got a large retail outlets. 32,000 retail outlets were there, This company grew from in 40 years. It had a refining capacity went 11.6 times, and it has the pipeline network. It has moved by 7.5 times than what it was in 1970, and its cumulative turnover increased by about 14%. It is a Maharatna company, and it is Fortune 500 company. So can I move to the next one? Yeah. So if you see this company, it has got about 55,000 touch points, where it services a lot of retail outlets, bulk consumers, and it has got an LPG distribution where it has more than 12,000 LPG distributors. And this is if you see, out of this, about 42% of the retail outlets which are now in the country is owned by Indian Oil. The LPG distribution, if you see that out of the distributor network, 51% is owned by the Indian Oil, and 47% of the aviation fuel stations are owned by Indian Oil. Last year, Indian Oil did 81 million metric tons of product. Please, can we move to the next one? Yeah. Now, this is the this company. If you see an LPG, we have a variety of packages which we distribute across the country to the various requirements of various customers. And starting from 5 kg cylinder, which is we introduced some time back called Chotu for the agriculture and for the rural women purposes, to 4,425 kg, which is for the industrial purposes. So last year we could add about 3,000 retail outlets, and LPG now the booking in LPG. You'll all agree that it is nowadays it's very easy to book for an LPG cylinder, and it comes in no time. So even today, the digital transformation has taken place in LPG, and even on a missed call, you can they will call you back, and they will see that the cylinder is delivered to you. And even Alexa can be used to book your cylinder and deliver. So this is the transformation which is taking place in Indian Oil. And next, please. Can we have a next one? Yeah. I'm going to just briefly dwell upon one particular issue, that is which is very actually has been troubling the Indian Oil, or for that matter any oil industry, is the pilferage and contamination. If you see that the value of the petroleum products are very high, now it is around 80 to 100 rupees, the range of the petroleum products. And there is a huge temptation for the transport, the network, the transport operators to pilfer the product. So this is an area where Indian Oil, which is currently has been using a mechanical solution where they are using padlocks, but with some unique padlock system. But even then, they were not happy with that because of a lot of complaints coming from customers and the retail outlet dealers. So this tampering is a regular, some of the features which tampering happens, and pilferage and contamination keep happening. So in addition to this, because we are having a mechanical system of locking with the padlocks, if you see a terminal, in an oil terminal, if you go earlier, we will have a big room only to store locks, mechanical locks. If you see a terminal, if it is having a 300 trucks which come and go out of the terminal, taking the fuel to distribute it, you will at least have minimum 300 locks plus. And you have to identify the lock, mechanical lock to each truck, and you have to map it. And then only you will be able to lock it. For this, you used to have a lot of manpower, and there used to be an elaborate accounting system we used to have, so that the locks, there is no teething of the locks takes place. So this was the system. Therefore, it is a big problem for oil industry. And Indian Oil was looking for one such solution, a solution which is like to secure, a solution to secure, track, solution to track, secure, track, and monitor the movement of tank trucks carrying the fuels across the multiple locations, and a capability to provide real-time alerts and dashboards. So they want to know where the truck is there, and is it going on a nominated route, desired, or it is deviating. All this they wanted to know. And is it going in the time? Actually, there's a specified time. Does it go? So all this they are wanting to know. So they were looking for a solution. And when one such solution was provided by Kritilab Technologies, and this solution provided to Indian Oil, the secure of transportation, and it is also gave a solution of secure storage and process enhancement. And this particular solution, actually Indian Oil did an extensive field evaluation in the terminals and found it to be actually beneficial to them. And this system works on an IoT platform. So I'll briefly talk about it in the coming slides. Can I have the next slide, please? So the solution offered is that it can help in pilferage protection. And you see, in any device, electronic device, or any device, if you want to put it on a truck which is carrying petroleum products which are inflammable, you need a PESO approval. So this particular device has been approved by PESO because it meets their standards. And real-time business rules, it gives the real-time business rules can be done, because if you see that if once the dealer places an indent for a product, an invoice is generated. Once that invoice is generated, the product is loaded, then the product then goes. So on real time, you will get to know about the operation of the retail outlet, and it is used to give a digital audit trails. It can give, and also authentication of when the truck reaches from the terminal to the retail outlet or customer point. You will get an OTP on the registered mobile of that authorized person, and with that OTP, you can open that lock, and the customer could take the product and decant it. So,
sir, you have 1 more minute.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so, next slide, please. So, this is the system. Which I would like to say there are 5 units to this, and it is one. It is this is integrated with the IOC server, and Kritilab server creates all the required business rules, and then from there it communicates with there is a controller, and to the controller it communicates the messages, and also once the business rules are satisfied, it also sends an OTP alert so that the dealer can use that OTP to open the lock. And this, if you see, this as a controller, and there's a lock, and this is a truck which is having what is called a single lever system truck, where the lock is situated at the rear of the truck, and it is connected to the controller through a cable system. And it is so one such location where you can see, you can have a look at it, where this is how the single lever system and how this lock is connected and how it closes. And these are the two. This is the one on the left side is the lock, and one is the right side of the controller, which is used there. So there are 5 distinct advantages for using this system. It's a cloud-based scalable system, and it is scalable and ability to work with multiple devices and sensors. Because if you see, there are 26,000 trucks are being in operation, and all these in these 26,000 trucks, this digital lock system is available. So therefore, the server is able to communicate with multiple devices and sensors, and it is available on 24/7. And then, and real time, the business rules can be changed, and it has got a real time dashboard, and reports will generate, and audit trails and alerts can be done, and it can be 24/7 multilingual for the backup support. People can speak in multilingual to convey the OTP or convey information to the customers. So this is and these are the final slide. This is the benefits. You can see the benefits. It's a keyless locking solution. Earlier they had a keys. Now this is a keyless locking solution. There's a lot of reduction in manpower. Therefore cost of saving is there. And the company, the terminal manager, he gets alerts and notifications, so he can control the movement of the trucks, and he gets reports and on the dashboard, very free to see about the various dashboards, provide a complete overview about the key supply chain system. And finally, this is a real-time tracking takes place. All the 26,000 TTs are on real-time basis tracked. So it is providing a great advantage to Indian Oil, and I hope that in future to come, other oil companies will also adopt similar system. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Prasad. I think, are you able to hear me? Yeah.
Thank you very
okay.
much.
So sure. Thanks so much. I think one of the things that we see right from the beginning when you heard is the government, including the government of India, state governments.
Yeah, I'm able to hear you.
And
I hope people could hear what I said. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Thank
we
you.
could
Thank
hear
you
it. Thank you so much. So what I was saying is that some of the adoption of technology transformation right from Indian Railways could be, and I said Navratna, now it is Maharatna, and Indian Oil, 26,000 vehicles, pilferage, they are talking about thinking in that direction. So it's a great transformation on the ground level. Indeed, great transformation story. Thank you so much for sharing that. Looking at the time, we have a lot of questions that have coming in. It's to ensure that we cover just in time. I have one question each for the panelists here. I'll just one question to Gayatri is there is a huge paradigm shift in the banking space. Today, the customer is able to transact from the comfort of his or her home. The financial space is being seen as the emergence of fintech companies who are effectively leveraging the power of emerging technologies, with chatbots to manage customers and AI being used to assess customers' financial strength, etc. We'll have a stage where the entire process is totally online. Your thoughts and the same.
Actually, I couldn't agree more. What we are seeing is, in fact, as I said, right, the financial touch points, the channels that we are seeing is changing a lot. It's not that everything has become digital. We call this as digital. It means that there is a need for physical areas, particularly exception handling. Let's say I have a foreign account and I also have a Indian passport. So if I have to transact some of those, how do I in technology we call those as edge cases, right? Some of those cases do need a intervention, and not all the possibilities you want to give it in a digital sector, because it's that level of human intervention is needed. Because A, you want to authorize this person. B, you also want to say, okay, what is this even a possibility to make it happen? So that sort of overriding has to happen. But I think that percentages are coming down. In fact, within our bank, what we are doing is we are using a data-based decision making, and based on which channels are being used more, it is that is how what is getting more and more cost, right? The investment that has to happen. So the investment is data based on which channels are being used by which target customer. Your investments are also happening in that commensurate to that. And what is the benefit of that, right? If we go dig deeper, what is happening is you're actually driving user behavior. You're driving user behavior. In fact, one of the questions that somebody asked is, we are having actually actual robo. We are experimenting that. We are having a robo for a set of users who are primarily 65 plus kind of a users who are not comfortable in using it. So they are actually standing next to them. The robots are standing and training them. And that robo has a video teller machine. So in that sense, there is a person behind to help that person if they are not able to go beyond a point, right? So I think we are trying to virtualize it, but at the same time make it personalize each of the experience. So I think that will more and more happen by way of educating and empowering.
Thank you for elaborating that, Gayatri. So another question is, this question is to Satish. Identifying credit frauds is a critical step in process. I think we've been hearing a lot about that. And what is the probability of success of the AI model, and any risk of missing a credit fraud, and what AI technology was used in whatever? I think this is very specific to the presentation, Satish, that you had, case study that you had shared.
Okay, there are two things to this question. One, the effectiveness of the model is completely dependent on the choice of the algorithm that we make and the amount of data that is available to build the model, retrain the model, and see the effectiveness. Okay, so the first thing is, can we guarantee a completely foolproof system with AI? We can't. There's no 100% efficient model. There is an efficiency of 80 to 90%, and then complemented by a manual review workflow, it will make it 100%. So that's number one. Number two, what models have we used? We have used XGBoost as an algorithm for this, and we had built this whole model using Python, and the data sets that are available from the firm enterprise CRM system, from the firm payment system, from the firm loan system, as well as an external credit bureau, which we connected through their APIs, and we were able to build this model in about 12 weeks. And then we also did a efficiency test of the model. Some loans were done through manual, some loans were done through the model risk score, and then we found out how efficient the model was. So that's how we addressed that.
Thanks, Satish. There's another question to Deepesh from Jaya. Digital transformations in energy segment might have to leverage many products which need a lot of configuration with minimal coding customization. How is built-in quality ensured in such cases where it is slightly different from a conventional transformation? Deepesh, you're able to hear it? You are on mute. Yeah.
Host. Yeah, sorry, the host had muted me. So good question. What I'd say is that how we went about doing this exercise of getting digital tools in a brick and mortar power plant is that we built a platform called Predix. A few of you would have got to know about this. So the Predix platform, it gave us an opportunity to do all that big data analytics. And then every power plant that was built, say post 2015 or so, was tagged as a digital power plant. So that element of making sure that on day one, there's this ability for the power plant to make it conducive for the use of sensors was built. And then at the back end, a robust infrastructure on a platform called Predix was developed. And then the interface between these two is what you see is happening real time on the ground.
Sure. So what I will do is that one last question, just looking at kind of this digital and AI are here to stay, as they are make life comfortable, cutting across caste, religion, race, etc. How geared are we to combat the innovative fraudsters? This question is from Srinivas Ram and not specific to any speaker, but I think it's quite a generic question. I think when we do all this kind of, I think one of the case study of the Indian Oil was itself to have this digital transformation done to check on the pilferage and things like that. So anybody want to take this question?
I can take that, Ramesh. From a fraudsters, financial tech is going through a lot of such things, right? So what multi-level authentication is something that we are trying to do a lot. So, and not just from a transaction level, but it's also at a perimeter level, physical level. Lots of such things are happening. And in addition to that, right, it's also how do you ensure that those blast radius is smaller? If you identify something, contain that and then mitigate that. I think that kind of a risk mitigation strategies are being put in place only to combat those fraudsters. And the communication now is everyone, right from the junior most person to the exec level, everybody has their ears on the ground, because the reputation is important, right? So whenever something is happening, you're also quick to respond. You're not reacting to it, you're also able to respond by saying that, okay, such a thing happens, how do you ensure that it's mitigated and it is mitigated across the line? I think that those are a couple of things that we are trying to do from a financial tech perspective. I would leave it.
And I can add to some aspects of how to handle it technology-wise or with the help of technology. So in the previous generations, we used security as a nice to have thing. We wanted to get something going, and then we will handle security later, access management later. But now cybersecurity is the #1 priority when we are designing this platform, right? So what Gayatri mentioned about MFA is one of those such cybersecurity design principles where you have multi-level security. At the same time, how much is data being encrypted? What levels of encryption do we have? What is the access? Do we have RBAC set up, right? Do we have focus on designing the applications, keeping in view who to access, who can access the data? Are there data governance aspects about it? So there are various things that we should take into consideration while designing the platform. And that's how we can try to eliminate potential hacks through these innovative fraudsters.
Thanks, Sarish. I think that there are more questions coming in, but in the interest of time, I would sum up the session here. And the questions can be, I think I will request the organizing committee to take these questions to the speakers, and then maybe we can answer it offline and share it with the.
Copied, sir.
Okay, great. That's excellent. That's excellent. To just sum up, I think, thank you very much. I think it was a wonderful session sharing with all of you here. Some of the things that I could take away from this session is be clear with the objectives, and structure it. Unless and until you structure what you want to achieve and how we want to achieve it is not going to be successful. And be clear on the insights and also the intent. And I think that was one of the questions that was even asked by some of the audience. And very important is you need to choose the right technology, a plethora of technologies. How do you go about it and choosing the right one? And execution towards the end, right? Somebody even asked one of the questions, but because of lack of time. So how much time it takes to complete a digital transformation and things like that. So it's very, very important that execution is very important. If you get wrong, then going back and doing that again is going to be pretty expensive. So thank you so much. This is some of the great insights I could get from various different diverse industry coming from this panelist here. And I'm sure each one of the participants here would have got a lot of value. I thank each one of you, Gayatri, Deepesh, Satish, and Prasad for sharing your insights. So Nitya would want to know, so the best question goes to Srinivas Ram.
Oh, great.
So that's about from this plenary session.
Thank you, Ramesh. Thank you, team.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you
you.
very
Thanks for the
much.
opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ramesh, and thanks to all the speakers for joining us. There was a truly apt session line giving insights on digital transformation in different sectors. And no doubt the session had covered all the expectations of the participants who have come from different sectors. And thank you once again for your time and effort. Good day.
Good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, over to you, Vijay. Thank you.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. After hearing the success stories of digital transformation, we are now here we go to preliminary frameworks and models for digital transformation. The main highlights about this section are the various models and frameworks that are available for guiding enterprises to undertake digital transformation. This session is shared by Shankar Venkatramani, Executive Director, KPMG, and Steering Committee member, SPIN Chennai. Mr. Shankaran has around 26 years of experience in the field of strategy, quality management, process improvement, and of the customer-based advisory services. He is responsible for global delivery in business excellence, practice, and for providing advisory services on strategic process improvement initiatives. With the vast experience in the field of quality, cognitive and agile methods, he provides consulting, engineering, healthcare, and other financial institutions. We have Mr. Sushant Rabra, partner at KPMG India and global leader digital and tech. Sushant is a partner with KPMG Management Consulting Practice, leading the firm's agenda on digital strategy and transformation consulting services. In the last 15 years, KPMG, he has extensively worked on both agenda pertaining to growth, operating model, efficiency, and customer experience. He has extensively worked Fortune 500 clients in the Europe, Middle East, as well as Asia Pacific. And along with him, we have today Rajesh Panchanabdil, Director, Business Consulting, Information, Ernst & Young. Rajesh has over 18 years of experience in advising clients on operations, transformation, and shared services. Currently, he is the Director in the Business Consulting Practice of Ernst & Young with a focus on strategy and execution. He had led multiple operation transformation programs for multiple functions through levers of operating. Invite Rajesh was the principal consultant, senior consultant in IBM strategy and change focusing on operation strategy. So over to Shankar.
Sure. Thank you, Vijay. Let me quickly do audio quality check. Am I audible? Everybody? Excellent. Great team. I think we are having a wonderful conversation, and I think it's a great conference going on. Fantastic conclave in the context of digital transformation. Much needed conversations with all the experts. Although we are going behind the schedule, but I think this comes along with the passion with all the speakers. They wanted to share as much as they have that will be beneficial for all the members here. So thanks to all the speakers, and we had a fantastic opening inauguration as well with dignitaries talking about very important perspectives on digital transformation. So now we are going to talk about slightly different. Remember what Dr. Eleanor talked about in the inaugural session about models and frameworks, which are absolutely needed in the current context for the industry. Models and frameworks are not new to us. I think we have been for many years, irrespective of different industry sectors. We have lived with models. We have used models as a guide, as a facilitator, as a type of support in terms of putting a structured approach in place. We have always done that, irrespective of the context, right? We have information security, we have standards, models, and frameworks around it. If we talk about environmental management system, we do have it. If you're talking about quality management system, yes, we had enough models and frameworks in place. So I think in line with that, we would need a model and framework for digital transformation also, because as Dr. C. Velan said, it's not easy. It's going to be very tough, and therefore we need something to clearly help us to put together the structured approach. So this session, I have two eminent speakers who have worked with different companies, different industries, guided them in their journey towards digital transformation, trying to help all these organizations to get adequate insights on how exactly they can use various models and frameworks. So we will try to understand what are the key dimensions on those models, what are the stages of building the capabilities towards picking up on digital transformation, what are the essential characteristics and readiness attributes an organization or an enterprise need to embark on adapting digital transformation. So the key question would always in front of us be why the frameworks and models are very important for us. How do they support, especially in the context of digital transformation? How the new age framework look very different from the traditional models and frameworks we have been using? And what are some of the salient characteristics of a good framework? So with that note, not taking much of the time, let me turn the table to Sushant Rabra, my colleague and senior partner in KPMG, who brings in vast experience working with the different industries in the space to enlighten us on the models and frameworks associated with digital transformation. Sushant, over to you. While if it is in-person conference and conclave, I would have said, floor is all yours. Now I would say screen is all yours.
Thank you so much, Sankaran. And first of all, thank you so much, SPIN Chennai, for having me here today. It's a very prestigious platform, and I have been intently listening to the conversation so far. I would say, it's been great. Sorry, just give me a second. Yeah, it's been great listening to all the leaders here and their thought process on digital transformation. It's been quite fantastic. Thank you so much for that. So if I was to start off and say that digital transformation is important and we need to look into it, I think I would be preaching to the converted. I think I don't need to establish that anymore. So I'll take a different tack on this to say, we all agree digital transformation is the fundamental force shaping up the world today. If that is the case, what all can we do in terms of framework, model, conceptual, I would say, arrangements to demystify digital, break it down and make it real for us and our clients? So that's the focus that I will have for the next 12 to 15 minutes when we walk through this journey. Now, if you look at the overall digital transformation journey, you can start from various dimensions. There are companies which have already walked this path before, and therefore they would possibly want to start with looking at the overall vision and the North Star of digital for them. There are some who might have walked this journey to a certain degree. They are trying to look at where else can I expand the value of digital in my organization. Some would have, for example, already invested in it and now trying to further optimize, fine tune, and so on and so forth. So you could be anywhere in the overall journey of digital transformation. But what we are trying to bring out through this presentation is there is a merit in going about it in a very structured way to unbundle what can digital do for you and go line by line, block by block to see what does it mean for you. So for the companies which are starting, let's say, completely ab initio, their digital transformation or digital vision has to interlock with the overall business strategy. In fact, today, I possibly do not know of any client of ours where their business strategy can be de-linked from what they are doing on the digital side. It's very tightly coupled. From there, you go ahead and I look at what are the various interventions that we have marked over here on value prioritization, and then look at the stance that you want to take out there in the market. Now, you could take a stance that I'm going to be a market leader in digital, or I could be a fast follower in digital, or I would be a point player. The stances are for you to take, and therefore the strategy of a company A and a company B would look very different from each other. Now, if I was to take a step back and say, how do we define digital transformation and what kind of framework do we use? And possibly that could be of relevance for the audience which is listening to us today. And some of this is already there in public domain, so you can go to KPMG website and understand a bit more on that. So we are looking at digital from 5 lenses. Okay? And let me explain the lenses that we have in mind. And we call it the connected enterprise. Why we call it connected? See, classically, we used to think about transformation in saying, okay, let me transform the HR function. Let me transform the customer service function. But what we realized is that that is just shifting the bottleneck from one part of the organization to the other. When you are looking at the customer, end of day, you are creating value for the customer. He is not really interested in which tower or which OU in your organization, which process is running. He is eventually looking at what is the outcome that you are able to create for him. And consequently, our take, first of all, on digital transformation is it is horizontal. So you need to look at it from the lens of the consumers of that digital transformation, which are the lenses that I will talk about just now, and not just the functional towers. So the first and foremost is customer. You put customer at the heart and center of digital transformation. He or she is the reason why we exist. And the one who owns the customer is the one who will own the ecosystem. And it's very important. I'll give you a classic case. For some time ago, all the retail chains or food chains, they had a good hold on customer. Today, why do you think likes of Zomato or Food Panda are getting so much of valuation? Because what they've done is that they actually now hold the customer. They have pushed some of those food chains or retail chains into the role of a quasi supplier. And they are the ones holding the pipe from the customer. So the first question you should think about is, if I look at my business model, what needs to change from a customer dimension? Second dimension is employee. For you to create value for your customer, you will have to also create value for your employees. So is it becoming easier, faster, better for your employees to deliver the value that you seek them to deliver? Then I'll come to the left-hand side, which is the market dynamics. What are the new innovations, business models that you can create in the market using digital, which was not possible before? So that's the lens that you can use to look at digital and digitalization in your organization. Coming on to the right, you can look at your organization not in terms of towers of finance, HR, IT, and so on, and see that essentially the organization is front office, mid office, and back office. In the front, mid, and back, what all digital interventions will work. So in the front office, for example, do I provide my channel partners, my customers, other stakeholders, ways to engage with me in a digital means, give them more options? Can I create shared value, shared gain models over there? That all comes in front office. Mid office is where your economic value is being created. Think of it like a factory, if I'm into manufacturing, or think of it like for a BPO, the core shop floor where people are taking calls. Whatever your business is, mid office is where your economic activity is concentrated, and the back office is all the support functions that you need to also digitize. Finally, the last and final lens that you need to look at from a digital standpoint is of your channels and business partners. In today's world, it's not an organization fighting an organization, but an ecosystem fighting an ecosystem. So consequently, you can't be doing great and your channel partners not getting that support from you, because the ecosystem will then fall. And that's the lens that we need to keep in mind when we talk about digital. In interest of time, Sankaran, because we're running slightly behind, I'll straight away jump into the detailed connected enterprise model. And you guys can also find this on KPMG website to maybe go deeper and familiarize yourself. What we are saying essentially is that when you talk about digital, we have now surveyed more than 400 organizations worldwide. Consistently, all of them are doing few great things. They are all making the needle move on 8 key capabilities. These are the capabilities that are there in front of you. They are using digital, let's say, on the product pricing and customer side, or experience centricity side, and so on and so forth. I don't need to read through all of them, but they are making the needle move on 8 capabilities. As long as your digital transformation journey impacts at least one of them and moves the needle, you could create value for yourself as well as for your customers. Now, each of these 8 capabilities is split into sub capabilities. So there are about 5 sub capabilities that we saw organizations investing on. So for example, if I say advanced data analytics, they are investing in core data strategy. They are investing in data as a function. They are investing in core analytics. They are investing in technology stack to respond to that. So it gives you a sense of direction, because it's very easy to say data analytics, but what does that mean? If you go into the sub capabilities as part of this framework, it gives you directional stance or view saying, this is what I need to do. So 8 into 5, 40. So in a way, if you deconstruct your organization on these 40 capabilities, assess where you are versus where the market leaders are, you would be able to see what is the journey that you have to traverse, and consequently, this makes the entire digital strategy, digital transformation, digital roadmap formulation for your organization much more structured affair as compared to 4 people sitting together and discussing on a whiteboard. Okay. From our perspective, what we have, and I can take you through that, is we have gone through industry by industry, and we have a point of view on saying what does digital transformation mean for that industry. So, for example, this is one of the snapshot on banking. There could be another one for consumer, retail, logistics, airlines, defense. So for every sector, there would be a specific point of view on what digital transformation means. And this, in my view, is distilled knowledge. Having worked with, let's say, lots and lots of banks who are doing something right in digital, you could bring it back here and say, these are themes which are working out for others, and therefore, these are themes that you might want to evaluate for yourself, right? So in a nutshell, this is my last slide. I hope I am on time, Sankaran. 5 things that you need to keep in mind. First, when you talk about a framework for digital for your business, please cover the entire gamut of business processes without artificial boundaries. What gets constituted as sales in one organization could be maybe part of supply chain somewhere else. So what is included in procurement in one might be part of extended finance team in the other. So let's not go with any labels like that. Just look at the entire business process layer and see what is creating value for your customer. Theme number 1. Theme number 2, digital transformation. The framework for that is highly aligned to the industry. What works for a pet food maker does not work for education. It doesn't work for government to citizen services. So digital transformation is not a be-all, end-all generic model. It is very specific to your industry, and therefore your framework has to respond to it. Third, digital transformation is not only about yourself. Uber does not exist today because Uber is great. Uber is great, of course. Uber is working with Google Maps to get the map data, working with Paytm for the payments, and 20 other partners actually in the background. So you have the entire ecosystem routing for you. So when you're looking at digital transformation framework for your organization, please consider the entire ecosystem and what is their value in that. Fourth, look at innovation. It's very easy to get into the loop of incremental improvement, saying I used to do this manually, I have put it on an app or a website or whatever, and therefore it is digital now. Fair enough, it is some part of that is digital, but real value will come from innovation. When you do a orbit shift in the way you are doing your business or your operating construct. And last, digital transformation cannot exist only for the sake of it. On this call today, we have all of us, and in fact, I would say large part of people listening to us today also would be technology professionals who have something to do with technology. We get excited, and I get excited about the latest shiny thing which happens in technology, right? But let me be candid, for the clients that we work with or our own businesses, shareholders or stakeholders are looking at metrics which are more outcome driven. I might be having the best AI algorithm, but if it doesn't create value for my stakeholders or shareholders, frankly, it is of no use. So please keep yourself very honest in terms of what is the value that digital transformation is able to drive for you, and drive your framework value first. That will set you up for success. That was all from my side, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come and talk to you. I'm happy to take any questions if there are at this juncture.
Thank you, Sushant. That was an awesome presentation. I really like the one that you talked about. I think the world that we are heading towards is something that we are going to fight ecosystem versus ecosystem. It's not competition for the solution or an isolated product, but it is going to be ecosystem to ecosystem. Similarly, a great thought, because the framework and model, the moment it comes to our mind, everybody across the globe starts thinking about compliance to the framework. It's not about compliance, it's about value and performance improvement. I think you emphasize the point that you have to start thinking about or get rid of the departments, functions, Okay, compartmentalization of that organization structure. Get out of that and then start thinking about, I like 3 words that you said: front office, back office, and middle office. That's it. And finally, when we align that way, we align to the customer. It's very, very interesting. Thank you so much, Sushant. In fact, the one that you referred to, I think I like the term called the connected enterprise. I think that's very important, because if you're talking about these 3, front office, back office, and middle office, then we are actually talking about connected enterprise. And it has to put the customer in the center. I like the diagram that you had customer focus in the center in order to bring that enterprise-wide framework. I could go through that 8 fundamental integrated capabilities, 5 sub-capabilities. Prashant, I couldn't find any parts which is left out. I think it is very clearly standing for an inclusive approach. And when you refer to the term ecosystem, no one is isolated in that. They're all connected with each other so as to stand with the view that this is a framework which will put the organization in not only the structured approach, but also in an accelerated path in adapting to digital transformation. Thank you so much, Sushant. Thank you. Okay, now we will please stay back for the questions. I will read out the questions a little later. Now we'll go to the next eminent speaker from EY, Rajesh Panchanathan, who has worked extensively with various organizations on helping them to realize the intensity of digital transformation, potential of digital transformation. And in my informal conversation with him, he used to ask, are we truly ready for digital? We are going to learn that, how we need to emphasize on the fact that we need to be truly ready. And how can we bring frameworks, ways of working, technologies, all come together? They all need to come together, play at like a music orchestra to create that impact, what Sushant talked about in terms of the client value that we want to deliver. And interestingly, we'll also learn from Rajesh in terms of how do the organization can assess themselves as to where they currently stand and where they need to move forward to. So with that note, I'll turn it out to Rajesh, and screen is all yours, Rajesh.
Yeah, thank you, Shankaran, and thank you, Sushant, for setting the context upfront as well. Just shout out if you're able to hear me and see my screen.
Sure. You're able to see the screen, you're audible, clear. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is the first dialogue of our new normal, right? And everyone's working
absolutely,
remote and all of that, and you have to ask that question.
Yeah, and on a lighter note, Rajesh, always the question, can you hear me, is only audible, nothing much, nothing else is audible.
Yeah. Thank you for this opportunity, for me to come and present my point of view on digital transformation, and a framework for measurement, whether we are doing digital correct or not. Right? I'm going to be, like a parrot repeating what Professor Shah said in the beginning, what Mr. Ajit Balakrishnan said, the minister said, and everyone who's been repeating, who's been saying, right? Digital is here to stay. It's the defining trend of at least our lifetime in the past 10, 15 years. And we are only touched or 1% of it, right? The rest 99%, we are still evolving. Industries are getting disrupted. Certain industries are no longer there. So Uber is not a transportation company, right? Uber is a technology platform. Similarly, Zomato is not a restaurant. It's not in the restaurants business. It's in the technology business, right? And it's disrupting everything. And we are only slowly catching up to it. And while I say that, it's also refreshing to hear, some of our, government enterprises, like hearing from Prasad from IOCL, using words like scalability, real time, visibility, cloud, and all of that. It's very refreshing to hear that we are able to sort of adapt to it. Like I said, digital is here to stay. We have only touched a bit of it. The disruption is just we have just touched the tip of the iceberg. And like I said, what's happening is that traditional business models have changed to what we call as digital business models. If you had people, you had processes, you had enabling technologies or land materials, raw materials, whatnot, we were successful in the traditional business model. But today it's technology, the data on it, the insights that you can gain, the assets and IP that you have, the processes are those resources that drive the processes and are supported by people. And people are not just employees, it's stakeholders, ecosystem, networks, partners, everyone that's touched by the firm or enterprise, right? And it's touching everything that we do, right? It is nothing, it's not isolated. It is not just happening in finance, or it's not just happening in HR. It's not just happening within IT. It is just touching everyone across the life cycle of an organization, across the life cycle of what we call as value chains. Everything that we do is getting disrupted. Having said that, there are organizations which have embarked on the journey towards transformation, towards digital, but are we truly there? Like the professor mentioned earlier, there are you a laggard or are you a leader? Where do you want to be, right? Or are you a follower, right? And most organizations, even individuals, are here. We are only doing digital. There are certain pockets of digital transformation or digital projects that are undergoing. Right? For example, if your accounts payable person comes and says that my invoices are in PDF, that's only digitization or digitalization, and it's not truly digital transformation, right? And therefore, are you on the path to being digital? And being digital is something that it is customer experiences are ingrained, stakeholder experiences are ingrained. Employees, vendors, partners, ecosystem, everyone. And business operations are moving with agility, right? And agility is supported by the tools and technology that we use. So it's the path that we take. In our view, at least in our experiences, what we think of as the 4 key areas of digital transformation are your stakeholders, right? Customer or consumer, employee, your operations, your assets, and innovation. And I mean, it truly touches everything. If you're only touching one of them and not the others, then it's not end-to-end transformation. You can't have just customers, have the greatest user interface and not have operations, still use Excel and old legacy systems to respond to that customers, right? It has to be end-to-end. And the other thing is that true digital transformation has to be across the levels of the organization. It has to be from leadership in digital and leadership in transforming an organization through digital has to be displayed across the organization. And these are some of the things that we see as transformation leaders that they demonstrate as their qualities, and that gets translated into actual implementations, right? You have a customer first mindset, you nurture talent, you enable our workforce to embrace technology. You're no longer a functional resource in an organization. We are techno-functional resources, right? There are things like low code, no code platforms where people can automate their own things, right? We say, we automate to take the robot out of the human, so the human can spend more value-added time with their stakeholders, right? Build new digital capabilities. You have to test and learn. It is not just that you identify, okay, I'll do an Ariba implementation for my contracts. It's not enough. You have to test and learn, and everything that you do has to be within the context of your organization, your business, and your operating model, right? Agile models. We can't, things are improving so fast that you have to learn, implement, test on an agile model, right? Every company that's in the new tech, or every app that you download from your Google Play Store or Apple Play Store, Apple Store, they always test the product on the users, right? We have to cultivate that sort of a mindset if you need to have truly digital transformation. In this thing, one of the things, like we always say, right, the right measurements will drive the right behaviors and the right performance. Similarly, it is very, very important for us to assess where you are and know where you want to be, and then guide your stakeholders, employees, all of them towards that path. Right? It's important for us to keep measuring where we are and where we want to be. We call it our Blaze framework, which is basically, are we building the capability for the future? Are we leading and owning business outcomes? Not process metrics, but outcome metrics. The workforce of the future, right? Is our workforce enabled, equipped to handle, the disruption? Are we innovating enough, right? And then operational excellence. Yes, we have done everything right, but is our organization nimble, agile? Can we deploy automation at scale? Is whatever we are doing scalable, right? And this is something that can help as a framework in driving digital transformation in your organizations, right? And it's like I said, it's not just one element that needs to come together. All the elements of an organization need to work holistically to drive that, what we call as true digital transformation. Right from strategy to experiences, to your supply chain and operations, to the people who provide technology, right? And risk and cybersecurity. Increasingly, everything is on the cloud, right? Your finance, legal and tax, and your people and assets. So, like I said, so before we dwell into questions, I just want to leave the thought with you. Are you doing digital or are we being digital? What do we need to do to be digital, right? Digital is not just, implementing a newfangled software or enabling cloud. It's not that. Digital is, true digital way of working, right? And it ways of working that encompasses every stakeholder. It improves stakeholder experiences. It becomes part of your culture. It is ecosystems, like Sushant said, ecosystems across businesses and operations which are agile. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh. Fabulous session. Thank you so much for sharing that insights. I really like the way that you said earlier, we used to ask this question for agile. Are you doing agile or being agile? Yeah. Now, I like the question that you asked, are we going digital or being digital? And it's quite interesting to see some of the key elements you brought out from the traditional business model perspective, 4 key areas, right from client to the talented workforce to operations and innovation. And I think most important is the leadership commitment. As we keep talking about leadership themselves changing, I think the framework of 6 habits of digital transformation leaders is very interesting. I think that will come very handy in terms of aligning the competencies of the leadership with the rest of the organization. Therefore, I think we are talking about that ecosystem can get resonated well with everybody's competency, digital acumen, or digital literacy. They all will become, part of the organization as such. I like the way that you talked about the Blaze, that a great acronym you brought in with building capabilities to leading and owning the outcomes, acquiring talent, zest for innovation, supported with enabling operational excellence. Last but not the least, while most of the audience in this conference, I'm sure, are familiar with capability maturity model integration, CMMI, and we always fascinated with the maturity level paradigm. All right, so one level to another level, and I think you also brought in by looking at level 1, level 2, level 3 with service excellence center to capability partner and to one enterprise that we are heading to. Excellent. Thank you so much, Rajesh, for that enlightenment. Let's pick up some of the questions. I think interesting questions have come in. One question, maybe I'll place to both Sushant as well as Rajesh. Maybe you can, just like we have the CMI model, right? There's a one model where the global community adapts. Are there going to be any standardized model or framework towards digital transformation and automation as well? Because of your conversation with multiple clients, different partners across the globe, do you see in the near future, we likely to get one model, standardized model, where every company would use that as a guide to adapt to digital transformation? Or is it going to be always contextualized, customized to companies?
So I can, maybe I'll go first and I'll request thoughts from Rajesh. So I think because digital transformation is, I would say, in vogue for last few years, but it's relatively new as compared to something like CMMI. I believe that at least for next short to medium term, we will see variety of models structures being followed for digital transformation. And the simple reason is that the pace of change, which is triggering digital, even right now, is way too high, right? So pretty much on a daily basis, we hear about innovation in AI or IoT. And now we had, for example, just to give Indian example, the drone policy, which is expected to give a fillip to the drone manufacturing and use cases in India. We also had the PLI scheme. Then we heard about government investing a lot in crypto and figuring out what will be the use case over there. So because the pace of change is so high, standardization of model actually would be counterintuitive. I mean, or at this juncture. And right now, I would just say that for the organizations planning their digital journey, just look at the waves and ride your, ride those waves through. That is the best way to possibly deal with it. So at an overall digital transformation level. Specifically at an automation layer, is there a specific model? I'll request Rajesh to share his thoughts.
Thank you. Yeah, Rajesh.
Thanks, Sushant. Yeah, like you said, I'm going to give a consultant answer. It depends. Having said that, yes, the pace of change in terms of digital and how it's disrupting, every sector and every industry, it's truly difficult to get one model at the moment. Having said that, most of the models will at least evolve or have these elements within them. Are we, innovating enough? Is our technology and infrastructure and architecture, is it scalable enough? Are we protected in terms of IP, data, and all of that? Do we have the workforce that is equipped to do this? Similarly, are we doing well in terms of our stakeholders, whether it is customers, vendors, partners, manufacturers, OEMs, all those people who we touch in our ecosystems. But there will be certain things as an evolution among those. I think these 5 or 6 elements will definitely be there as part of, and you can define this for your organization and your journey. Like every journey is unique.
Sure. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Rajesh. One follow-up question that motivated me to ask this is, we talked about geography-specific requirements, statutory requirements. I think, Sushant, you took that example from India. There may be different constitution around this space. Is there a geo-specific model possible? Because even in SPIN, we are trying to work on India-centric model. So would that fly, or still it has got to be company-specific only?
So I would say, yes, there are certain themes which will be more relevant for a country. So for example, if you're talking to businesses in India, and as part of any customer digital initiatives, you will talk about customer engagement, you will talk about payments, and so on and so forth. So some part of that would be aligned to what is happening in that ecosystem in the country. So for example, if you're talking about customer payments, digital payments, UPI is a shining star in terms of the digital innovation that has come out of India, correct? So yes, there would be a context of the geo, but the other beauty of digital transformation is that great ideas get copied across the borders very quickly. So you just extending the point on UPI, you would have seen the news around UPI and Singapore's payment network getting integrated. And some of the developed countries now coming in and studying the UPI model to replicate that back home, because it's simply amazing, right? So yes, to a certain degree it will be aligned, but also ideas across borders will continue to be seeded.
Thank you, Sushant. In fact, while looking at some of the messages coming from the participants, a few participants have really appreciated the outcome-driven solution that both of you talked about. And when we talk about outcome-driven solutions, one word that always comes from all perspectives, whether leadership team or the clients or the suppliers or the partners, value. And not a day passed by today without using this word value in some context. Are there any standard approach for measuring value? Maybe you want to start with Rajesh. Rajesh, any perspectives on that? Are there any standard approach for measuring value?
Again, I mean, I don't think there are any standard measures, but our traditional metrics still hold good. If you're looking at value measurement from a customer standpoint, revenue per customer or revenue per user, all of them still stand. But how are you delivering those values? Are you delivering those values through traditional means, or are you delivering those value through digital means? I think those are some of the metrics and measurements that we would need to imbibe or embed in our excellence culture.
So if I understand correctly, Rajat, what you're saying, at best within the context of the company, based on their products, services, solutions, contextualize that value and derive those metrics attached to that. At least to that extent, we can have a framework. How do we demystify the term value in the context of the organization so that the customer can really see when we say, yes, we have added value, in what context we have added value?
Right. Exactly. So, if it's a fulfillment organization, right, within my only metric is, have I given the right amount or right quantity of the right product at the right time? I think this metric holds true for whether you're doing digital or we are just running at Usain Bolt's speed to hand it to the customer, right? But having said that, if you're able to connect all those systems through a digital platform, you're impacting that measure.
Sure. Absolutely. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Rajesh. One question to Sushant, actually. How, Sushant, one of the participants wants to know how the vendor or partner performance can be measured. Are there any specific metrics we need to consider while benchmarking their performance, and is there a benchmarking data available to compare among the partners and vendors? Sushant.
No, that's a wonderful question and goes back to ecosystem. So 3 things. Point 1 is, what is the net new value that you can create by working with that vendor? So what becomes possible by working with that particular partner, which was not possible before? So think of net new channels, net new customer, net new products, net new innovation. So that's first angle. Second is, by working with those partners, how quickly can you turn that around into real value? While we all spoke about saying how to measure value, frankly, I would say in the last 200 years of capitalism, the measure of value on a stock exchange has not changed, right? So it essentially is revenue, profitability, stickiness, multiple. So eventually, whatever you do in digital has to go back and hit one of those levers. So the reason why some of these recent IPOs are so successful is because you see that there is a customer stickiness in the future, and therefore it can. So can your partner bring some of that into your equation? So that's the second one. The third angle I would say is around innovation. So there are a lot of companies today which are talking about open innovation. So open innovation essentially by definition is that your problem statement doesn't need to be solved within your four boundaries of your organization. You could look at your partners coming in and solving it for you. So that's a third dimension of value, saying, can my partner, through open innovation, co-creation, create new innovative solutions to my challenges, my problems that I'm facing, which will eventually add value to both sides of the equation. So those are 3 themes I would suggest to be kept in mind.
Great, excellent. Thank you, Sushant. In fact, there are lots of questions pouring in from the participants. Looks like both of your sessions have really nurtured the thought process. Let's pick up very few questions, the want of time.
Yeah.
So Vijay can, yes.
Yeah, you already crossed. Yeah.
I know. The
time for only one question.
One question, I will take it up. Absolutely. And this question goes to Rajesh. I think we talked about the digital transformation. In your experience working with different organizations, can you enlighten us in terms of key challenges faced during implementation of the digital transformation?
There are many. Any transformation, it's not welcome in any organization, right? So change management is very, very difficult, and change management is important for us to drive digital transformation. And we cannot do digital for the sake of digital, right? It is, like I said earlier, I have a new software, and if I implement it, all my problems will go away. No, it will not happen. So there is a saying, right? It's not the technology, it's the user, right? Unless we imbibe the culture of digital ways of working, the technology will not help. So change management, education of why we are doing this this transformation, and using the right set of tools for those to solve the right problems. Right? Not every I have a hammer, so not everything is a nail. Right? So those are some of the things that we have seen, and change management is truly key.
Thank you, Rajesh. So with that note, we have come to the end of this session. Thank you, Sushant and Rajesh, for that wonderful presentation. I'm recollecting what Dr. Pallab Saha talked about in the morning during the inaugural session, the 3 S: scale, scope, and speed. I think in this session, we could also come out with very similar one with 3 S, which is structured approach, seamless integration, and sustainable progress is something which is key while we are embarking on various models and frameworks. So with that note, thank you so much to both of you for spending a very valuable time. I know both of you are hard pressed for time in front of multiple clients. I think thank you so much for taking time out and interacting with us during this SPIN conference. Thank you. And
thanks everyone.
Thanks to all the participants for being patient. And on the question, Vijay, just handing over back to you. Sudha Ram Kumar gets a best question.
Okay. Thank you.
Over to you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you everyone for a wonderful session. And we will move on to the next session right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
It looks pathetic, this place. Okay. We are moving on to our next topic, India-centric model for digital transformation maturity and how does it build it. Joining us in the panel, we have Dr. Ellen Rajaram, Director of Kriti Labs and Conference Chair, SPICON2021, who will be the session chair. Dr. Ellen Rajaram, we fondly call him as Dr. LNR. His passion is to think ahead of time with high-end software development.
Vijay Lakshmi, if I can interrupt you for want of time, maybe we can gloss over that introduction. We already had this in the morning. I think you can introduce Dr. Premchand and Mr. Mathur because they are doing the first time appearance here. So,
okay, fine. Yep. Sure, sir, sure. Joining in our panel with Dr. LNR is Mr. Sharat Sai Mathur, General Manager of the Center for Railway Information Systems, Central Delhi. Mr. Sharat Sai joined Indian Railways as a mechanical engineer in the year 1986. Since 1988, he has worked in various roles in information technologies in the railways. He has also been the CIO of the Container Corporation of India from 1997 to 2000. From 2002 to 2006, he was the director in the Ministry of Railways. He has worked in various different areas of IT, including software engineering, IT security, data center design management, RFID technology, and enterprise architecture. Welcome, sir. Our next panelist today is Dr. Premchand, co-founder of Quick Proto Research Labs Private Limited, a visionary pioneered with new generation technology products, systems, and platforms for military and civil applications with many firsts in India. He has served as a board of director and mentor for various companies across the domains like Safex Chemicals, Synopsys, Pirasis. Currently, he is the co-founder of Quick Proto Labs Private Limited, New Delhi. He is also a visiting professor at IIT Kharagpur, India, and he has published various journals and articles. He is one of the members of the Prime Minister's National Task Force on IT and Software Development and a member of NASSCOM Cybersecurity Task Force and Cybersecurity of CII. Next we have in our panel is Dr. Pallab Saha, General Manager, India at the Open Group and President, Association of Enterprise Artists in India. Dr. Saha has been identified as a thought leader by the IBM Smart City Connect and featured in the Forbes magazine. A METI NGGD senior lead expert in enterprise architecture and a visiting professor of digital architecture at the Indian Institute of Science, Visakhapatnam. Dr. Saha advises various ministries and states on matters pertaining to government and architecture initiatives. He has been a very key contributing author of India Enterprise Architecture Framework and the Digital Service Standard, DSS. Welcome, Dr. Pallab. Over to Dr. Eleanor.
Thank you, Vijay. Thank you, Vijay. And welcome, Prem Chand and Mr. Mathur and Dr. Pallab. Glad to see you. Thanks for the very rushed way you sort of came out of the earlier meeting and joined us here in time. And thank you so much for that. This for the benefit of participants here, we are going to have a slightly different format here. We are going to have Mr. Mathur first, and then Dr. Premchand talk to us about the models that they are been working on and the way they have implemented some of that. And then after that, we are going to have a panel discussion where Dr. Saha will join us, all four of us. And we would see what is the road ahead to put in some work, initial work to get started on how an India-centric model could be developed, and what are all the things that can be abstracted and what are the things that have to be specific to different situations, context, or industries. So that is the whole idea of this conference. And at the end of this session, we will form this special interest group and have people who are interested joining us to take this concept of India-centric digital transformation model further. But before that, let us listen to Mr. Mathur and Dr. Premchand. This is in contrast to the earlier session where you had Sushant from KPMG and Panchanathan from Ernst & Young. And their perspective, of course, they do consult for various companies in India, but they also have a very global perspective, and they have the benefit of having the experiences of various other customers across the globe who have undertaken this digital journey. In India, of course, there are a few who would be starting or who have just started or who are well mature to take up this journey. So in contrast to that, we do have people here like Mr. Mathur and Dr. Premchand, who have already had some good experience doing it. So let us listen to their experiences and then see what we can take from the rest of the world and what we can innovate within India for our own specific circumstances, and then put together something that would be very useful to us. Thank you. With that, I welcome Mr. Mathur to please go ahead and present your model to us.
Thank you, Dr. Rajaram. I hope I'm audible and
yes,
you can
hear me clearly. You are. Yes.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thank you for having me here today. And I'd like to thank the audience also for waiting up to listen to us and our ideas. Basically, I watched part of the last session. In fact, I watched the entire last session. And as Dr. Rajaram said, the perspective there was global. Definitely, there was a bias towards India, and the speakers did talk about features of digitalization that are peculiar to India. But what I would like to talk about now and what I would like to bring to you now is how a very large department of the government of India which you are all familiar with. There is no one who is not familiar or is unfamiliar with the Indian Railways. We touch everybody's lives, not only in terms of transporting passengers, but also in terms of the goods that we carry, also in terms of the coal that we carry to power stations, and then the power stations give you the power. So in a way, we are constantly in touch with all the citizens of the country, be they from the highest economic strata to the lowest economic strata. So we really are in touch, I would say, with the pulse of the country. So with that in mind, that perspective, I would like you to listen to what I am telling you today. And that is about a holistic view of the information systems of the Indian Railways. The information systems, as you know, you have all been familiar with the ticketing on the Indian Railways for the last 35 years. And that, in fact, initiated to a large extent the revolution in IT in the country. It was one of the very visible faces of automation and information technology. That was for citizen-centric, which was a citizen-centric initiative, I'd say. So that is basically where we are coming from. I am looking at a larger perspective, which I'll tell you right now. Let me just share my screen.
Mathur, just to remind you, we have about 15 to 20 minutes for each speaker, so that we are, as always, when you're at the airport late at night, the flights are always delayed during that time. So,
right. I hope you can see. We'll go through them very quickly. I just want to project the quintessential part of it.
Sure.
Okay. So I'll talk to you about the enterprise architecture effort in the Indian Railways, which we call Project Vistar. Now, what are the drivers? I mean, this is one thing that the previous speakers also talked about. They were talking about the drivers for change, the drivers for digitalization. Digitalization cannot exist in a void. It can't be just for the sake of digitalization. So what are our priorities? What are your priorities? What is it that you would like to see from the Indian Railways? Definitely better passenger experiences and more freight moving through this efficient system, cheaper freight services, optimized train operation. This is more internal to the railways, but it reflects in more efficient and more timely and punctual trains, and that helps all of us. This one is important, is working with partner organizations. In the previous session also, the speakers had mentioned that it is an ecosystem that develops. It is a digitalized ecosystem. So you must have noticed that now the government is giving a thrust to developing these ecosystems in the country, in which public-private partnerships are being developed. So a national logistics ecosystem is being developed, and that can't be done without having a certain amount of digitalization. And of course, assets, better financial control, capable employees, structural changes in the railways itself and in the government, where private sector participation is increasing, and corporatization of some functions and so on. This is basically a change in the structure of the large government organizations themselves. So what are we doing here? We are creating services which are appropriate to the requirements, looking at the customer demands, not just now, but some years down the future. What will be the customer demands? What are the organizational capabilities that we have to bear on the demands so that we can offer appropriate services? What are the organizational capabilities that we don't have and that we'll have to create so that we offer the services that are required by our customers? They can be passengers, they can be freight customers, right? So all this is what we are talking about today, is the technology-led transformation in which we have existing systems in place. We have many systems. We have automated many of our processes, customer-facing processes, internal processes. We have existing systems. We have a future vision. And what is the future vision dependent on? What is it predicated on? On the customer demands and technological options that are available to us. So what we are looking at is, what are the customer demands today? What are the customers' demands we forecast will happen in future? As you know, there are transformational changes going on in the country. People are getting richer. Their economic condition is changing. Demographics are changing. Development is moving on to lesser developed areas. So with that, what can we expect the customer demands to be in future? And that is the new capabilities that we need to develop so that we can give these new technology-enabled services. When we look at the whole landscape in this way, then we are ultimately led to a technology-led transformation. Certainly, it cannot happen in a void. It cannot happen for its own sake. It has to happen so that the appropriate services can be offered. Very quickly, we started in 1967, and this will just give you an idea of how many IT initiatives were in progress in the railways throughout the years. Some of them happened behind the scenes, but definitely the passenger reservation system was a major milestone, and so was the freight operations system. By 2008, we had reached a stage that we had a large number of applications. I'll not go into the details, of course, but as you can see, there are a large number of applications in different stages of implementation. Some of them were strategic in nature. Some of them were merely transaction processing systems. And one of the major features of this whole system was that there were a number of interfaces, a very large number of devices that you could use to access these systems, even in 2009. So this was the time when we started to look at how we would integrate all these systems, how we would create a unified IT platform for the railways. Back in 2009, this is now 10 years old, but we have been moving slowly. However, we did not remain static. We did not remain waiting at that stage. We had been expanding after that also. A large number of initiatives, materials management, financial systems, they all became fully integrated and unified across the country. We had access to data networks, higher bandwidths across the country, and we could use all of those to slowly centralize all the IT applications into a set of central applications that could easily then interchange information with each other. So 2015 to 2020 was really the time when this integration effort started to take shape, and it gained some momentum here. For example, now today, if you see, we have a dashboard which we call Rail Drishti. All you have to do is go to raildrishti.in and open the dashboard, and there you can see all types of statistics about the railways. After all, we are citizens of the country. We are all concerned about what is being done there. It's one of the major functions of the government. It's a major department. And then also, how are the trains running? You can see it there because of these integrated flows, information flows. Now, that was around the time when we realized that we have a lot of data, and we have data that is common, data that underlies many of our IT applications, and which has its own relationships, which are different from the relationships that are manifested by the applications themselves. Underlying data has to be scrutinized separately. It has to be, its underlying relationships have to be recognized, and they have to be finally documented, at least, so that you can then create a set of a common data dictionary, you can say. You can have a commonly accepted set of data. So this is just, I won't go into the details again, but you can see there's a very complex data ecosystem underlying all that we do. And railways does many things. Railways so far has been involved in so many different activities. We make our own, we manufacture our own rolling stock, we lay down our own track, we operate trains, of course, we carry passengers from point to point, but we also have so many, we train all our staff. We have got a multitude of functions that we do. We are a very complex organization. So that you can see is what had, so by about 2015, we were sure that we have to take a structured approach to creating an underlying IT platform, which will form the basis of digitalization of this organization, which in turn will allow us to give better services to our customers. And customers here are...
Madhurji, another 3 minutes.
Okay. So I'll not... So
sorry about that. But
that is fine. That is fine.
You
we
can
don't
take
have
4
much
minutes.
more to say. So that's it. Why enterprise architecture? You may have the best buildings, but you may end up with a city that doesn't work. If you have a proper architecture in place, well, you will have a planned city. So these are areas that Dr. Pallab Sahab must have covered, which are these are the standards that we are following. We follow TOGAF and we follow the India Enterprise Architecture Framework. Now, India Enterprise Architecture Framework is one of the frameworks that is India-centric, and it looks at a perspective that is uniquely Indian. So that is something that we can use here. Here, of course, we are just talking about current and target states, what we feel that we should achieve. And this is our project Vistar, the deliverables, a set of blueprints, a roadmap, and the guiding principles, rules, enabling technologies, and a governance structure to keep it all together. This is quite ambitious. This is what we have. We are creating an enabling environment so that we can go through this whole effort. These are some of the complex ecosystems that are there. Here you can see an end-to-end logistics, how it works. And this is not just railways. This is for an entire logistics ecosystem. Another one is, as I told you, we also build our own rolling stock, and then we maintain that rolling stock. So that rolling stock, I mean engines, wagons, coaches. So that entire life cycle we have now started to see holistically. So this is a holistic life cycle of all the rolling stock that you have. Unless you take a holistic life cycle view, we realize that we cannot build a holistic system to manage the set of processes. So this is the target architecture that we are looking at in the immediate future, where if you look at the lowest layer, these are a number of different applications that we have. So rather than start integration at the application level, we are building an enterprise application integration layer. And then through these set of API gateways, we are connecting to the ecosystem. So that is what our plan is. And this we want to implement in the near future, so that we already started. We have a set of consultants in place and we've gone through the motions. But more importantly, we have a team in place, which is now looking at building this entire ecosystem. So as I had said, the idea is that what you plan here, this planned city you can finally implement also. And you get to a stage where you have an integrated, digitalized platform. If a large organization like the railways can put this in place and put the necessary governance structures, then I think it is a big step in the digitalization of the entire Indian ecosystem. Logistics definitely, and the travel will definitely benefit. So basically, this is one of the things that we have been doing. This is a practitioner's view, actually. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mathur. It was really a fantastic exposition of what all you do in railways. I'm sure we would have liked to listen to you far more, but some other time we will have a separate talk for you to give us. But it's mind-boggling, and for me,
it's a large canvas. Yes.
Railways is something that's way up there. Is my respect for the way you have gone about digitalizing and digital transformation of various processes, and it was a delight to hear from you. And I can see a lot of conceptual parallels between the discussion that took place in the previous session and what you said. The only difference is that you gave very, very concrete examples of those. When people talked about data hubs, when they talked about multiple initiatives, IT initiatives, and so many things, here we could immediately relate to what they said by your exposition of railway reservation, rolling stock, all those things are immediate. It kind of pegged those concepts firmly in our mind. So we'll come to questions and more discussions on this just after Dr. Premchand has what he has to say. Dr. Premchand, on a lighter note, I would like to tell people that from guarding the coastline of India as a Navy Commodore, he is now got into cyber security. So what better digital transformation can there be than this physical security to cyber security? So Dr. Premchand, I've known you for a very long time, and I have great respect for your ideas as far as the government cyber security infrastructure and things like that are concerned. So we are eager to listen to your model of what an India-centric model should be.
Thank you, Dr. Rajaram, and thank you, my panelists and ladies and gentlemen. It's really a pleasure for me to be here this afternoon and share with you some of the thoughts on the digital transformation. I think Mr. Mathur has really given us an extremely relevant and a very fine example of India-centric digital transformation. So in a way, he has actually solved my problem. I don't have to live. Can you hear me?
Yes. Please go ahead.
Okay. And another aspect which he has demonstrated is that, like many of us, even including me, sometimes we talk a lot, which is something different from what he has shown us today, which I would say, frankly, is not an armchair's expert's view. So, what a true India-specific digital transformation should be, I think he has given a very fine example of that. Taking from there, I have tried to organize my thoughts into three basic areas. One is the digital transformation, the global perspective and the India perspective. And when we do this transformation, what are the gaps which are peculiar to India? And if we have to build the role and relevance of a India-centric digital transformation maturity model, then how do we identify those gaps and how do we try and fill up those gaps? So looking at the global perspective, I think we all know that we have been a part of a almost 6,000-year-old paper-based society. And this has been, our existential, mode of existence, which is now being transformed completely into a paperless, work society. And therefore, what we expect, at least this digital model, to be absolutely enriched, almost as perfect or equivalent, which we have been used to a paper-based society, but equally risk-free and trusted. So from that point of view, I think the first requirement of a digital transformation maturity model is that it must be driven by matrices. The second is that if you look at India, I think 30 years back, way back in 1990, we were more or less a written-off economy. But if you look at 30 years plus the next foreseeable 20 years, we would be in a band of amongst 3 global economies. And from the digital transformation point of view, looking at the government alone, I think this 9-pillar based digital transformation model has really taken roots. And our own Indian IT industry is poised to grow to almost $500 billion in next 4 to 5 years. We have close to 1,500, innovation companies which belong to who and who of the world. They have people ranging from 50 people team to almost 15,000 people team who are a de facto innovation hub of the whole world. You name anybody, he is there, whether it's Microsoft, Intel, Google, you name anybody, they are there. And these innovation hubs themselves generate almost $30 billion revenue per year. Coming to Indian digital transformation programs, if you see, as shown by Mr. Mathur, there are mega scale digital platforms like you have Aadhaar, you have election voting system, you have GST, e-office, there are many such large platforms which are indeed mega scale. And therefore, a certain speed or a certain inertia of digital transformation is happening in the country, which may not be as equivalent to as the developed countries, but I think we are somewhere there. And as far as standards, framework, and practices are concerned, I think this country has been more or less in the forefront of adopting some of those frameworks and standards. I remember Dr. Rajaram and myself way back in 80s, we built a military system using DoD standard 2167 alpha. And we were one of the early adopters of CMM software models. So therefore, from an India perspective, I think India has pioneered a paper-based society earlier. They have been, even the history tells us that. And we would continue to be a prime partner in digital transformation as well. So from that perspective, I think we need to contribute to the digital transformation model, whether it's India-centric alone or it goes beyond that, but there is a need. When you come to digital transformation models, I have personally surveyed whatever is available in the open literature. The 25 odd digital transformation maturity models, which mostly have been developed by major IT and IT services companies like KPMG, PwC, EY, McKinsey, Deloitte, Accenture. I mean, you name any, all of them, they have built their own models. And most of them, if you look at the maturity areas covered from almost 6 to 25 areas, and 6 to 7 areas like technology, organization, culture, people, customer experience, data management, change management,
I mean, these are the common denominators. If you've seen in the previous session also, the more emphasis was being given on these kind of areas. But what I find is that there is a certain lack of certain aspects in these models, which perhaps can be more specific to India. And I'll come in the next slide, to show you that. Like here is a typical model which has been developed jointly by Telemanagement Forum and Deloitte, which speaks of something like 180 individual criteria. And certainly this and the other models, they are, they've done enormous amount of work, and they have put in enormous amount of effort, and therefore, I think these are the role models for us, perhaps, to work further on these. But what you find in them is that there are certain gaps, and these gaps pertain to the lack of risk appetite and risk resilience. That is one major area. Although some of the models, they reflect these areas in the model, but when you go deeper into the models, except a certain amount of, at a very peripheral layer of cybersecurity or the risk management, the deep understanding or deep application of these areas is missing. Whereas I feel that from an India perspective, I think these are very important areas. And there are other areas also, but I have only focused on two areas, the risk management and cybersecurity. Now, I want to give you a live example of why digital transformation maturity models would be a question mark if they are not underpinned by a mature risk management model. Now, here is an example. If you see in this year's budget, government has announced that they would like to develop a infrastructure financing institute, and they have already earmarked something like 20,000 crore. And the existing organization, India Infrastructure Finance Corporation, would be converted and developed into a infrastructure finance institute. And the blueprint, if you look at their blueprint, it says that this organization will grow from existing 80 people to 800 people over the next 4 to 5 years. And they will handle the finances of the tune of 600,000 crores. So in the next 5 years, they are expected to fund almost 1,000 projects, which each project would be costing something like 500 to 600 crores. Now, obviously, this kind of funding, whether it comes from World Bank or from ADB or India's own internal banking systems, and these projects obviously will have an enormous underpinning of the digital transformation. But it would be unthinkable to roll out these kind of projects until and unless the digital systems are underpinned by the appropriate risk management platforms. Now, if you don't do that, then these are the kind of digital business interrupters. They will be applicable across the board, across India, to all these projects. And therefore, whatever digital transformation you can do, this kind of risks cannot sustain those projects. And this is a live example of what kind of India's risk snapshot is there, whether these are geopolitical risks, socio-economic risks, technology risks, economic risks, infrastructural risks. So until and unless a risk management model is dovetailed with the digital transformation model, I think the success of digital transformation maturity model would be a question mark. I mean, that's my view. Similarly, if you look at the cybersecurity, again, the digital transformation model would be, maturity model would be a question mark unless there is adequate underpinning of cybersecurity models. Here again, I want to give you an example, but maybe not only an Indian example, from outside as well. Now, if you look at India, I think whether it is our infrastructure sectors such as banking or our airport operations or our power grids, even for the last 2 years, if you see, they are, these advanced persistent threat attacks, they are playing havoc with India. The amount of economic losses perhaps are not visible in the open, but India is really suffering because of these advanced persistent threats, whether they come from China, Korea, Pakistan, or anyone. Now, if you look at it, why these threats have not been addressed, not only by India, by anybody else also, because they exploit the most generic part of the compute platforms, that is the bare machine, processor, the kernel, and the operating systems. So until and unless there is a generic, genuine effort to secure the compute platforms, this will remain only a dream that we can secure the infrastructure. And I want to give you an example how the most dominant cyber powers have gone about removing these threats. You take the example of China. Last year in November only, China has demonstrated to the whole world that they can hack into anything and everything, be it a iPhone, a Galaxy S20, Windows 10, Safari, Firefox, Adobe PDF readers, VMware, the virtualizers, you name any major device or appliance or software or operating system, they have demonstrated that they can hack into anything and everything. Having done this, they have also taken an equally overwhelming, futuristic decision. They have scrapped the use of Windows, Linux, Android, and even the imported processors like x86 or ARM or some of those processors. And directly under the leadership of Communist Party of China, they have started building their own operating system. And they have 6 processors. All those processors would be provided with that secure operating system. So this is one dimension of the cybersecurity effort which a country like China is taking. On the other end, the US, they are developing a secure processor, and they have spent over 13,000 hours using 580 researchers to hack into that processor and found 10 vulnerabilities. And Microsoft, AMD, Intel, Broadcom, these all people have joined together to build another secure processor called Pluton. And Intel has actually laid part about 20 billion to upgrade the foundry itself. So this is the kind of seriousness with which the people are taking digitalization or digital transformation. So whatever model we adopt, I think cybersecurity and risk management has to be integral to this. So this is perhaps one of the example where I think digital security can be built in. Maybe we can have a secure compute platform specific to India, where we can secure our IoT sensors, routers, smartphones, switches, servers, cloud infrastructure, SCADA systems. And as a country, we need to look at it because we don't have our own processors, except certain organization-specific processors like EMBARK or DRDO or space side or nuclear energy side. Otherwise, for our normal use, we are using x86, ARM, or the RISC architectures. And similarly, we are dependent on Linux.
It's criminal to interrupt you, Premchand, the way, the flow with which you are going. But unfortunately, have to do my job, 3 minutes.
So we need to make generic effort to secure these systems. So what I'm trying to say is that there is a need for coexisting of maturity models for digital transformation, as well as their dovetailing with the risk resilience and cybersecurity. And it's not that there are no security maturity models. I have listed about 5 of them as against 25 digital transformation maturity models. And in fact, in India, RBI has come up with a cybersecurity maturity model. So what I'm trying to say is that there is a serious need for an effort to think through that can, should, or must the digital transformation maturity models coexist with the risk resilience models and the cybersecurity capability maturity models. So as a learning, I would say that the digital transformation, it's a foregone conclusion. It's here to stay, and it's germane to India's survival and sustenance. But there are India-specific needs which must be dovetailed into those maturity models. And I also want to say that there's no need to reinvent the wheels. There's an enormous effort which has already been put by the industry institutions. And there is a body of knowledge and learning from globally accepted digital transformation maturity models, and we must leverage them. And another point which I want to re-emphasize is that digital transformation, risk management, or security, these are twins actually. They have to coexist. So therefore, I would say that security and risk management underpinning the digital transformation maturity models is the demand of the digital community today. And when India looks at building its own or adopting any maturity model, these factors must be taken into account. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, Dr. Premchand. I wish that we could have kept going the way you were describing various things. But I must tell you that since morning, we were all flying very, very high on digital transformation. And after listening to you, we are sobered down quite a bit. In the sense that when we talked about digital strategy being the core of any business strategy, we now realize the thing doesn't end there. It is the security and risk management, which is the core of digital strategy. So when we are talking about any digital transformation, we are not only looking at digital strategy, but also the risk management, which is along with that. We need to, as you rightly said, these are very, very heavily intertwined. And as a country, it is very important for us to address that issue when we take up a big effort in terms of digital transformation. And so now what I would like to do is, Dr. Saha, would you like another 10 minutes or so to have your thoughts, and then we can discuss some more pertinent points about how to go about building this model and what we should be doing in future and so on.
Thank you. Yeah, so I may not need 10 minutes. Okay. I think I have touched upon some of the key points that were brought about by Mathurji and Dr. Premchand. So the first one is I completely agree with Dr. Premchand that security is a very important element. So let me see if I can share my screen. Maybe yeah, Dr. Premchand, can you stop sharing then so that I can share?
Sure, sure.
Yes. Yeah, I think you can see the slides now, and I will quickly, yeah. So this is what I had briefly explained earlier during my inaugural keynote session. So Mathurji was talking about the India enterprise India Enterprise Architecture Framework. So if you can see the 95 in the framework itself, security is mentioned there as a separate box, as you can see there right here. And the reason why we have done is exactly as articulated by Dr. Premchand, right? It is such an important element of transformation that we are looking for, and therefore it is very important for us to take it out and make it into a dimension or a domain of its own. Now, typically, what happens is if you see any generic framework, we just assume that security is infused or integrated between business, data application, and infrastructure architecture domains. Actually, that's not the right way of looking at it, because today, as we all understand, security is such a strategic decision that organizations need to think about it separately, and it is a board level decision. Security is not a technical decision at all, because one of the things, the most fundamental question about security is, what do you want to protect? What are your assets? What are your critical assets? And this is an answer that IT cannot provide. This is an answer that a board will only provide, right? We know that if you look at it from a national perspective, what are our key mission critical assets? It's the power sector. It is the railways. Mathurji is here. It is the it is the bank, right? The entire banking ecosystem. And these are the kind of targets that we are looking at. Telecom being another one. In fact, these are the key, I would say, sectors which are looking at security in such a big way that I do not know how many of you are aware, but just a few months back, the telecom ministry has actually come up with a trusted telecom portal. If you can Google it and you can see the website there, what it actually says is that the kind of vendors that we are going to be procuring our applications and systems should be belonging to a whitelist, which means that if you are a vendor who's providing a telecom equipment, maybe an OEM equipment, it needs to be certified by a neutral body to say that all of the equipment fulfills our requirement. But why is it so important? And that goes back to my second slide, which I'd like to highlight, which is actually the last slide of my previous presentation here. Why is it so important? Because today, perimeter-based security is no more relevant. It only addresses maybe less than 10% of the actual security threats that we face. So moving forward, telecom being one example, power ministry being another example, what these ministries are looking for is creating a trusted framework saying that if I procure an equipment from this vendor, the vendor is fully certified to say that it is even procuring its original equipments that goes into the telecom switch, for instance, from a trusted vendor. So this is the concept of a supply chain security. Okay, so and a good example, practical example of that would be, let's say the telecom ministry says, I'm going to procure an Ericsson switch. Yeah, Ericsson is a Swedish company, so I think it's a secure, democratic country in Europe. We can believe that they are doing a good job. But how do we know that a small part of that Swedish switch doesn't come from an enemy country, right? Who is going to make that assessment? Who is going to ensure that the entire supply chain is secure? So that's where the security part comes in. And the highest level of security requirement, which I had alluded to earlier in the morning very briefly, is that you don't trust anybody. When you're building open ecosystems, when you're building open platforms that you've been seeing, in the past, 2-3 years, starting all the way from UPI to GST to Aadhaar to National Digital Health, mission, now the National Digital Education Architecture, Agriculture Architecture, these are open ecosystems, which means that we are going to encourage startups, we are going to encourage entrepreneurs to host their platforms, to host their solutions onto the platforms, and the platform becomes more like a place where users and providers come together, connect together and provide new services. So when you have a system, when you have a platform, when you have an infrastructure which encourages everybody to host their application, and you're seeing this happening in the health sector, for instance, they go through a sandbox process. However, once the sandbox process is successful, they can be hosted on the platform. which means that when you have anybody hosting their solutions on the platform, you cannot trust them. So every access of the system must go through an authorization and authentication. So that's about the security part of it. And to come back to what Dr. Premchand was saying, that in addition to security, we need to look at the other 8 dimensions which are highlighted in this picture for us to be able to build a holistic digital transformation maturity model, maturity index, whatever we want to call it. The label is different. But I'm also quite, so I'll stop sharing here, but I'm also quite, I was sitting through the 3rd panel, where I think Rishabh and the other person, Sushant, they were Rajesh and Sushant, they were talking about the need for of a India-centric digital maturity model. And I have to say the categories said, no, it's not required because we have to allow for 1,000 flowers to bloom. I'm kind of going back to the year 2014 when we were the first ones to talk about a national enterprise architecture, which started with actually e-Pragati in the state of Andhra Pradesh. And whenever we spoke about architecture, we used to be laughed out of the room because, hey, this is India, we don't believe in architecture. And I always remember, and I kind of remember that Dr. Velan is a civil engineer. The people who understand the value of architecture basically are civil engineers, okay, fundamentally, right? We know that we have a lot of engineers from different branches here, but they are the people who really know what architecture is in a holistic perspective. Once the India Enterprise Architecture Framework was defined, now it is sky is the limit. You can see even the Honorable Prime Minister talking about the need for architecture in the education sector just 3 days back. Can you imagine the Prime Minister of such a large country talking about architecture? This was unthinkable, even 2 years back. How things have changed because suddenly there is a lot of realization that we have to standardize. Without standardizing, you cannot scale, period, right? You can have the 1,000 flowers bloom and all of that stuff, but at a point, right? And my example is railways, right? There is a railways, why it is a pan-India, because their their gauge width is standardized. In fact, there is a beautiful book called The Box, right? The Box is a story of how the shipping container was standardized. Just the 3 dimensions, the length, breadth, and height was standardized, and it added $3 trillion to the global economy because once the container was standardized, how the ships were built, how the shipyards were built, how the railway tracks were built, everything else was standardized. So that is the power of standardization. So this is actually a myth that standardization does not encourage innovation, because what standardization does is it allows us to converge and focus our thinking and get on with the mundane, kind of keep the mundane activities aside and focus on the actual work in terms of value, in terms of business outcomes, in terms of development outcomes, if we are looking at a government-centric model. So this is the kind of thought process that I have in mind at this point, and happy to discuss further, how to realize this vision, so to speak. I will not use the word dream because it's a vision that we need to achieve.
Yes, absolutely.
Coming up after a maturity model, after the index, one of the things that we have to, kind of think of is how do we roll it out, so to speak? How do we ensure that it is accepted, it is taken forward, and it is adopted?
Absolutely, and I agree that as we saw now, there has been a great emphasis on risk management and cyber security, and even all other types of security that needs to be addressed when we are talking about a major digital transformation maturity model that we would like to go by. Ultimately, I think it may not be prescriptive model, it could be a paradigmatic model, because maybe over a period of time, as more and more people adapt it and come up with their own, like the constitution, they come up with the amendments and so on, then finally it might freeze into something that is acceptable across the industry and the government and so on. But to start with, at least we need to build a paradigm which includes all the concerns that we have seen in this conference, and maybe outside it also what we might have missed. And we need to address those concerns and at least document that these are the concerns that one has to address before taking on a major exercise of building a nationwide infrastructure, digital infrastructure. And also, we need to also look at the fact that no one entity, perhaps railways, is doing, because it's huge and it itself cannot be actually called one entity. But in other, including any enterprise or any other thing, cannot do it unless there is a good ecosystem that supports it. And an overall infrastructure and ecosystem that is required to build this kind of digital transformation according to a model in a very efficient way. There has to be some standard ecosystem available so that your ideas and your innovations can be plugged and played into that ecosystem. I mean, you can't be reinventing an ecosystem or cut your coat according to what is available. It has to be a bit more wide and more accommodating. So I think we have discussed, and of course this topic is such that it would require, on the India-centric model alone, it might require one more conference to be held with more people who have been involved in various things. And we have about 4 or 5 minutes now. There is a question, but I'm not sure whether it is very relevant to our panel here. But I'll just read out the question in case you think it is relevant. Otherwise, we can say, sorry, we can take it offline. He says that in spite of having the required skill set and the expertise in chip designing and in delivering technical services around microchip design, why does India lack in manufacturing them? What kind of infrastructure we miss and have to depend on China and Korea through, though the design is ours? What should be done to collectively think of having this as a pan-India solution? I leave it. I'm not sure whether you want to take this up. I mean, it's an eminently answerable question, but in this forum, whether we should take it or not, the jury is out as far as I'm concerned.
One thing I would say, sir, see, with what the people need is today, they want to benchmark with something. They want to find out where do they stand. Is there a parameter for excellence?
They means whom are you talking about?
Companies, organizations.
Okay, that's exactly the point that we are making now, that we need a paradigm which we have as an acceptable model where people can find out where they are, what is their maturity level, what are the gaps that they need to fill. Dr. Saha has outlined so many parameters there. So are they in tune with each one of them? What are the gaps for those? And we need to have a proper gap analysis method to see. And then Dr. Premchand also talked about the metrics for that. So we need to build all that. We don't have that right now.
Correct. At the same time, we have to make it simplistic. It should not become so huge that the people get put away from that. That you have to evaluate, you have to fill up so many things and complexities. It has to be simple.
Yes, I think Dr. Saha had a very good slide in which he talked about the 4 different situations. You can be a laggard, you can be an adapter, you can be a trailblazer, you can be a leader. So there will be laggards, as you said. People will get put off, rightly so, as you rightly said. But as things pick up and as they see that people who are blazing trailblazers are really reaping the benefits out of what they are doing, I think people join the bandwagon sooner or later. Until so our idea is to see how to accelerate that process, how to make it easier for them, and how to get them to accept it as something that they have to do.
You know,
the other aspect,
I think Dr. Saha wants to respond to that.
Sure.
No, what I was saying is, as you know, typically what happens is once you start measuring, right, nobody wants to be called a laggard. So you can, and an example I use is the National Institutional Ranking Framework. Once the Ministry of Education started ranking the universities, if a university knows, especially the private universities, still they they have an option of not participating. Public institutions, of course, they don't have that option because they get public funding, so therefore they have to participate. So if a private university knows that they are going to be not ranked within the first 100, typically they don't participate, or they improve their back-end processes and whatever needs to be improved, and then they participate. So an index or a maturity model is a good way, and we all understand this is a good way to actually push people, nudge organizations to to kind of participate in a proper way. So I just wanted to add that. So measure, we want to drive behavior through measurement. So that's important.
Yeah, and the model should be such that there are going to be a lot of exceptions. There should be exception handling. The scenarios could be very different. So it has to cater to the different variations.
Yes.
Be effective and comply with the core.
Yes,
absolutely. I think Mr. Mathur has been silent for a while. So let me ask him a question. It is from my curiosity, of course, that in railways, I am a great admirer of railways. That's why I keep coming back to that. In the railways, and this question, of course, applicable to any big organization like railways. But in the railways, you have had so many fantastic initiatives that finally have seen such fantastic social impact on many people, and also business impact for railways and for people who use those services. Now, these initiatives, where does the ideas germinate from? Are they pushed from the operational people who see these issues and see how things can be improved? Or are they pushed from the railway board, where members are so, they want to take that initiative and take the railways to a next level? Or is it some middle level managers? Because it's fascinating to see how does the decision-making process happen in such a huge, complex organization, where in our 200 odd people, we find decision making to be so difficult?
Well, that's a very good question. The thing is, basically, it emanates from the customer interface. That is, what you are seeing is only a part of what gets the information that gets collected. And if we start 5 initiatives, only one of them comes to fruition. Now, the one that gets implemented, we have found, is the one that has actually emanated from a very effective interface with the customer. And it has emanated from those who are in touch with the customer. And you can be in touch with the customer at various levels. So, for example, there are 2 types of digital initiatives that you will have seen. One is very, very focused on the customer interface. Others are more fundamental in nature. For example, our freight business development portal, that is something that recently we have put up. That is more towards building the logistics ecosystem in the country. You had mentioned that railways is so large that it is possible for railways to have its own large enterprise architecture initiative or build its own maturity model. Yes, but it is all embedded now in the need for a logistics ecosystem, because that is where the value is coming in. There are two ecosystems basically. One is a travel ecosystem and one is the logistics ecosystem, and the railways is a part of both. So the value is coming from there. The value is coming from there, and certainly there are so many levels, and the best ideas can come from any level. Definitely, railways and government are very, very hierarchical in their approach. So some ideas may not see the light of day. But in general, now you will have seen last 4-5 years, we have become much more open. So we are much more open to ideas, and we want to do things, that appeal to our customers. And as I told you, entire country is our customer, really.
Yes, so that was very nice to hear from you, Mr. Mathur. So I think we have come close to this session, except that one last announcement, or I won't say it announcement. I would say a call for action. If I think to use Dr. Saha's phrase, this is a call to action, and the call to action is that from now onwards, we need to walk our talk. So the whole day we have talked, and we need to walk our talk in terms of actually starting to build such a paradigmatic model. If not, I don't think we can do a prescriptive one right away, but a paradigmatic model where if somebody who wants to go on this digital transformation journey has a good roadmap and a good set of milestones that they need to cover before they think they can be mature enough to undertake and implement the digital transformation initiative. And parallelly, we have to make sure that in that model, we do include what types of ecosystem, what level of ecosystem has to be there countrywide, so that that alone will facilitate any initiative by any very large scale initiative by any enterprise to go forward and get this transformed. And I think we need to take a lot of inspiration from already the great success stories of government. Of course, railways is the prime example. Then we have Aadhaar, and we have GST, we have voting system. We have so many things that have all come from government. We need a similar earth-shaking initiative from the private industries, and either as an industry like FICCI or Summit, they can come together and initiate something, or one big company takes it up and says, we will show you the way, and puts it across. Yes, Dr. Premchand.
I think that's an excellent idea, because the executability of any model, is critical, if not important only. I think as a part of industry, I can suggest one, very important, which Dr. Saha has also pointed out. Today, for any digital transformation in any domain, in any industry vertical, the supply chain security is a fundamental need, whether it's railways or it's 5G or it's anyone. I'm offering you, it's not a sales talk, and that's why I didn't want to be very saying. We are building, in the process of building, in fact, we can present it, a real working supply chain assessment platform, end to end. And we are ready to sort of, maybe through SPIN or any organization, we can volunteer to present that model, and let that be linked to maybe railways, maybe 5G, maybe, something like that. Because that can bring a formidable change.
In response to that, Dr. Premchand, let me shamelessly say that I am doing a sales talk here when I say that we have implemented, we have implemented for the supply chain of Indian oil fuel transportation over 25,000 vehicles which are running almost every day, about 35,000 trips, and across 120 terminals, and serving about 50,000 retail outlets. So I am with you. I am with you, and definitely it will promote us, and we would definitely like to hear more about this supply chain model that you are talking about. And so these kind of smaller initiatives is what will finally lead to much bigger things.
Dr. Premchand, yours is a model or is it an implemented product?
So it's a product made of different, I would say, streams of solutions. So it's an integrated product which will give you a supply chain security of, let's say, an electronic system. We'll divide into subsystems up to component level, then the origin of those components. So it's, we're working in collaboration with another overseas partner. And at the end of it, it will tell you that out of these 10,000 components, these are 50 components which are suspect from the supply chain perspective.
So if you take Dr. Pallab Saha's boxes, that security box, one element of the security box, implement.
Maybe I think we can have it offline, but in that diagram, I would actually suggest Dr. Saha a little more change. Instead of that one block of security there in that diagram, I think the security must be a line underlined with all those 6 blocks because it touches everybody. Maybe I think because this is something which is very close to my heart as well, security. So, we can take it offline. I can share some perspective with him.
So I think we are running out of time unless Dr. Rajaram, you want us to keep going. We are always free, but I know you're just for time. Dr. Saha, you want to say something finally? You raised your hand. You want to say something?
Yes, I was just suggesting, one quick. Yes, I hope I'm audible. I just wanted to suggest that if possible, we need to be able to bring, if Niti Aayog, because they are looking into transformation. In fact, if they are somehow part of this special interest group, that will add a lot of credibility because NITI is basically New India Transformation Initiative. So they should be, somehow part of this, if possible.
I completely.
We will. I think I will follow up with you, Dr. Saha, and we can approach them for participating in our group and take it forward from there.
Yes.
Okay. So over to you, Dr. Rajaram Venkatraman. You want to say something or close this session? We have done.
Yeah, you wanted to announce the participation, a special interest group.
Yeah, that we have done. We have said call for action, and we have said those people who are interested in participating in this initiative, please let us know through. They can contact any one of us, any one SPIN member from whom they might have got email or anybody, and say that they want to be part of that, and we will immediately get in touch with them and start off this group.
Sure. President at SPIN2021.org or admin at SPIN2021.org. These are 2 standard mails, which they can use to communicate their interests.
Okay. Yep.
With that, you can go ahead and close your session, Dr. Lana.
Yes, and yes, of course, the only one task remains, and that is to thank Dr. Saha, Mr. Mathur, Dr. Premchand for a wonderful session that we've had so far. And I hope this is only a beginning of what all discussions we would be having in future under some platform or the other. So thank you very much, really. Very enlightening session. Thank you so much.
And from SPIN Chennai perspective, we would like to invite you for a 1-hour session. We do monthly sessions to our members, ecosystem members. We will reach out to you separately after this conference to schedule appropriate time when you can come and do a session for our members, which will be an elaborate session. That will really do justice to your the content what you have.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Kalyani, you can invite the next awards and recognition.
Sure. Thank you all, gentlemen. It's been an exciting and enlightening evening from the word go. There's so much that we have learned today, and I think we've just touched the tip of the iceberg. Don't you think so, Rajaram sir? Each time when we discuss digital, it is like there's so much that we are digging deep. Okay, so now over to the SPIN Chennai Awards and Recognition. And this is going to be chaired by Mr. Rajamanikam, founder and MD, Proxil Consulting and SPIN Chennai Steering Committee member. Mr. Rajamanikam has got more than 3 decades of experience in quality, operational excellence, and process improvement in manufacturing, software products, and software services companies. He's got hands-on experience in setting up process excellence groups from scratch, managing complex quality assurance functions of a huge corporation, and helping companies on the process improvement journeys through consulting assignments and conducting CMM and CMMI appraisals. His current passion is to bring execution excellence and making service deliveries better, cheaper, and faster through the practices of Lean, Six Sigma, and theory of constraints. He's also a professor in various B schools. Over to you, Rajamanikam sir.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes.
This is a customary question to ask in a digital session. Okay. This is a time to recognize some of the important sponsors and supporters, as well as to announce some awards for the long-term supporters of SPIN Chennai. Let me make it quick. The first and foremost, capital learned, with appreciation, respect, and gratitude for your support in becoming the platinum sponsor of SPIN Chennai's SPICON 2021. In fact, more, as the name suggests, part of the capital for this conducting this conference have come from Capital Land. So thank you very much, Capital Land, for supporting us or continuing to supporting us. Last year, or last few SPICONs, they have been supporting us continuously. Thank you very much. Okay, we usually give a physical plaque or memento to them. Being a digital conference or conference on digital maturity, we are going to give to start with at least a digital plaque or digital memento. Later, we will send across a physical memento also. Second, this is to Indium Software. Hope somebody from Indium Software is there. Ramesh. Again, with appreciation, respect, and gratitude for support in becoming the theme sponsor. When Capital Land provided us with revenue capital, Indium Software provided us with knowledge capital. Thank you very much, and we really want to recognize you.
Yeah, Indium also provided a couple of our people are today working out of Indium in running the conference, the back end of the conference. Thank you very much, Indium and Ramesh.
And the third one is Createch. They are our technology partner. Most of the digital infrastructure you see for this particular conference have been created by them. Thank you very much. Digital SEO, they have been our digital outreach partner. So we would really like to respect and recognize them too. And IJICTE, this is an international journal for information communication technology education. They have been our partner for so many different SPICONs. And our papers have been published there. In fact, proceedings of this conference will also be published there. So thank you very much for their continued support. Moving on to SPIN Leader Awards. There have been quite a few number of people who have been supporting SPIN for so long years, like Dr. Ellen Rajaram for more than 20 years and Major for more than 20 years. But we have a few more SPIN leaders we would like to recognize and award them. First is our treasurer, Ramkumar Ramachandran, past president between 2011 and 2014. Ram, you are a solid pillar of SPIN Chennai, physically and figuratively. You are a silent performer and cheerful leader.
No, you seem to underline solid.
Right. Thanks a ton for your continued contribution to SPIN Chennai. He is really a solid performer and supporter. And next one is our Ramesh Krishnamurthy, who was the immediate past president, 2014 to 18. Ramesh, you are a perfect strategist and systematic executioner. Thanks a ton for your continued contribution to SPIN and continue to lead us and guide us. And in fact, most of the knowledge capital, along with Dr. Rajaram and other Rajaram, came from Ramesh for this conference. Next one is Vinayagamurthy, our past secretary, more than 15 years of contribution to SPIN Chennai. Murthy, your contribution to SPIN Chennai is vital. Even though you are not physically present in Chennai, he has moved out of Chennai many years back to Mumbai and now back in Bangalore, but still you are always there to support us during all crucial times. Thanks really a ton, and hope you will continue to do that.
Thank you. Thank you.
And you are going to anyway propose a vote of thanks later. I'm at least taking half of your job easier. And then this conference could not have been possible without the real legs and hands of this conference, SPIN Ninjas. First to start with, he is having a dual role or multiple role, not only in Ninja as well as in steering committee, as well as in organizing committee, Raghavendra Prasad. He's a long-time consistent key contributor for more than 11 years. Raghav is the go-to man for SPIN Chennai. You are omnipresent. He is currently not available in India. He moved out of India and moved to Canada a few years back, but still you don't see that he is not physically available here. He is omnipotent and omniscient. Thanks a ton, Raghav. SPIN is synonymous to Raghav. SPIN Chennai is synonymous to Raghav. As Ram nicely put during the earlier sessions, Raghavendra Prasad is one of the youngest steering committee members across almost all SPINs all over the world. Thank you very much, Raghav. In fact, yesterday night by about 10 o'clock, I guess, I sent all the input to him to put everything into a slide, and he finished that yesterday night. When I woke up, everything was ready. That's the kind of person who Raghav is. Thank you very much, Raghav. Sendil, another very silent performer and works primarily from backend. He's a very key contributor, one of the key ninjas. Thank you very much, Sendil. And Anandi, again, another key contributor, working in the backend, never shows a face front end, but very, very significant contributor. We really would like to recognize Srini. He is our back office, sitting in, having 2-3 computers in front of him, monitoring the entire conference, along with Sendil in our technology office in the city. In fact, whenever you see the slides are transitioning, slides are coming up for every speaker, Srini and Sendil is working in the back end. Thank you very much, Srini. And Shankar is our admin. All the legwork over and above the ninjas do is done by Shankar. And in fact, the SPICON website is put by him. Thank you very much, Shankar. And Dr. Nitya, who has been coordinating with our paper presentation and key contributor towards this conference, and was also coordinating some part of this particular conference. So we would like to, SPIN Chennai would like to recognize her. And Kalyani, who has been the MC, like she has been there throughout this particular conference, making it so live. Bring it on, Kalyani. Last not the least, Vijay Lakshmi, who has been one of the able anchors of this particular conference. Thank you very much for your key contribution, Kalyani, Vijay Lakshmi. That's it I have. I hope I have not missed out anyone. If at all someone is missed out, it is not intentional. My real sincere apologies.
I think, Raja, you require also a very special appreciation from us for having supported SPIN and being there when needed, your own words for other people, but I think we need to appreciate your contribution to SPIN, and fantastic it was. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajaram.
Thank you, Rajan.
Thank you. Good.
Back to you, Dr. Rajaram.
Kalyani, you want to invite the unconference?
Yes, unconference. So a few delegates can also share their thoughts. And this is going to be chaired by Mr. Dinesh Ganesan, Vice President, Hexaver and SPIN Chennai Steering Committee member. He's a senior IT leader with 31 years of strategic and leadership experience in driving and implementing large and complex transformational programs and projects in alignment with the organization, clients' business requirements, and changing technology needs. He's held leadership positions in the areas of technology excellence, service delivery, and has led transformation initiatives with clients across US, UK, continental Europe, and APAC. He's a well-rounded IT services industry experience across IT infrastructure services and application development and maintenance engagements. Over to you, Mr. Dinesh.
Thanks a lot, Kalyani. Thanks for the introduction. I'm sure, like all of you, I have also been attending this conference for the last 6.5 hours. Certainly, there's been a lot of important themes around digital transformation that has been put in by the esteemed speakers and panelists. And there would have been a lot of questions that you'd have wanted to pose. There are a lot of points of view that you would like to share with the group. I think this is your opportunity. Unconference is as important as the conference. This is for the participants over the next 15 minutes for you to give your points of view on digital transformation maturity and what you have heard from the various speakers. So I would request the participants, each one of you could take 2 to 3 minutes and give your points of view. I see that there are quite a few of you who might be interested in sharing your inputs on the topic. Maybe Kalyani, we'll have to just moderate the session. We'll have to see who's interested in giving their points of view or having any follow-up questions.
Yeah, I'll take. So participants, you've all been very patient and been part of this session from morning, from afternoon. So why don't you all just come up with questions? Something that more than questions, your feedback, what you felt about the conference, how do you feel and what is your takeaway?
No, Kalyani, unconference is not about feedback.
It is more about their points of view, what the participants would like to talk about the topic. So we will hear from the participants. I'm sure they would also have a point of view. So we would encourage you to give your inputs, which would really add value to the entire conference.
Share their thoughts on the conference.
If they are not able to unmute, they can post the chat. Intl will give the
rights to talk.
Yeah, will enable them to unmute.
So now I have released this unmute themselves option. So everyone has a right to unmute by themselves.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Now, who wants to be the first speaker? This is your opportunity. So do make the best use of it.
I'll go first. Good evening. This is Kumar.
Please introduce yourself and also from which organization you represent when you give your point of view for the benefit of the others.
Hi, my name is Raghupati. Good evening all. I'm calling from Chennai. I represent Zonio. So this is the kind of conference I've attended for the very first time. So the kind of speakers that came throughout the session, starting from the afternoon till now, it's very eye-opening and there's so many learnings. In fact, I've taken a 40-page notebook and I've written the entire notebook, whatever points they were discussing. So a lot of learnings in this session personally for me. Having getting into the entrepreneurship and starting my own company, getting an opportunity to attend this kind of forum from the experts from various verticals is definitely a good thing. Hope there will be few more opportunities like this for me to attend and hear through. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raghupati. Thank you for your feedback, and really good that you've enjoyed the conference. So that's really nice to hear. How about the others?
Who goes next?
Rajaram, you're talking on mute if you are saying something.
Yeah, Mr. Kumar Venkatesan wanted to talk.
Okay, Mr. Kumar, over to you. Mr. Kumar Venkatesan. Okay, how about the others?
Please feel free to share your thoughts. It really adds value to us too.
You could provide your point of view of digital transformation. Maybe there's a perspective that could have got missed out that you would want to share, or you could even add on to what these speakers and panelists have spoken in the last few hours. So I'm sure that will also enhance the entire conference. That's why the unconference is as important as the main conference. Yeah, I see Mr. Narendra Kumar saying conference has been immensely useful with wide array of innovative thoughts, different points of view, etc. Thanks a lot, Mr. Narendra Kumar.
We don't like so much silence, even if it's a digital conference. Let's make some noise. Any questions or any clarifications?
Okay, Kalyani, I think we can hand it over to Mr. Vinayagamurthy for the vote of thanks. Yes. I'm sure we will get subsequent feedback, etc., from the participants. But I think overall the mood is very positive. And I was also tracking the chat messages as we were going along in the conference. So everyone was happy with the content, with the panelists and the speakers. So that's really giving us a lot of hope that we can even better this the next time. Over to you, Vinayagamurthy.
Thank you, Dinesh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think before that, there is one more event.
Raghav, are you there?
Yeah, regarding the Facebook, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I've been waiting for the nominations from the participants. I'll wait. We can do it even offline. With respect to the Facebook contest, I'm just expecting you to reach out to me. You can just, even the post conference, you can reach out to me, and then we can evaluate that. So with respect to the call for papers, we have received few papers and we're still evaluating that. And yeah, we would, the conference proceedings will be published in IJITC. So that's the update with respect to the Facebook contest and the call for papers. Thank you.
Raghav, you may need to touch regarding our raffle.
You can go ahead, Sandal, if you want.
Yeah. Team, the exhibition portal is open till October 31st. You can visit our stalls. The highest number of footfalls will get an opportunity to be the winner of the raffle. That's going to be conducted on October 31st, evening 5 p.m.
So do visit the stall. It is there. It's open till October 31st. And the link is provided already on the chat box. So now can we, Rajaram sir, can we move on to the vote of thanks?
Yes.
Yeah. So I now request Mr. Vinayagamurthy, Quality Director, Alstom Digital Mobility India, to give the vote of thanks. He's a postgraduate in Industrial Engineering and Software Systems from BITS Pilani, and he has 29 years plus experience in consulting, IT, and services industry. He's currently working as Global Performance Manager with Signaling and Alstom Digital Mobility Division of Alstom India. His current responsibilities include project planning, site work, load management, methods and tools implementation. Prior to Alstom, Mr. Murthy has worked as Head of Business Excellence, supporting business strategy and QM Building Technologies, Siemens Limited. He has led the PM at Siemens initiative for SISL and trained and mentored 50+ project managers. He's the advisory committee member of SPIN Chennai, an international network of software process professionals. He's also been a visiting faculty at IFIM Management Institute at Bangalore. Mr. Vinayakamurthy, over to you.
Thank you. So it has been a long day for all of us. I would like to say that everything has to come to an end. So I would say that it's not the happy people who are thankful, it is the thankful people who are happy. So this is a quote that need to ponder upon today. I would profusely thank the audience, basically because they have been patient in hearing all the speakers' sessions, getting the notes, understanding new areas, and learning quite a lot of today. One key thing that I have learned today is digital is here to stay. So the digital thing, which will have to emulate from here, and it grows and it will grow further. A few things I would like to consolidate, or I would say that to what have we learned today is that not only the organizations, corporate organizations, even the government organizations, both locally from Tamil Nadu or from at the central, the way in which they look, it has been quite open, and they all moving towards digitalization. So even our minister talked about e-villages, paperless secretariat. So we looked at the emerging technologies that accelerating the digital transformation. We learned that there are a lot of open sources. If you have a will, you can learn and you can move to be digital. And we have also seen showcasing successful stories of digital transformation case studies that have come today. Everybody talked about some frameworks, and we talked about some paperless processes. So the way in which the organizations and especially India is going, so we are moving towards really India-centric digital transformation, and that's been really encouraging, even to know that PM is talking about the architecture, about the the digital transformation that is going to come across. Having learned a lot, you should now ponder what should be suitable for you and become technologically relevant. As Dr. LNR said, that we should walk the talk now. I have been satisfied with the SPICON achieved its objectives today, and hope you all have the similar thought as me. This is not possible without the great planning that has gone behind the SPIN committee, Rajaram and his team. We have all the names spelled out like Raghav, Senthil, Srinivasan, Vijay, Kalyani, Anandi, Shankar, Nitya. And I would say that Dr. LNR has been always pushing us, all the committee, to ensure that we are there at the correct spot, and we should be able to make this a very, very successful event. I hope we have seen this today in front of us. A big thanks to all the people, dignitaries who have attended today, Honorable Minister for IT, speakers, sponsors, and also the people who have put in their stalls, and also the wonderful participants without which this particular conference would not be really successful. I would once again thank the team partners, Capital Land, Indian Software and Indian Software, print partner, Indian Express, technology partner, Kriya Tech, journal partner, IJITCE, and also our digital outreach partner, Digital SEO. So thank you once again. And now I'm handing over this particular to the next Kalyani to take to the next steps that are there. Thank you very much. Thank you for attending the session. It's really an immense contribution from all the people in the dais, I would say virtually, and also from you to be part of this particular great successful session.
Yeah, we will have the national anthem.
Yeah.
Then
so just like we started with Kutti Valakku, lighting the Kutti Valakku, though this is digital, and the Tamil Thai Vazhuthu, though this is digital, we also will believe in ending it with the national anthem. So in our own places, I'm sure we can all stand up for the anthem.
मन अधिनायक जय भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Yes, so long everyone. Thank you very much everyone. Look forward to the next announcement from SPIN Chennai, which will be the WhatsApp.
Thank you all, and do look at the website, become a part of SPIN and visit the stalls, and let's see how many footfalls we get. So till then, ciao, good night, bye-bye. Thank you all.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you very much, team. Did we have the team photo?
I think we can have one.
Yeah.
Let's stop this. Sir,
people
the recording and live streaming, and then we will do it.
Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, thanks. Okay.
Let's wait.
Yeah, okay.